My question is God real? And you think God is real, right?
Yes,
bro?
Okay,
I
why
do.
do you think so?
I think,
On which, bro?
like, the universe, the earth, every single, like, creatures, like, how were they
It's a
created?
question. This is
There
not an
must be a
evidence.
creator, right?
This is a question, man. This is not an evidence. This is not an argument. So if I say, hey, look at your creator, but look at the other things. All those things have creator. What about your creator? Your creator has a creator?
Well,
The answer
you're
must be
talking about
yes.
God.
I'm talking about the creator of this universe. So you believe that this universe has a creator, right?
Yep.
Okay, so as you said, everything has a creator. What about the creator of
Yeah.
this universe? Who created the creator of this universe?
He created himself.
He created himself. Okay, universe created itself. What about this?
Sorry.
Universe created itself. If God
That's so
created itself,
tricky.
yeah, that's tricky because you believe that
But,
something can exist without a creator, right?
like, from tree to, like, plants,
I understand that.
animals, insects, they're
Okay,
perfectly,
perfect. No, nothing is perfect. Nothing. Nothing is perfect.
like, from a sperm to a giant animal. How is that possible?
How is that possible? This universe has a creator, but it doesn't have a creator. How is that possible?
Mm, I don't have any answer.
Yeah, that's the
Like,
question. Hey, Chuck, I don't have such a claim, man. I don't have such a claim. So I'm not the one who is supposed to answer that question. Okay, so who's the second guy? Oh no, the first guy. Let's check the first guy here. Okay, Ahmed. I see your hand, Ahmed, and you have a mic. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, you don't want to talk. Why the hell you're keeping the mic, man? That's not cool. Let's give the mic to Aman.
come on, Ahmad, you can do it. You're a Muslim.
How do you know he's a Muslim?
By name, I think.
Yeah, who created the creator of this universe? This is our
I
question.
don't know.
Who created the creator of this universe? If you believe that the universe has a creator, okay?
Uh, I don't know.
You don't know. Do you believe that there is a creator of this universe?
Uh, I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think that the universe has a creator?
Um, in the concept of God.
You don't have to even call it God. Let's call it creator.
All right. All right. That's what I was also about to say. You know what? I have like a different perspective. See. Like there is something. Okay. Like that's considered is a God. Like I'm talking particularly about this God concept. So what I think is creator and God are different. Like the
Creator and
creation and destruction are the are the work of nature, not God. So I consider God is some like beyond of everything. Like life can't be like this. We only live 60 or 70 or 100 years. That's it. There should be something else more than that beyond
There
this
should
life.
be something beyond this. Why do you think so?
Because it's very short. It's
Okay, like
it's very short.
you just used a lot of vocabulary, and the only thing that you said was there should be a God.
Okay, so see,
Why?
it's uh because we all are in limits. We all are limited by our senses,
Okay,
right?
we're
So if
limited
we
by our senses doesn't mean something exists or something else
out
exists. For example, if I say that
okay,
we're limited, therefore there must be some people on other planets with 10 arms. This is my belief. Why? Because we are limited in knowledge. Oh, really?
yeah,
Just because you're
yeah, that's
limited
it.
in knowledge, you cannot create those things and start believing without any good evidence. Your reason is, oh, we are limited. Okay, your limitation doesn't mean something exists.
So it means there is nothing beyond, right?
I didn't say that. I don't know. I don't know whether there is beyond or not. Even maybe there's no beyond. Maybe everything is about this universe. Maybe there is nothing more than this universe. I don't know the answer. Okay, Muhammad. Trying to spread contradictory thought about a critical topic. You're just skeptical person. Blah 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 blah. That's what you're saying. Okay, that's how you sound. So yeah, if you have arguments, come with arguments. Don't cry like a baby. Okay. Hello, Dimitri. Welcome. Let's try it again. We have a huge problem here. Uh, Ahmed is not answering the questions, and I have a great suspicion that we will not be able to have a good conversation. Hey, Tabula, welcome. Welcome. Today we are early, and I hope we can get at least 3 hours today, at least. Yo, man, God is real. Okay, let's see what's your evidence for that. What's your evidence? What's your evidence? Ahmed, Ahmed is so boring. Okay, well, welcome all. Oh my god. Oh my god, all people are here. Then let's say welcome all. We
All right, you don't believe in God, then
SDR.
can you answer that how were this universe created?
How universe has been created is a fallacious question. It's a false question.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a false question. Do you know what is a false question?
you don't believe in God, then
Yeah.
I believe. So who created it? Do
Okay,
you
who
have any
who
answer?
who created God?
How is
Who created God is my question
I don't
also.
know.
Okay, I don't know also. For your
I
question,
don't
my answer is also I don't know, okay?
know.
Hello.
Simple. Ahmed, what kept you so long while you were not talking?
Yeah, I think that I never find the chance. Okay, no problem. So
You had the
your topic
chance.
is God real? Do you believe that they have one God?
It's my question. Is God real? Did you
Yeah,
answer it?
yeah, yeah,
Oh, you think God
yeah.
is
Do you
real.
think that
So
they have
why do you
a
think?
God?
Hey, Ahmed, wait your turn. Wait your turn, okay? This is my room, my questions, okay? Sure, you can ask
Okay,
your own questions, but let me finish my own questions, okay? So you think God is real. Why do you think so?
yeah. I think this we never come in our art automatically. If if they have any God, so we never create it. The art is never created. So you see that if a table, it is not automatically created. Someone is created a table or any.
Someone created
If
a
you explore
table
the
that
book,
everything has a creator. That's your argument, right?
no, no, no. So you made this group. So the group creator is you.
Yes, it's me.
Is it
And
right?
someone created this website, and someone
Yeah, yeah,
created this universe. And who created that
yeah.
someone?
Absolutely.
Who created that
Yeah.
someone?
Sorry.
Okay, someone created the this room, and someone else created this website. Someone else created this planet. Someone else created this universe, and someone else created the creator of the universe. Who created the creator of the universe?
Uh, that means you want to say that who created the growth?
I didn't say God.
Am I right?
I said who created the creator
Yeah.
of this universe.
Okay. Do you believe science?
Who created the creator of this universe? Is my question. I
Yeah,
need an
I understand.
answer.
You mean that
I don't
am,
need a
am,
question. I need an answer. Okay.
okay, am a Muslims, I believe that the one God is
And
Allah.
now I know your
So
belief. Okay, I know your belief. And my question is, who
okay, I
created
understand your question.
the
You
creator
said
of this
that who
universe?
created Allah?
I
Am
didn't
I
say
right?
Allah. I said who created the
Allah
creator.
is God.
Uh,
So
and so who created Allah?
So
yeah,
basically, he's asking that who
Who
created
created Allah?
Allah? All right.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, so I think that you believe science. So in science, you know that in the most of scientists they research most of things and involve most of things, but lots of things in our earth, especially in the sea or others, they never find those, especially lots of fishes. They surprises. In every days they find new.
I muted you. If you don't give a simple answer, short answer, okay, I will never let you talk again. Okay. You're just speaking about random things, and this is boring for me. You should know that. Okay. My question is, who created the creator of this universe? Please answer this question. Okay.
My answer is he created himself.
So God created Himself.
That's all.
Okay. The universe created itself is my answer also.
Yep.
Why not? If the creator can create itself, then the universe can create itself also. Why not?
As you believe the universe created its, yeah. Then if the universe exists, then God.
If universe exists and what?
If universe exists, then the God is also exist.
Okay, if God exists, then Tufu also exists. Tufu is the creator of God. Okay, so if God
Okay,
All
exists, then
right.
Tufu exists, and
listen,
Tufu is the
listen,
creator of
bro.
God. Okay, what do you think about that?
How do you know?
How do you know that God exists? You just said if
Because
universe
I,
exists, God exists. Okay, then if God exists, then Tufu exists.
what is Tufu?
Tufu is the creator of God. You didn't know that? That's so sad.
I told you that there is no creator of God. God
That's your
created
belief.
himself.
That's your belief. If you think that God
Okay,
created himself,
listen,
I can
listen
also
to
say
me.
that universe created itself and period. We don't need your God. Yeah, I'm listening, Ahmed.
Yeah, yeah. So you said that who created gods? Yeah, as a human, it is not possible to find who created gods.
Okay,
For
but it's
examples,
possible to know who created the
okay.
universe,
For
right?
example, we find our abilities in the limit. So, for examples, you saw that you never see the sun. Am I right?
I never see the
Because
sun.
your eye limit is never you see any powerful things, and in our ear you never see, you never listens. We scientists prove that tree can talk, but we never listen them. You know that?
Man, I'll mute you again
Yeah.
if you
So
keep
so
not making
so
any
as we
sense.
human, it is not possible to understand God's
So you're saying that I don't
calculus.
understand God. I don't care. If you don't understand about God, then don't speak about God, okay? Don't even bring God here in this room. My
No, no.
question
I mean
was,
that. I
is
mean
God
that
real?
as
You're
we
saying God
human.
is real and you don't know anything about the God. Why do you think there's a God?
Yeah,
Why do you think
yeah.
there's a God?
I know most of things about God.
Why do you
So
think
if I
there is a
say that,
God? Why do you think there's a God?
okay, no problem. You mean that they have God? So how may I prove that God is the real?
Yes, why do you think there's a God?
Yeah. So if I kick you or if I punch you, so if you show your pain or when you heal, when you find a pain in your leg or injury in your legs, so it is definitely pain in your leg. So if you show your pain, if you see anytime, yeah, hello, talk, hello, Philo, say something.
Say what? What did you say and what you are waiting for me to say?
Yeah, do you see here?
About I think we cannot communicate. We have a huge problem here. Okay, maybe next time improve your English more. Maybe next time we can have the talk. But before Bob, Jimmy, can wait a second. Let's make it more than some seconds. Okay. Atheists win arguments by framing the question and refusing to answer questions. This raise the weakness of your arguments. If I don't have an answer for the question, my answer will be I don't know. Okay, so don't cry about that, Chuck. Okay, I'm not all knowing. Do you think I'm a god? No, I don't think so. So I don't know everything. Okay, when I don't know, I say I don't know. And those guys are not asking logical questions. That's another problem. But when someone asks me a false question, I don't need to answer the question. Okay, why did you beat your mother? And you don't have to answer such a silly question. Okay, I don't know whether you have a mother or not. And why the hell I am assuming that you have beaten your mother? Why the hell I'm asking the reason? Okay, that question doesn't make sense. It's false. It's fallacious question. Why? Because it's full of fucking assumptions. Okay, so you should know what is a false question, and I don't have to answer any false question. I don't know. And again, this is a false question. You see, I'm even answering your false question because you believe that universe has been created. That suggests a creator. So it's full of assumptions. You're asking how it has been created because you believe that it has been created. And that's why it's a false question. We don't know. We don't know whether the universe has a cause or not, or causes or creators. We don't know the answer. That's why it's a false question. Oh, the other guy left. Uh, I know. I didn't find the answer in that video. I have seen that video. That video is a so stupid video, okay? Ahmed, you think that people don't know about these things? That's so sad. Something is either real or not, okay? There's nothing wrong about that question. You don't understand any shred of logic.
Hello,
Hello.
Honor. Hey.
Speaking.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
your question is that God is real.
Hello, bro.
So
Don't you
yeah,
hear the other
God
guy is
is
trying
real.
to talk, Muhammad? If you don't, that means there's a
Yeah, that you don't.
problem. Okay? Okay, go
Am I
on, Jay.
audible right now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
If it's possible that you can
Yeah.
increase your audio.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So from my perspective, God is real. And as a Muslim, in the Holy Quran, like we believe in the and in the Holy Quran that Allah says that God is always existed and He has no beginning and end.
Okay, that's not an evidence for the existence of God. Okay, that's circular reasoning.
Okay, bro.
You're saying God
Yeah,
exists
bro.
because God
Like
said
from
so.
yeah, bro. Like from our Holy Book Quran. You know, Quran is the real book.
You have to prove that.
Okay, like we have a lot of things that are explained in the Holy Quran and also our in
There are
regular life
many
is
things
also is real.
unexplained in the Quran which are really very important topics. For
Okay,
example,
okay.
God. God doesn't have a proof in the
For example,
Quran. Angels that don't have
okay,
proof in the Quran. Afterlife don't have proof in the Quran. Those are just claims in the Quran. Okay, and those are the most important claims in the Quran. They don't have evidence, and I don't have to care
okay,
about
bro,
the
bro.
rest of the book. Okay.
Okay, like for Muslim, there is the one evidence that God is real. It is Quran. Okay, but for the person like you who don't believe in the Holy Quran or whatever, okay, so you know everything has like cause. So God is the first cause of the world of the universe.
Uh, Come again.
Yeah, yeah. God is the first cause of the universe.
God is what?
Cause.
Oh my fucking god.
Like
Mohammed, do you like disturbing people? That's your habit or what? Mohammed.
no, bro. Like let me like God is the first cause of the universe.
It's
Okay,
your
so let me let
god. These people are not reasoning. Mohammed, I will kick your ass.
No, no, no,
bro.
no. You don't have the
Let
oh, you
me
don't have the
incorrect.
freedom to kick my ass.
I will
Speak
kick
with
your
me or
ass.
speak with him.
I will kick your ass,
Me,
okay?
me
I'm
or
fucking
him.
muting you because you have a background noise and I'm trying to talk to
No, no, no,
that
no.
guy.
You don't need to give me the bill.
You're saying no, 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 no. You have a lot of noise. That's a
So
yes. Bye bye, idiot. Why the hell you're so annoying? Hey Jay, sorry for him.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so
That was a
honor,
problem for me.
if I say that God is the first God of the universe, so let me
What's
incorrect.
yeah? What's your evidence for that?
Like for what?
You said God is the first cause of everything, right?
Yeah, bro. It's the
Okay.
first God. Like He made everything.
What's your evidence for that?
Evidence is the Holy Quran. Evidence is you that you are talking.
You have
Who
to
made you,
prove.
bro?
You
Okay,
you
who
have to
made you?
prove my mother and father.
What?
My father and my mother.
Okay, so like, okay, bro, I have the big evidence. Okay, so you know, all the scientists from America, from like the first class scientists from America, they are working to make a small mosquito. You can make a small mosquito. Okay, then that's a great evidence for you guys.
Okay, like you cannot create a mosquito can be evidence
Yeah,
for
you guys.
anything. Can be evidence for
Yeah,
anything,
yeah,
okay?
bro.
So I can say you cannot make mosquito, therefore unicorns are real. You cannot make a mosquito, therefore aliens are real. You cannot make a
No, no. Where,
mosquito,
where is
the
alien?
Christian
Hey,
where is God? Hey. Hey, where is God?
let me explain. I'll explain, bro.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
bro. Your alien is just a movies, bro. They're just in the
Yeah, your
movies,
God is
okay?
only in books, man. Storybooks.
No, bro. Like
No?
yeah, bro. This like who like just you make a one mosquito, bro. Like
Okay,
I challenge
yeah,
you all up.
I also challenge you. Make a mosquito. If you don't make a mosquito, therefore
No, bro. Like we believe in
aliens.
God. That God is real. We make
Uh, there's no fruit. I don't see any fruit talking to you, man. But yeah, since you cannot make a mosquito, that means aliens are real. Okay, just think about this argument. It's your argument. Okay, if you think it's believable, then keep believing in God. Okay, and never come here. Bob, Jimmy, it's your turn. You had the mic for a long time. Thanks for being patient. Make a mosquito, therefore unicorns are real. Did you know that, Bob? Okay, Bob doesn't want to talk. Doesn't want to talk. Bob doesn't want to talk.
Silent
scientists
Your
believe
audio is
that
breaking.
aliens exist, but we can't reach them.
And
Same, God exists, but we can't reach and prove them. Scientists believe that aliens exist. What do you think?
spoken. Hey, Surya, you have a bad connection. Okay, that's what I
Yeah,
think.
I said that.
Okay. When you repeat, your internet connection is not becoming better. Okay. Okay. Repetitions are not magical things. When you repeat, it's not gonna solve your problem. You should know that. Okay, you refresh yourself. Let's try again.
Yeah, I was saying that scientists believe that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Surya. With this connection, no, we cannot do that. Okay, but you can type what you want to say. Let's check it.
Hi.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, how it's going?
By the way,
Mhm.
YouTubers, like, are they breaking, or maybe it's my internet? Let's check it. Maybe it's
They
me.
are breaking. They are breaking.
They are breaking.
No, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
breaking.
Thank you.
Yo,
Cool, cool.
hey, for all of my lovely atheist
All
fellow,
of my
like, do you accept
lovely
BSR?
Muslim friend who is here
Yeah,
to talk about contingency and bore
yeah,
me.
yeah. Do you accept principle sufficient reason? I know you don't know about infinite regress, so I'm not going to bring that. Do you accept principle sufficient reason?
We are improving. Do
Do
I
you
believe in what?
accept it or not?
Do I believe in what?
No.
Do I believe in what?
Principle of sufficient reason.
Oh, what does it mean?
Everything that exists or happens must have a reason,
Okay, so
cause, or
God exists.
explanation.
God exists, therefore it must
Can
have a
I
cause.
finish for why it is
No, you
the way it
cannot.
is,
No,
rather
you
than
cannot
being
because
nothing
your
or being
fucking
different?
argument breaks apart in the first premise. That's why you cannot talk.
Uh-huh. So you don't think everything exists must have an explanation. Something can came out of the blue, right?
I didn't say that. You should find a cause for your God, okay?
I'm
Whatever the creator
asking
of this
you.
universe must have a cause according to
I'm
your
asking you.
argument.
Do you accept it?
No, I don't know that. I don't know whether that's the case or not.
So I'm going to ask you again. Do you
I
think
don't accept
something
that.
can exist
I
without an
don't know.
explanation?
I don't know.
No, you don't know.
No, I
Yeah,
don't know,
like
Muhammad.
you don't.
Yeah. So, but
Let me
since
let me use
oh
let
my
me
fucking god,
use
why the hell all people are breaking today? It's an internet shortage day or what? What's that? What's the problem? Bob Jimmy wants to talk.
like let me say this and tell me if you agree with me or not. If you say something have no reason, like the universe can just pop off out of the blue, then
You are
hey,
breaking, bro.
Okay, okay. Oh, I solved that problem. Solved it. Come with a better internet, Muhammad. Okay. Your internet sucks today. That's why it became more insufferable. It was already really bad with you, as always. But that internet problem is something new about you, okay? Anyone looking for through read and then search in ChatGPT? Oh, really? It's my internet?
Oh, hello. Am I
Mm,
breaking?
I don't know, Dimitri. Keep talking. We can check that.
Okay, so hopefully my voice is
Wait a second,
clear.
Muhammad. What an asshole you are. So that proves that your internet sucks. I said you're fucking breaking a lot. And explain it's really annoying to talk to you like this.
Oh,
He's saying bad words. Say it.
Yeah,
Say it.
he's
Say it. Say
saying
it. Say it in English, please.
no. It's
Yeah.
really funny. He's saying kusum al which is the genitals of the mother of atheism. And
Uh,
then, who the fuck cares about the genitals of
okay. You see. You
atheism's mother?
see. You see how disgusting he is. I muted him because we cannot have a conversation. He's breaking a lot. Okay. And this is what
And
he.
by the way,
What
Muhammad,
What is he doing? Look at
is
him.
that no, he until now he just said kusum al. No one cares about kusum al Muhammad, but if you are a shitty person, then
He
kusumak.
is a very shitty person.
Yeah,
Let me finish my. Like this guy is so stupid. He's so
okay.
stupid. Okay. Should we try to give a chance, one more chance for Muhammad? I don't think it will be good, but let's try. Let's try. The internet problem is killing me today.
Okay. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah,
Okay, tell
bro.
me about your. Do you believe in God?
I don't.
You don't believe in God. So
Yeah,
why you try to discuss this issue?
because
As you
I
don't
like to
believe.
talk about God.
I'm sorry. You as you don't believe in God. So if you don't believe in
I'm
something, then
fucking
you don't
answering
have.
your question, man.
No. You
Any
have to
respect?
answer my question. If you have this,
Fuck you, idiot. I'm answering your question. I like these topics. That's why I'll talk about these topics, okay? I don't believe in Superman or Thor or Spider-Man. Why the hell am I watching those movies? It's as stupid as that question, okay? And you can't say no in this room, okay? That's a terrible one. No is not acceptable. Okay, Chuck, why are you not joining, man? Knowing as little as we do at this point in history, we must retain wider concepts in the watch. Okay, a cabinet of ideas. Oh my god. Look at that language. Okay. No problem. Oh, Wolkenstock chewing topic again? Okay, let's recreate. Seemingly, we're run out of speakers. Let's try it again. Oh, I made a mistake.
Muhammad. Yes, topic and doesn't believe.
I
Yes,
need
bro.
everyone to read who can discuss this topic, blah, 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 believe in God. He tries to look calm and I really try to look calm. That's the stupidest thing today to say.
Yeah.
Okay, I created. I
Oh,
created.
okay.
Yeah.
Let's jump.
Um, um, let's see. Yep. Okay. Where can I find more atheistic content and debates? On YouTube? Crown OnlyFans. Hmm. I'm working at. Okay, I will read that. Stream went blank. Really? Yeah. When I change the room, it happens. I have to change the page, the one that I screen share. Thanks for warning. I always look at my streaming screen also, so it's very hard for me to miss unless there is an internet problem. Thanks again. So let's see, people. Who wants to talk about God? Who wants to talk about God? Who wants to talk about God? Da 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 da. Chuck, don't be disgusting, man. Okay, be a human. Okay, try, at least try. Are you trying to be like your father? Bum 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 bum. Yeah. Say Jew. I have a very bad voice, man. I can help you, man. You can get rid of this voice. It's very easy. Bum 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 bum. Num bum bum num bum ba bum. Boo boo. Yo, can I join? We need people to join, and we can help for those people to join. Say I'm here when you join, okay?
Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
Alhamdulillah, everything is good.
Everything. No, that's not
Everything is good.
possible.
Hello,
That's not possible. Hello.
Where are you from?
I'm from heaven.
I'm
Where?
from Bangladesh, and you?
Oh my god, who's talking?
Where are you from?
I hate people who starts
What did
with
you say? Where are you from?
where are you from? Okay. Dun, 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 dun,
I hear
dun.
nothing. I asked you where
Omar,
you're from.
I said I'm from heaven, and I also said that I hate people who are asking these questions, these boring questions. Dum 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 dum. Okay. Ti, 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 dum. Ti, 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 ti. Okay, Omar. Seemingly, you don't want to talk about the topic. Seemingly. God bless you. Yeah, you left already. So, how can I enable my mic? You can't do it by yourself. You can only do it with my help. Now you can. And are you William
Hi,
from
hello there.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So you asked the question, is God real? Are we like discussing this from which point of view and which God are we talking about here? Are we talking about God as
It can be any God people believe in.
Mhm.
Yeah, it can be any God that people believe in. So people believe in many gods, right?
There are so many gods, but when we say God capital,
Uh-huh.
are you thinking of anything in particular or just a deity or
I
what
don't
is
mean
your definition
anything.
of God?
I don't even have to define it. So like people already have a lot of definitions and that's enough.
But if I can argue about this question and I have a preconceived perception of this God,
Okay.
how do we know we're talking about the same thing?
Well, like, I'm not talking about God right now. You can start and I can learn what you're talking about, right? So you believe a God exists?
Not really. Who said
Not
that?
really? Okay, then there's nothing to talk. I don't believe in God also.
Well, I joined this discussion to talk about the topic of is God real?
Okay, either
I
you
want
believe it's
to.
real or you don't believe it's real.
So it's a yes or no question?
Yes or no, and I don't know. Is God real? Yes, God is real. No, God is not real. I don't know.
Okay. It doesn't
What's
seem
your
like you
answer?
want to
Oh, really? Check my
discuss
lives.
this.
Check my lives. Check my lives, and you can see how long we talk about this topic. But
Okay.
seemingly you don't want to talk because what's your answer? Again, is God real? Yes, no,
What?
I don't know.
No. What does it benefit you if I say yes or no or I don't know?
You said
Do you
you
win
want to have a
anything from this
talk.
discussion? Yeah.
Um, yeah, a lot of things. Yeah.
For me to make sure that I provide a concise answer and fulfill the question you're asking, I have to know what do you mean by God?
No, you don't know. You don't have to know what I mean by God. If your answer is yes, then that means you have some definition, so I can just hear about it.
Okay, so I'll give you a three-sided question answer to this question. Well, if you're talking about God, the creator, or God, the entity that creates this universe, I really don't know. If you're
Okay.
talking about God, the moral, let's say, the moral anchor of morality of humanity, wherever you say, what people have been following throughout many centuries differently from different perspectives, then I say I don't think so. If you're talking about God, um, the myth of the old ancient times that goes down and reproduces with people or does things and whatever, I would say also no. So that would be my answer.
So your answer is no for all those things.
I think if you mean God as in an entity, not necessarily a being, but something that led to the universe being. It could be a particle. It could be a mechanism. It could be physics based thing that we don't understand. And I don't know. Can I say yes or can I say no? I don't think it matters because you can never really know. But do I believe as in God, the moral reference? Then no, I don't think so.
Okay, so is there any yes about any God concept in your mind?
No.
Okay, so we're like technically on the same page. So people define God in many different ways, as I said. And when we check the general ones, major religions, okay, how they define God, I don't believe in those gods. And there's no anything that I can call God. That's me.
I totally agree with you. If we're talking about the guy who gets angry, who is emotional, who loves, who has the ability to love, or he has the ability to be angry, or to seek revenge, I think all of these are technically human or biological or animal, technically, emotions that come from our nervous systems. And if God can get angry or can seek revenge or can be happy or can be sad or can be whatever, then that entails that by definition he is weak or he's human or he's a mammal. But then if you say that God's an omnipotent and do everything and he's out of all of these physical restraints, then that's technically a contradiction. Therefore, I don't think that is real.
Yeah. They don't they don't make any bones about making God sound like a human being. He's he's disappointed, he's angry, he's jealous. I mean, they don't even make any bones about it. You know, they don't even try to hide it. I mean, I agree with everything you said. That makes you feel good. Phil, help me out here.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, of course I'm talking to you. You're the only one talking.
Does it make me feel good? Not really, because
I agree with everything
is
you
it?
said. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
They don't even try to hide it in the Bible. They talk about him being jealous and, you know, angry or whatever. They don't even try to hide it, right? That's what you're saying, right?
And I get it. I totally agree with you as well. And it's not just in the Bible. All religious scriptures, from the most ancient ones to the most modern ones, and the
Yeah,
ones that try to spin to make
they
them modern.
infuse them. They infuse them with human characteristics, and it just goes to our assumption, our correct assumption that it's all man made, all man written, all man inspired and authored.
Hmm.
And it's sad that because in truth they're tackling what they should be tackling, and that's the proper way to conduct yourself now that you're alive. I get it. That's what everybody's trying to do. The religious people got some baggage that makes it impossible to smile at them. Oh my fucking phone! It's not going to bother us. Um, yeah, the religious have a lot of dopey baggage, um, but they are trying to do what even a humanist or a secularist is trying to do. Shit, that's my
Hmm.
alarm. So you want to start with that understanding, and then good luck trying to straighten out the problems. Sorry, this motherfucker. All
Okay.
right, sorry about that.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
as you see, guys, Horatio is setting alarms to join my streams. Thank you,
Yeah,
Horatio.
no.
There's something that I remember from reading of one of Carl Sagan's books,
What?
especially on one of the themes of what he writes about is also sometimes religion. And he says that no matter how, like, the ingenuity of religion and how creative it can be, it doesn't seem to go far away from our conception of life or our daily lives. He says that when we imagine God, we imagine a kingdom, we imagine people under him working towards him, and he's the king of kings, and a administrative hierarchy, and all of these things. All of these are human concepts, that you have to be a leader, or that you have to have people under you so that you can be legitimate, or that you have servants, or that you should be called king or lord or king of kings of, or the supreme whatever. um, no matter how we try to be very creative and very distinct and try to create something that perhaps we've never thought before, or something genius, it doesn't stray far away from our concepts that we've created.
That's going to be difficult. That would be a nice challenge, but that's going to be difficult. If it's not a free for all the way it is, yeah, somebody's going to be unhappy because the strong and the smart want to keep everything they can get. They're never going to want to change. So technology is the only thing that's going to solve everything. Um, but I don't want to get into it right now. I've been over it before, but I don't want to do that to you now. But I'm just going to tell you though that there, and it's been said by some other knucklehead that maybe agrees with me. Technology is the Messiah, not some fucking man with a robe and a beard. Sounds like me. Um,
Hmm.
technology. That's it. But you know, obviously, there's a whole story behind it, and I'm going to spare you the details for now.
Okay. When you say Messiah, do you just mean like the religious term, or just a spin on the
Well,
word?
you're supposed to know exactly what I meant. I'm stealing their word and using it for something practical. That's really what I'm doing. Because their application is silly. It's, mythology. Tu capisci? Do you
Yeah, I get it.
understand?
Yeah,
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm stealing it. Technology is your messiah. I don't really mean that in a, supernatural way at all.
Hmm.
Because they're
Yep.
doing, they're progressing in crazy ass directions. And you throw a rock and they're trying to undo it to its foundation. And so included in that search is the way the brain works and how to, fuck with it, manipulate it. I don't mean to be disrespectful. You want to be careful with the brain. Your DNA, your everything. There's going to be huge changes. If you're a young man, I don't know how old you are. I'm not going to ask. If you're a young man, you're going to see some shit before you go. You're going to see some shit.
What kind of shit am I gonna see?
Yeah. Well, I just captured a quick video. I'm not going to bring it in. Let's see, which knucklehead was it? I can't remember. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson made his vision and prediction based in his actual, expectation.
Uh-huh.
What it would be like by 2050. And so he's got a list of them. So you can find these kind of things. Just all you got to do is search it. Anything you want to know, you directly ask the computer, and it will bring you there. Anything, just ask it. Right?
Yeah, right.
Right.
But you have to verify if it's true or not.
Yeah, you got to verify everything. I don't even know if I'm talking to you. I think there's two different people over there. No, I'm only kidding. You sound the same.
No, don't worry about it.
I ain't worried. I'm freezing my coffee. I got 2 cups of coffee in the freezer to get a little colder. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You like iced coffee?
No, not a big fan.
Not a big fan. So,
Uh-huh.
what was the topic again? Now that we strayed.
Topic is God real?
Oh, is God real? Please, we all know that it doesn't matter. At the very least, it doesn't matter. If he's there and been there all the while, he hasn't done a fucking thing. So what are we doing? All you have to do, you've never heard anything from him, never seen him, never anything of him. We're just talking about him. So is God real? It wouldn't matter. He hasn't done anything. So you live your life according to what you understand already, and hopefully you're taught correctly by people ahead of you. So you got a good
But
jump
most
start.
people would like him to be there.
Most people would like some form of eternal satisfaction. And that's another human desire, right? It's not a godly desire, it's a human desire. We want eternal satisfaction. I mean, that's the most appealing thing I can mention. I don't know how
The
else to
problem
put
is
it.
when I joined, like when that account joined,
I
and
don't
I
So
think
when
it's
you
say,
just
say
satisfaction, but uh-huh.
okay, they're
most
talking
people want
too
him
much.
there, I think it's actually what I'm telling you is really what they want. I mean, who needs a God? Who may just burn your ass for all eternity, or give you heaven? Who needs that shit?
Well, apparently some people don't have don't like the idea of discontinuity or severed continuity. So they want to persist as beings or as people. They don't want to end.
They want to end, but
No, I mean, I for example, I don't want to at some point be completely gone. I'd prefer a life where I just continue to exist for eternity. That would be nice.
I feel the same way. You know, a lot of people immediately will say how bored you can get. Boredom is only a brain state. It's all illusion anyway. I mean, it's really not on Earth. You know, it's dead ass reality. But uh, it's the concepts and the abstracts. They're all illusions, and they can all be reproduced any way you like. You know, they can all be reproduced. So eternity is not a problem. It's not a problem. Anything you felt that was negative, you could change it, and in such a way that it's not stupid, that it actually makes sense to you know that's progress. I have to grab my coffee really quick before it
Oh,
freezes.
well, I was about to ask you
10
about your
seconds.
coffee, Horatio.
Yeah, I actually
You could take it
wanted to
more.
jump in on the conversation here, if that's all right.
Yeah, and again, sorry for the confusion, man.
First
Maybe
of
I.
all,
Oh.
let me see if I can mute myself because I'm hearing
Oh
myself
my
come
god,
through
I
in the
was so
feed.
good. Hi, William. Sorry again. There was a confusion. I believe A said, yes, I am from YouTube. And I thought it was you. And you were
Yeah,
here all
it's
the
all good.
time? Why are you not typing?
Yeah, I was just hearing out the conversation, seeing what you guys had to say.
Okay, guys. Sorry again. Sorry. So sometimes people don't enter with their own accounts. So, I mean, the same account in the YouTube. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big confusion. But anyway, still, is there anything in your mind what you wanted to say at that time? I don't know, but if you want to go for it, mic is yours.
So I guess I'll just go ahead and state my position real quick. I am actually I would say, deconstructing theist. So I was of the position of
You're on
believing
the
in
right road.
Yeah, I would think so. That's kind of the goal. But yeah, I believed in the Christian God for a long time, and I recently got into challenging a lot of my beliefs.
Yeah.
And so, like, there were two main arguments that I really used to stick to, which, like, arguments for God, which was like infinite regress issues.
And what else?
And then I think morality was another big
Really
sticking point for me. Yeah.
Morality's a mess. That's a messy topic, but
It is.
you want to
Yeah.
try to simplify your approach to it and be practical about it. It's nothing fancy, and it's not you can't weigh morality from a heaven. You can only experience it down here and know it down here. No such
Yeah, well, I
thing
think,
as what.
yeah, I think then that kind of begs the question of like, why then, right? Like, why is it not useful to have some kind of divine descent of objective morality? And I think that's what I struggled with a lot.
Objective morality. That's going to be almost impossible, if not impossible, to arrive at. Everyone has a subjective view. Everyone. So it's really a consensus more than to call it an objective morality. That's a little too elusive. I'd rather just go with any given country. If the majority wants it this way, guess what? That's the morality. It's going to go that way, and you enforce it with law, no less. So that's how it works, and that's as subjective as you want to get. Each different country is going to do it the way they see fit, if they can get away with it, if the people support it, however they govern themselves.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think what it really boils down to is like the idea of intrinsic value. because I think at some point you hit a wall and you have to ask, like, why do we have laws and why do we have systems for treating each other well and keeping our well-being in mind?
Well, listen, look, cut to the chase. We are from, again, you have to also believe in evolution. Do you have, do you accept the working progress of evolution or no?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right down to the single cell?
Yeah, yeah. I tend to put my trust in scientists.
Yeah, okay. So that's really your answer. Just look at what the single cell was doing, and that's what's in your DNA. And all it was doing was absorbing things without question, without politics, without any consideration. And what else? Running for its life, or taking something in and absorbing it. That's it. This is what's in our DNA.
Yeah, I think,
This is who we are.
and I wouldn't disagree with that. I think where I used to come from, and honestly still kind of struggle with, is just the idea of like, even though we came from like simplicity and we went through this really lengthy process of evolution, I did subscribe to this idea that we are all made in the image of God, even if we weren't like just placed here, if it was like some long process that we're all part of, like, quote unquote, God's plan.
Yeah, complete,
that,
complete. I can't relate to those words on any level. I really can't. That's a terrible narrative you just reeled off. God. As soon as you say God's plan, you're done. You're done. You just
yeah,
sunk yourself. You
yeah,
just sunk yourself. Anybody in their right mind can see this isn't a plan. This is just something that will work itself out in very natural processes. It's not a fucking plan. I mean,
well, I think there's,
we all have, look, we all have the godly goal of being idealistically happy and secured and all that. We all have that goal. So we're all godly to that extent. But
yeah,
what?
and I would agree with that for the most part. I think there's like conventionally two camps of thought with that. There's like what do they call it? Like the wind up theory, or the clock theory for God, that he just kind of like
Look. There's
kickstarted the
only one
universe.
theory. There's only one theory for me, and that's God is the concept that we naturally created because we wanted to increase our capabilities. That's why we do it. Everything from the single cell was then immediately enhancing its capabilities. That's what we do.
Yeah, I think that's actually true for the most part. I mean, we definitely benefit from the idea of God. At least some people do. I can see that it's like a survival tactic that
It's
kind of
just a
evolved.
natural. It's just a natural desire to want to increase your strength and your ability to properly engage your environment, because the environment was kicking everybody's ass back in the day. You know,
Yeah,
things
there
were
was definitely like a God of the gaps kind of thing
no,
going on
God
where,
of the gaps. I don't know. We're not talking about God of the gaps. We're just
well, like if you're trying to explain a natural phenomenon and then you
yeah.
don't have the scientific means to do that, then
Yeah,
historically people
even
didn't focus
listen, the
on.
shit that we say, even in any of the fields, I take with a grain of salt. We're doing all that we can. When you delve into science, it's the only honest approach to reality, and some of it's going to be stupid and corrupted and all that because that's who we are. But
Sure.
the concept of science is the only, at least one of the only answers. It'll stand alone with the other one, which is basically philosophical, and what is ideal and what can we accomplish, and that's good. That is where you need technology. Once you get into all that, what should we be doing? Technology has to have the answer. Will make your thoughts reality is really what I should say. You can think anything you want if it's as long as it's halfway reasonable and progressive and futuristic.
Yeah, I think. I mean, like you said, um, there's the scientific realm and there's like the philosophical realm, and I think there's no
Yeah.
way that you're going to be able to derive any meaning from the idea of God scientifically. I think I
God is
always would have considered
irrelevant.
that.
The concept of God, see, for you, he's not irrelevant because he's embedded in your bones, right? You were probably born into it and only questioned it at what age, if I may ask.
Yeah, well, I would agree. I mean, I was always exposed to it, but I think that's kind of why I'm going through this like deconstructing process
So
to
I'm
try and
asking you
challenge
if
my.
I'm asking you if it's okay. What age were you when you started to have some doubts?
Um,
Is
I'm,
that if that's not a proper question, then you can leave it alone.
no. I think that's a very fair question. Probably around 2 years ago was when I got into like reading some
I'm
books on
looking for an
philosophy and.
age. I'm looking for an age.
Oh, okay. So I'm 25 now, so around 23.
Okay, so you hung in with it a long ass time, even though it could be a lot longer. But by 23, man, you've been around it a long fucking time.
Yeah, I
You
think.
know, you became an adult and you actually still had it, and that's scary. That's my. I have to tell you.
Perhaps. I think it depends on the individual. I mean, there's certainly people with religious beliefs that just take the dogma to an absolute extreme, and uh,
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm talking to an extremist or if I'm talking to you. It's always going to be the same. So it doesn't even matter what I'm
well, I
supposed
think I
to
would disagree
encounter.
on that. Extremists are a little bit more rough
I
around the
know what
edges.
they are, and I know they're different from you. Okay, I don't have to be different. I'm telling you, my approach to both of those knuckleheads would be the same.
In what kind of way?
Straightforward.
Oh, sure, yeah. I, I'm not opposed to that. I think that's a
Yeah,
good.
it's not a there's not a fucking blueprint of it, but it's always sincere and it's always straightforward.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
And sincere means you got to listen to what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, I agree. I think we agree on this.
Yeah.
Um, but I do think it's an interesting point that, like, yeah, I was definitely exposed to
Yeah.
my religious belief for most of my life. I
Did you
think
ever
I
consider being a priest?
a priest. Hello? Oh, is he gone? Oh well.
Yeah, he asked you, have you ever considered to be a
I really don't know why he's gone. The room belongs to him right now. Berlin, fuck off. Okay. Yep. Anyway. Okay, let's accept only people who wants to talk about the topic. Down, 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 down. Bum, 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 bum. Different people have different perception of God, different denomination proves just that. Yeah, but it doesn't still prove any of those gods. Go get the donkey, and if someone asks, just say the Lord needs it. Like I'm crying for you, man. Nicholas. Now, contingent things do not explain contingent objects. Oh, okay. I think this is the same guy, maybe? I'm not sure. The contingency guy. We have a contingency guy here. Nicholas, you should know that. You should know that. And I just blocked that guy. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Mm, mm. Abdul Karim. Okay, let's see. Oh, bo, bo. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Welcome, Goku. Welcome, man. Okay. I don't believe just because. I don't believe just because there's no good evidence. Yep. And we can say it very easily. Baluna. That's a new picture. Ooh, hey, hi. Oh, welcome, Edward. Welcome, Edward. That was a chip. Were you feel sober? I'm okay. How about you? That's a good example, scam. Yep. How was my day? It was intense. Yeah, but I'm here. Now I'm relaxing. We have Harshita. Okay. Jesus Christ will give you recommended you reading about the Protocora. Now I've got home from church. You're debating whether God exists or not. You can't say God created hell, heaven, as you would be concluding God exists. Yeah, that's a good point, Peregrine. First, you have to prove God exists, then you have to prove the other claim, which God created hell, heaven. Maybe there's a God, maybe he didn't create hell, heaven. Okay. So many problems in your claims. Why do you why do you come to free for talk for content? Or both? For both. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, okay. Dimitri will come back. What else? Okay, I've seen this. Yeah. Yamin, can you sue? Okay. Let's see.
Hello,
Hello.
hello, my brother.
Hello.
Hello.
If you say one
Where
more
is the
time
other your? Where
hello,
is the other guest?
what?
Where is the other guest?
Not making any sense. No. Oh, you mean that was gonna be the question. Oh, okay. But that was not the question. I don't know. I have some suspicion, but I don't want to utter that. Let's see, Muhammad. It's the same Muhammad? No, please no. Please no. I do not want the same Muhammad. Because the previous Muhammad was so annoying. Abu Bakr. Bum 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 bum. Ba 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 bum 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 ba bum ba bum ba bum. God can end this debate by just showing up. Oh, wait a second. No, Peregrine. I would be keep talking about the same topic. Yeah, but that would at least, you know, made us think a lot that could cause some interruption. Yeah. W written today. Okay. Orsha. People are not talkative today. What do you say about that? The only talkative person is the person who doesn't want to talk about my topic, which is Horatio. Um, that old guy doesn't like my topic. Bum, ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-ba, ba-bum, ba-bum. I like Jack. Jack is so intelligent. Why do you always like to talk about God? Why do I always want to eat ice cream in the summer, especially? Why do I like to watch movies always? Why do I like other things? Just question. We like things. That's all. Trying to seek the truth. Okay. Truth is a controversial topic, Balloon. It's embarrassing that you make assumptions based on a name. What was my assumption? What was my assumption, Muhammad? You have the mic. What was my assumption?
What I noticed about you, philosopher, since I've been joining your room and just listening and just observing how you handle conversation, whenever whenever somebody throws a question at you, you do not give a direct answer. You're not very explicit. You either give an analogy or you answer it with another question, like what I did. I ask you, why do you, but like I know you also talk or put in the title like about morality, atheism, and other stuff, but most of the times it's always about God.
Yeah.
And I was just asking like why? You could just
Yeah.
say that because you want to know or you
But I
want
already
to,
answered that question many times.
but
People
I
keep
wasn't there.
asking me.
But I wasn't.
And I believe that answer also helped you to get an answer, right?
Nope, not at all.
Really?
Because no, because why would I assume that? Why would I assume why you like to eat ice cream on summer? Because there are some people who does not even like ice cream and does
Some
not
people
eat.
don't like ice cream, but those people like something else, right? So people like things. And it's unnecessary to ask why do you like those things? Okay, people like things. That's all. We don't have to go further.
Yes, but there are reasons. There are reasons why people like to do things.
Yeah.
It's because it's comforting for them or
And
it
again,
stimulates them.
that's a really boring topic. That's why I avoid to answer that question. Okay.
You avoid to answer the
Yeah,
question
I
like
gave an
why.
answer with the question, which is these are just ordinary things. People like things in general, okay? And you don't have to go deeper and ask, hey, wait, why do you like ice cream? Or why do you like watching movies?
Yeah, but how do you expect the
Unnecessary.
conversation to go on if
It's
people
conversation.
people
People
will
like
just not
having
have.
conversations, right? And people have topics in those conversations, and mostly they talk about the topics that they like. So I like these topics.
Okay. So there is no other than
Um,
just liking it. There is no other reason because you're curious about what other people think or
So
Sure.
why are
they,
you interested in his intentions?
Sure.
because it's
It,
interesting. Because there are so many reasons why someone is
Yeah.
talking about God. It's
And
because
when you
you
another
want to
join
reason,
see.
to such,
another reason,
yeah.
sorry, Dimitri, another reason is
Okay.
because this is not my topic. That's why I'm avoiding. And by the way, when it comes to your critique, I do avoid questions. Yes, that's true. But when people ask me irrelevant questions, or when I feel that my question will just explain them what they're trying to ask me. For example, who created the universe? I will not answer the question directly. I will say, okay, who created the creator? Because they assume that the universe has a creator, and I assume that the creator of the universe has a creator, but then they will say no, and they will learn if they have some open mind, that saying that, oh, this thing doesn't have a cause, that causes a possibility that universe might not have a cause. So it's for teaching purpose why I'm asking questions, to make it very short and clear. That's why. But some people don't have the same impact.
Okay, because I didn't ask this to be critical or whatever. I was just curious because there are different ways you can handle a conversation, or there are some people can, as they say, Socratic method, where you really dive deep into certain topics by asking questions, and sometimes it doesn't get there, especially if the person you're having conversation with doesn't know how to handle a conversation. Like,
Oh,
I'm not used to asking questions and then getting a question in return, or I think how it goes is that when you get asked a question, you give an answer. And because how I see it, especially if it's in a debate, also I have seen a lot of debates where the 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 other person asks a question, and then instead of getting an explicit response, they get another answer, another question. Is it because they don't know, or they just want to they don't know the answer, and then they don't want to sound stupid, that's why they throw another question? I mean,
I
there could be
see.
different reasons why they do that.
I see. I see you. I see your intentions, Balloon. Okay. Yeah, but I don't use that method, Socratic method that you mentioned. And by the way, I don't know which method I'm using. I just want to keep the level at their level. If they when they ask the question, I ask the similar question to be very close to their mindset. And my purpose is to show them they're either asking a false question, or they're asking a question that they don't know the answer. Also, they just believe in something and they just ask the question based on their belief, and I just reflect a similar question so that to show them that there is a problem in their question. And I believe it's helpful
Okay.
for many people.
Okay, so it's kind of um like an analogy, but do you think that it's always similar, or that it's relatable? Like, because sometimes people give an analogy and it's not even the same, like the logic does not even uh apply, and it's not even there, just for the sake of giving an analogy.
Sometimes people do that, but I'm being very picky about my analogies. And even if I see a problem, I just explain that, hey, that this is not a perfect analogy. There's a problem inside in it. If you want, we can go deeper. But I believe even my broken analogy can help what I'm trying to express or to show you. So, sometimes we have bad analogies, but still they can work. Sometimes they don't, because they're so bad, as you mentioned.
Okay, I see.
Uh,
I have a question. If you are to save a bee, uh, if you have to choose to save between the life of a bee and the life of a human being, and knowing that saving the life of a human being would be oh my god, my English, would be the cost of the destruction of the world, would you rather save a human being or save a bee?
Sorry,
Maybe
Bolana.
I formulated it poorly. Okay, so you have to choose between saving the life of a bee and the life of a human being. But if you save a bee, you save an entire ecosystem, you save the world, the nature, and then you save humanity. But if you save the life of a human being, you save like the human species, but um, the ecosystem, the world is destroyed. Who
I
would you
see.
save, or what
I
would
don't
you?
know. I don't know. I didn't think about such kind of a
You know,
situation.
yeah, because I think a lot of we all know that a lot of people will uh answer the, of course they will save the life of a human being, because we all think and we were forced to believe that the life of a human being is much more valuable than any other being in this planet.
Okay.
'Cause that's just how we thought, that we think that we add value or we're valuable other than the bee. But if we're going to look at it, if bees go extinct, they that's going to be fucked up. It will
Yeah.
cause harm in
That
pollination.
that's your point. Let's save the bees.
Nope, this actually, I'm not saying that to save the bee.
What was
This
your point?
question, it's just to know what is your where your
I'm sorry.
what is your sense of morality
I'm
is.
sorry. Like the only topic is Gabriel Baluna.
Okay, so you're not
Yeah, yeah,
explorative.
yeah. But I can help you about that topic a little bit. Okay, I don't believe in objective morality. For me, it's just subjective. And what is right, what's wrong, we just decided. That's all.
I see. Okay.
Yep. Oh, there is more into it. The being nice trick. Yes, that's true. Give many answers. Why am I becoming sleepy? Either I hope you're doing fine. Okay.
Like objective morality. Hi people.
Sorry, come again.
I asked like, what is objective morality? Is it like um is defined by different people what they see morality is? Objective.
Objective.
AI doesn't care. Didn't reply.
Yeah, I didn't reply. Yeah.
Oh wait, is there a username?
Cool,
Coding.
sober.
No. Okay.
You're talking to someone else?
Me? No, I was just thinking out loud basically.
Okay. Okay. You are welcome. You should say I came from YouTube so that I can understand you joined. But anyway, I'll give the guests whoever joins if I didn't block before.
How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I don't know.
You like stream every day?
Yeah, I'm getting a few subscribers every day.
Do you like make any money, or is it just too small to
It's
make
too
any?
small. It's too small right now.
Okay, when does it like open the monetization, whatever thing
When
YouTube
many
has?
people watch you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. For debates are so redundant. Okay. So is this the guy who came from YouTube? Andre. Andre, is it you who came from YouTube? Let's don't have another misunderstanding, because another guy joined in the previous room and there was someone else. I asked, hey, did you come from YouTube? He said yes, but it was not the guy who was asking for the link. It was another guy, and he was waiting for, I don't know, 20 minutes or more without saying anything. Oh, it's not you. Okay. Then we're still waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting. Da da dum dum. So that's the problem with such kind of people, Dimitri. They don't want to discuss the topic. They want to pinpoint the parts that they don't like about this room. Okay, I mean,
Exactly.
she
I face that a lot because I also open rooms that talks about God and stuff like that, and they always have speculations about my fucking intentions. Why are you doing that? Do you have some kind of mental illness? Why do you want to convince us?
and by the way, like
Normally, I just say fuck you.
it's as weird as you see a guy selling something on the street, and you're asking why do you do that? Sure, it's not as simple as that, but again, she knows that this is on YouTube. Okay, I'm using this as a content, and we keep saying we like this. Now, why the hell you need another answer, a deeper answer? And then again, since
Because mm,
you're avoiding the entire
she wanna
topic,
be some kind of Sigmund Freud or something, or she just thinks
maybe.
atheists have mental problems. That's what I
Oh
think they
no,
think about atheists.
yeah. Someone was claiming that
This is
atheist people are
yeah,
profoundly unhappy on YouTube.
yeah, and that's why you are attacking our beliefs. And yeah, for in order for you to be normal, you have to be religious. And if it's
Mhm.
not, then you have a mental problem.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. But what about those people? You can find all kind of people. I even don't want to mention what they do, but you can find all those people in religions also. So people are similar, right?
Yeah, exactly. People are similar,
Mm.
but yeah, they have this pre-made kind of
Huh.
mindset of what a person should do. And if you
Hello.
didn't fit that, then you have problems.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Nicholas.
Yeah,
Okay, so
hello.
I just came in, so are you guys atheists or what is this
Yes,
about?
we are.
Okay, so the discussion is about it's got real. Got.
Yeah, that's the
So
question.
so what is your perspective on life itself? Like everything came out of nothing, like all these claims, basically
I don't
claims.
know. I don't know. Maybe the universe came from many things.
Like what?
I don't know. Like many things. Like so, look at the nature. Things come from the nature, and they come from many things. So there are a lot of
Yes.
examples. Just look outside, you will see. Okay.
Okay.
So,
Um,
well, for example, where the rain comes from.
from the sky, but
Yeah.
for example, we have to claim I'm a theist. A theist, right? So nothing can come out of nothing. Like anything cannot come out of nothing.
Oh no! But wait a second. Look, we didn't say that universe came from nothing. So you don't have to emphasize that. Okay. So I said many things. Maybe universe came from many things, or
Yes.
maybe there are many creators. What about that?
Okay. So in this case, do you think that the universe started to exist or it was eternal?
Oh, that's unclear because science doesn't say anything very clear about that. They say
Yes, it
that there
does.
was singularity, and singularity is the matter energy in an infinite dense point,
That's
and they call it
that's the Big Bang.
singularity. And then
That's
they
the
say
quantum
that,
vacuum.
it fucking expanded. They call it
Yes.
Big
So
Bang, and then
yeah.
galaxies started forming.
So okay, matter and space started to begin at the same time. If there is matter without space, that's not possible.
There's
There cannot
matter
be.
without space, but they don't say it like that. It was infinitely dense,
No, it
so
doesn't
it's
say
like
that.
nearly
The
like
standard,
there's
the
no
standard,
space.
the,
Yeah.
the standard Big Bang theory established that everything begins to exist at a certain point. Like there
No,
was
they don't
nothing.
say that. They don't say that.
Have you seen the BBG?
Have you seen all those scientists?
Yes,
They
I
don't
have.
say that. They don't say that. They don't say
They
began
okay.
to
They
exist.
say that
They
it comes
say
from the
space
for
and
the.
time started, existing.
So they say that some of them claim that everything started to begin.
No, they
With
don't say
every
everything. They don't say everything, man. It's very clear. Space time began. according to science.
So are you
What about the
materialist?
energy? What about the energy? The
Yeah.
energy
So
was there, and it, it just started expanding.
okay, energy is not eternal. So the
How do you know that?
thermal
How do you know that? We, we
thermodynamics.
we cannot create energy. We cannot destroy energy. So
That's
how
right.
can you say?
And
How can you say that
so
it's not eternal?
the second law of thermodynamics said that eventually the energy will come to a point. It will be like how to say my native language is Spanish, so I have some trouble with some words. So
Is it entropy? Is entropy the word you're looking for?
yes, like entropy, that there will come a point that everything is like balanced. So
Balance.
that
Okay. So what?
yeah, so that point
It
will
doesn't say anything. There was no energy before.
wait, let me process what you said. Okay, so okay, if energy was eternal, that point of balance would have occurred like many times before.
It would
We
occur many
span
times before. Okay. So what?
Yeah, it cannot be eternal because there was a point that it hasn't been like balanced.
What do you mean eternal? So there was no time at the beginning.
Yeah, there was
So
no
no
time.
time. What does it mean? No time for you?
Good question. I've
Do you
been
believe in
thinking about
God?
it.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
So do you think God is eternal?
Yes.
Okay, so it can't
Oh,
be. So something cannot be eternal. So do you think God is timeless?
if God is time,
God is timeless, or God is the time?
God is timeless. So
No,
I
God
think that
is God
okay. So
timeless? This is the question.
the God that I believe in is not determined. It is not like conditioned by space, time, or matter.
So
Like
timeless. So
in the beginning,
timeless and eternal. I don't understand how it works, but let's say well, the universe was timeless. Okay, we know that.
Can
And
I?
then
Can I?
why it cannot be eternal?
Because the universe operates by the laws of physics, which means that it can't be eternal,
The
whereas God
universe
operates
does what?
outside of the laws of physics.
Come
Well,
again?
the
that
laws
that's
of the universe has to operate within the laws of physics, right? Which is
Uh,
why how can the universe everything come from nothing if the laws of physics say that that's not possible? How
who said
can
that everything
everything come
came
from
from nothing?
nothing?
Who said that? No
Well,
one
that's
said
what
that
the Big
everything came
Bang
from
says.
nothing.
Well, that's what the
No,
Big Bang is.
no, it doesn't
yeah.
say.
So the energy was already there. You're saying there was just
Yeah,
energy
yeah,
before.
yeah.
Well, that's not what I've heard. They say there's quantum fluctuations. That's not energy. I don't know what that is, but they
Okay,
didn't say.
so okay, so they don't say nothing also, right?
Okay.
Well, I'm
So
pretty sure that they say there's nothing, but I don't know.
Oh, really?
okay,
Then check it
okay.
again, okay?
So check the BVG like theory, like what they establish. So every universe that is expanding has to has like that condition of expansion needs to have a beginning in a point where imagine like a
We
cone.
call that, yeah, Big Bang, right? The
Yes.
time and space started existing, so that's the expansion. And yeah, it
Wait.
has a beginning, but that doesn't mean the universe itself had a beginning.
Okay.
If
So
energy was there, and if there was no time, that's timeless. That's eternal. Like
but
your God is
energy cannot
timeless,
be
and
eternal
why?
because thermodynamics let us know that
Doesn't say that energy will cease to exist.
it doesn't say or it does say
It doesn't say that.
that energy will cease to exist.
Well, what about the other law? Energy cannot be created or nor be destroyed. What about this law? You forgot about this law?
No,
I didn't
definitely
create
not.
that one. Okay, so what? So now you're contradicting.
Well,
Well,
wait, where did energy come from then? If it can't be created or destroyed, it must have
as
been
we
created
said,
at some point, or it's
oh
just
no,
eternal. You think?
no. We said timeless and eternal. So you cannot ask where it came from. So you're saying
Right.
that you're
You
saying that
propose
God
that
is.
energy
You're saying
is
that
eternal.
God is timeless and eternal. I'm not
Mm.
asking right now where God came from. I'm
Mm.
not asking. So you cannot ask
Yeah,
that
but
question also.
so you think energy is eternal then? That's lost. That's been there forever.
It makes sense. That this is not my belief, by the way. I just don't know, but it makes sense. Like your God. Your God also makes sense. I don't have a problem with
Mm.
that, but I don't see evidence for your God. That's the problem. and I don't see other.
I think there's evidence, but I think it's unclear.
Okay.
There's evidence for both sides.
Yes. So I just
Oh, wait a second. I think energy is eternal has more evidence than God exists and God created the universe.
Okay, so so the thermodynamics claim is that okay, everything that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, but in a closed system.
Yeah, energy. So can you say that
Yeah.
the universe is an open system?
No, in a closed system. That's the
So
universe.
can you say that universe is a closed system, right?
Yes, that only applies for the.
So then that law says that energy cannot be destroyed, right?
Yes, and that applies
Okay.
for the universe, but
Yeah,
that
so
doesn't
what's the problem?
mean that only applies for the closed system of the universe.
Okay. So what? You think
So it
that
cannot be applied for that cannot be applied for that same claim cannot be applied for the existence of the universe.
Why?
Because
You think universe is
it's
an open
outside
system?
of the laws of physics. The from the start of the universe, it must have started from outside the universe. So it must have
really?
started from outside the laws of physics.
Yeah,
Well, the
but
universe can't start itself.
no one says that universe is an open system.
Well, I don't know. I think there's different perspectives.
Yeah, and again, science claims that energy cannot be created nor be destroyed. So
okay, so do you
that means
consider
it's a
yourself
closed system.
do you consider yourself a scientist or a philosopher?
Neither of them. I'm philosopher.
You're both
okay. So so we have like these two areas, the science and philosophy. So you apply philosophy. We know that okay. Parmenides, I think is the how do you say that in English? I don't know. Parmenides, it's called in Spanish. Said that nothing, something cannot come out of nothing.
Okay, so then I will say that the creator of this universe cannot come from nothing. It must have a
Okay,
creator.
so now okay, my God, our God, doesn't is not like restrained to time, matter,
Okay,
and space.
the
It's
whole
outside of those
universe.
things.
Yeah, the whole universe is also outside of the time and space. Time and space is
It's
in
not.
the universe. Okay, in the universe.
No, it is not.
So
The Big Bang
you can't
distribution.
say that universe is in time and space. Okay. So like in a sense, universe is timeless. Okay, time is
and
only
space.
in the universe.
The Big Bang theory establishes that time and space began to exist in a certain point.
Inside,
by singularity.
inside the universe, we experience time and space. Okay, but you cannot apply the same thing for the whole. So, do you know about logical mistakes?
Yes, fallacies.
Fallacy. So, you know about composition division fallacy?
I was just studying them recently, so I'm just
so time and space is inside the universe. Okay, just part of this universe.
in
But
this
the
closed
whole,
system. Yes.
and the whole universe is something that we don't know exactly because we don't know whether there is an external space of this universe or not. And if that's the case, we don't know whether there is time out there. We don't know that. Okay, so we can consider universe as a whole timeless. So because
So that is
time
philosophy.
applies
That is,
in
that is
the
not science.
okay,
That is
yeah.
philosophy. That is not
Yeah,
science.
but science doesn't say anything about beyond
Yes, it
singularity.
does.
Also, science is
Yeah, it
limited
does.
about that question. No, it
Yeah, no,
doesn't.
it does. So the BBG theory is not like it is not conditioned by all these things, by all these claims. Let me see what I have to be after this. It is not conditioned by because that theory itself it is like an area in specific that is outside of this like usual claims of the Big Bang, like time, space, on all these things. Because the premise is that okay, the universe had a singularity where everything started to exist. Like I said before, like a cone, you pass your hand to the bottom to the top, and then it comes a point like the lines intersect, and that point is where everything came from. Right?
Okay, let's for the sake of argument, let's suppose that universe has a cause. How many causes? Let's get rid of that topic, okay? So how many causes universe have?
It only needs one.
How do you know only one cause?
Because there is not like any other universe.
But how do you know that? And by the way, why a cause means universe for you right now? Because I said cause. We don't know what is a cause for the universe.
Okay, so the cause needs to be The cause needs to be transcendental. Needs to
Transcendental?
be.
Well, what does
Yes.
that mean?
That so we can see like the necessary being. something
Necessary
that we
being.
use.
So how
Yes,
do they know
so
that the cause must be necessary being?
because of contingents.
Yeah, okay, universe may be contingent on another
Yeah, but
things,
you cannot
things,
explain.
and they can also depend on other things. So
But okay, so have you seen the causes of Aristoteles? Aristotle's. I don't know the name of him
okay,
in.
tell me like what are the causes?
So efficient cause, formal cause, material cause, and final cause. So
And
now we are discussing the efficient cause.
and
So okay, you cannot explain the existence of a book or the purpose of a book by just looking at its pages. You cannot explain, like another book cannot explain the existence of another book.
yeah,
That
you're gonna
both
explain
both of them are contingent, right? So it needs
and
a necessary being. In this case, an author. An author. It will be for a book. So the
yeah,
necessary
yeah.
being of efficient cause will be something outside of those things, but it doesn't need like a contingent thing cannot explain another contingent things. You need
Why
something
not?
else.
Why not? Like so, humans are not contingent.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so but you
we're
explained the book through a contingent thing, which book depends on a contingent thing, which are humans, and humans are also contingent in your example. Look
yes, that is
how
that is
interesting
material
is
cause.
that. So what
That is
about that?
material.
And you
That
don't
is
know the causes, then you can't say that the causes are not material
okay.
for this universe. Okay.
That is why it is called material cause.
Yeah, and
That is why.
that's why we are ignorant and you don't know what are the causes. That's why you cannot say causes are not material. You can't say that.
Can you
And
repeat
doesn't
that,
matter.
please?
So there's no such a rule that if a cause is immaterial, it must be necessary. There's no such a rule, okay? So there can be material or immaterial causes. We don't know. And
Yes.
if they exist for this universe, that doesn't mean they are necessary. Okay?
Well, I saw I heard that you were like going a lot of on material cost, but I'm talking about efficient cost in this case.
Okay,
You have to
what is
go
an
to
efficient cause?
it's something that it needs to be there in order to something to exist.
It
If
needs
I'm
to
not
be
wrong,
there. Okay, cause needs to be there in order to cause this universe, right?
if something had a cause, yes, needs to be something that causes it. In this case,
Something what?
it needs something to cause it. If something was caused, so the premise of this claim can be in the column
That
in the
sound that
yeah. So everything
sounds
that begins, there is something that you might have heard of. I
okay.
have heard of that.
We just passed through that part, okay, Nicholas.
Yes.
We don't have to go there. We accepted that there is there are causes or there is cause, okay? So we are trying to figure out what are those things or what is that thing, okay?
Yes.
So we don't know whether the causes are material or immaterial. Do you agree with
So
that?
yes, but
Okay. So
the
since things have material causes for material things in the universe, we can say that the universe is material, therefore the cause might be material. Okay. But since we don't know how it works outside of the universe, what is the other option? Immaterial?
yes, because
Okay, let's
the
bring
big
it. Let's bring it. I'm so generous. Let's bring it, okay? So again, but since we don't know how it works outside of the universe, whether there is something outside, we don't know which one is the cause of this universe. And we don't know how many causes there are for this universe. And we don't know whether they're contingent or not. Again, since we see causes, they're contingent on other things. They're also contingent, right? So maybe this is working like that outside of the universe also. We don't know. Okay. That might be the case.
a contingent object cannot explain the nature of another contingent object. You
We're
need something
not we're
outside.
not explaining the nature of things. We're just explaining the causes here. So
Yes. So
since
for
you
that, we
believe
need to
that
see the nature of things.
since you believe that there is a cause for this universe, the cause can be also contingent. We're
No,
talking
it
about
cannot
the
because
cause. Why not?
The Big Bang claims that matter began to exist in the Big Bang, like right.
Matter
So
began to exist.
yes, began to exist matter. So there
Okay.
was no matter. So contingent is something. Well, this
So it came
I just
from
forgot.
nowhere?
No.
Matter came from nowhere? So is there any
What?
rule that matter cannot come from matter?
No,
Okay.
no, there's not.
Okay, so what are you trying to say then?
Okay, that something contingent cannot explain the like.
Why
When
not? But
something
you explained the book through a contingent thing. You just did it. You said
yes,
there is
yes,
author, and authors are contingent,
yes,
right?
because that's the material cost, but that's not the efficient cost in this case.
Please enlighten me again. Like, well, what do you mean by efficient cause?
Okay, I just got kind of confused, but in the material cost,
So, do you think that like human as an author of the book is not an efficient cause?
okay, so a material cost is something. Okay, let's say a book in this case. The material costs are the pens, the ink, or the pages, and the things that we're used to it. But
Many things,
efficient
right?
cost, yes, many things. But
Yeah.
efficient cost will be the thing that let that everything happen, like made the book, the one that made the book,
What?
something like that. Yes.
Sorry, something like what?
Yeah. What?
Something like
Okay.
what?
Like grabbed all those things and made it, like in some of
Man,
them.
are you showing something? I don't see that. If you're showing something, you should know that.
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, then you should explain it again because I didn't understand.
Okay. So the material cost is all these things like the ink, the pencil, the pages, the things that were used to create the book. You know?
There are many causes for the book. I can see
Yes.
that easily, no problem.
That is the material cost.
Okay, there are material causes for a material thing. Okay, we see
Yes.
that. Okay, and what else?
But there's something that needs to be different in nature. In this case, a human being is not the same as a book.
Why not? Because book is material, humans are material. What's the problem? And
The
what's the
book doesn't have
difference?
life. The book is not alive.
Okay, but still, book has atoms. Humans have atoms.
Yeah, but they cannot have they do not have like the logical processes, which is actually I
So
think kind
what?
of the definition of
Yeah,
life.
yeah, and we do not burn like a paper. Also, I mean, we don't have some properties of the paper. Also, so what? We're different. Yeah, we're both materials, but we're different. So what do you mean?
Okay. So in this case, the efficient cause will be the author, the human being that is not a book. He has life. He has in nature, metaphysically
Pen
speaking,
is not a book. Also,
no, he's not a book.
yeah, a pen is not a book, but still, it's the cause, one of the causes.
Okay, look, like trying to zoom out, like I'm
Okay,
trying like
wait, Nicholas. So seemingly, I'm so stupid. Is there anyone here who understood what is efficient cause or who already knows what is an efficient cause? Because I am trying so hard, seemingly I'm so dumb and I didn't get it. Please, I need some help. You should wait for that, Nicholas. I'm sorry. I hope. Is there anyone who understood that? Let me check. Anyone? Let's see. People, we need some help to progress. What is an efficient code? Oh, wait a second. Why the hell we're not asking our holy AI? What does it mean? And codes. Oh, Fiverr, you did it already. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Yeah, he's good, I guess.
Oh, I don't get the answer. It's not responding.
Okay, so let me try again. Okay. The
Okay.
material cause is all these things that compose a book. The ink, the pages, I don't know, the pen, all these things that are needed to make the book or a book to be a book. Now, now the efficient cause will be the human being that grabbed all these things and created the book. Or let's say a car. The engines, all these things are the material cost, but the human being, the engineer, is efficient cost. a car cannot build another car in this sense.
And by itself cannot create a book. But again, a man cannot create a book without other things also.
Yes.
So there won't be books if there are no other material things. Only human cannot cause it. Okay, let's see what are the counter arguments for efficient cause thingy here. To understand efficient cause itself, also look at alongside Aristotle's other three causes: material cause, the matter or substance which something is made; formal cause, the form, shape, or design of a thing; efficient cause, the agent or action that initiates the change. Okay. Final cause, the purpose or end for which something exists. Therefore, the efficient cause is the direct trigger or the door behind any event or creation. Okay. So that doesn't mean there will be an efficient cause for the things. And it doesn't say it's always an agent. Here.
Okay, but okay, a book began to exist. The book
Yeah.
exists, and okay, the book could have not existed. That is contingent. It could have not existed, but it exists.
Yeah.
And it has a cause.
Yeah, it has a
right?
cause.
And it's the same thing with
Okay.
the universe. The
So
universe
let me ask you this question. So, like, there's a building, okay?
Okay. Yes.
And two guys build the house, okay?
Yes.
What is the efficient cause in this example?
The two builders.
The two builders. So if a house can have two efficient causes, why our universe cannot have two efficient causes? This is my question.
That is a good question. And I am a Christian, so I believe that in this case, in order to know that, you have to go to see, okay, the historical evidence for Jesus and all these things. That is.
I dislike it, Nico. So you say we leave the reasoning, logic, and now we go to books. I dislike it. We were doing really good, man, with Aristotle and other things. Why are we going to the books right
Why is
now?
going to the book not logic?
What?
Didn't you say that looking at the book is not logic?
Why we're doing that? Because it's boring. Because there are many other books they also claim similar things.
How do you see history?
Like what books?
Yeah.
Like wait, what books claim bodily resurrection?
Bible.
Yes, exactly.
So
those are
only the Bible.
Yeah,
only the Bible.
What book claims the split of the moon?
Well,
and there is no scientific.
there's no other book that claims bodily resurrection. So that's
what? That doesn't mean it's
that's a
true.
presupposition. I know,
So
but
what?
that's not true. That there's loads of other books that say the same thing.
It doesn't say that like all the books are the same, so that doesn't make any sense. I said books are similar. They make similar claims. They make
but we're
miraculous
looking,
claims.
we're looking at the claims of the
That's-
book. We're looking
what?
at the book just because we're looking at the claims made by the people that wrote the book.
I don't
They're-
care. If people are making supernatural claims, I don't give a shit about that. Like if you say that,
Well, then how are you ever going to find if it's true if you don't care to listen for the people saying that
again,
it's
like
true?
we never have an answer as supernatural when we found the truth behind something. Okay, it was always something natural. That's why I don't care about supernatural claims if it's coming from 2000, 3000 year old books. Okay,
but we still don't have the answer to a lot of things.
if you want to learn about things, okay, to proceed, would you go and check 2000-year-old books? That's what you're doing, and I don't.
Well, it
think
depends
it's
what
logical,
things it depends what things you're learning about, doesn't it? If you're learning about
Oh.
history, then you definitely do that.
Oh, it's just learning the history. Okay, just go and learn.
Well, just reducing the Bible and saying, there's no point even reading this book because it's 2,000 years old is kind of ridiculous.
Many people write the book. Many people.
Yeah, many people write books.
Many
That doesn't
people
make all books the
translate.
same.
Many people translate those books, and many people edit
Yes, and
those
there is-
books.
we
And
have
you
evidence.
say we should
We have
read and believe in these books. No, I don't accept that.
We
I
have
don't buy
manuscript
that.
evidence. We have manuscript
No, not
evidence. and
only
we have-
you. All other believers have manuscripts. Come on.
Yeah, and theirs aren't reliable. It's like
yours is not reliable. Yours is not real.
It's just using historical criteria. You're acting.
You can't overtalk me by shouting. You should know that.
Okay, so in this case, what he was saying is like true. Those historical manuscripts are not like too reliable. For example, we don't have any, I don't know, historical
Nicholas,
manuscript evidence
you,
for.
you can say unreliable for other books. They will say unreliable for your book, okay? I'm an atheist. You guys are doing the same thing for each other, okay? And then when I check it, I say, wait a second, like, I can't believe in any of them.
Have you
They're
seen?
old, they have contradictions, that they have translations, additions,
Yes.
additions. No, I don't need that. I don't buy that, okay? I don't need it.
Okay, but here because the contradictions wouldn't change like its message.
I don't
Like it
care about the
doesn't.
message. I care about those supernatural claims. That's our
Okay.
topic. Okay, God exists is the claim of those books, and I don't see good evidence for that claim.
Is there
That's
any
clear.
evidence for atheism?
For atheism?
Yes, evidence
What
for
type of
atheism.
atheism, for example?
Atheism, not
Yeah,
believing in God.
what type of atheism? There are two types of atheism: hard atheism, soft atheism.
I don't know any
What
of
do you
them.
mean you don't know? Okay, if you're talking about a hard atheism, there's no need to answer because I'm not a hard atheist. But the other option is soft atheism, and it just doesn't require any evidence. Okay, if you're not convinced by a claim, you don't need evidence for that. Okay, I can claim a lot of things here, and you can say I don't believe, and you don't need any evidence, or you don't have to prove anything about that. Okay, I should provide evidence, then you can be either convinced or not. It's up to you. But
Okay.
it's my job to prove if I claim something. So soft atheism doesn't require proving anything because it doesn't have a claim. I don't say there's no God, and as I said, maybe there are many gods.
Okay. Okay, I got it. So just ask. Let me ask you a question. So if Christianity is true, if Christianity was true, will you be a Christian?
Sorry, come again. I'm sorry.
If Christianity was true, will you be a Christian?
If Christianity is true,
Yes.
if you can prove that, maybe yeah, I can choose.
No. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. So now, okay, our faith is based on the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, right?
Sorry, I told you I don't buy it. Okay.
Yes.
Why should I
Why?
listen such old claims when they're claiming supernatural things? So then, in the same logic, I should believe in dragons or Santa Claus
Okay. In this case,
or,
it is
or
a
Anunnaki. People come here debate about Anunnaki. So
okay.
should I buy it?
No,
Are you
not
buying
really.
that? No, you're not buying that. So I don't
No.
buy it.
Okay. So we have like non-biblical sources that tell us what the Christian believed at the time, and we have other Christian sources that of early Christians, first century Christians, the disciples of John, the disciples of Bond. This I don't know if you have heard about. I don't know if Ignatius of Antioch or Clement of Rome. On what's the name? I don't remember. I just
None of
missed the
them
name.
are original books, as I said. Translations, editions, editions.
Not edition. We don't have any evidence for all that claims for editions, quote unquote.
Really? Come on, we like people are gathering the churches, and they just edit.
That is why we have manuscripts and we have the church fathers, early Christians quoting
Yeah,
the scriptures.
and you have to trust those
For
people. Again, like that's not a reliable method to find the truth, especially if you're digging 2,000 years old claims. That's not efficient. It's not archaeology, okay? It's history, including people, okay? People can lie, people can misunderstand.
Well, interesting that you mentioned archaeology because we have evidence of archaeology confirming the places or situations that happen in the Bible. For example,
That doesn't prove supernatural claims. So imagine,
yeah, it
like
doesn't prove
people find out, Empire State's building after 1,000 year. That doesn't prove Iron Man. That doesn't prove Hulk. Okay.
Yes.
People
it
can
doesn't.
find those historical places, but they're not the evidence of supernatural.
That's something interesting. But what I say again? This case, the
Wait a
Bible,
second. I'm sorry.
the
I'm
gospel.
sorry. That there's a background noise coming. I don't know. Is there anyone unmuted? It's only you. It was coming from you, I think, Nicholas.
From me.
Okay. Anyway, it's gone. It was like I can't
I don't know.
imitate, but anyway,
Okay.
I don't hear it.
So okay, in
Wings
this
flapping.
case,
Thanks, Julie.
So, okay, in this case, the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are like historical texts. They later on became, I think, in 367, by Athanasius. They made the canon of they decided the canon of the Bible. It was a process, like took a lot of time. It's not something that they sat on the table and said, okay, I will choose these books. No, it was like a process that took a lot of time. And then after the canon was made, those historical texts were added into the Bible. What we know what we know as the New Testament. Now, going to the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. How do we know that who wrote them? Like, why Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Well, because there were people that knew about them, like knew them. For
Alas,
example,
like knowing who wrote the book doesn't mean the book is true.
yeah,
Okay.
okay. So
We
now
know
we see.
who wrote Lord of the Rings, but that doesn't mean the stories in it is true.
Okay, now we have this dilemma. It is for us. It is not a dilemma, but we now know that they died as martyrs for why they believed it was true. Now
Oh, you
we see.
don't think like Muslims are not dying for their
Yes,
religions, for
okay,
their prophets?
okay. They die for what they believe is true, but no one dies for what they know is false. Okay,
No
Jesus
one
didn't
died.
resurrect.
What kind of a
Okay,
game of word was there?
okay. I believe that this is true,
Okay,
but I'm
and
not
they
dying
believe
for
that
something.
that's true also.
Yeah, but I am not dying for something that I know is false. That's something that I know it is not true.
Oh, but you can die for something that you believe is true, right?
Yes, but
Okay,
they
so
either.
those people died because what they believe, they think that that's true. They
Okay.
believe in that, right?
Oh, okay.
That's why they died.
They claim that Jesus resurrected from the dead,
Yeah, they
and
believe in
then
that. They believed in that, and that's why they died.
yes, but no one dies for something that they know is true. So they don't. They
They
didn't die
yeah,
for.
but so that means
Yeah,
they believed that he resurrected, and they died for it.
yeah, they claiming that they saw him. Like they either
Yeah,
saw him or
that
they
doesn't mean
yeah.
that claim was true.
Wait, but what I'm trying to say is no one dies for something that I know is false. Like for example,
Okay, okay, so that means they believe it's true, right?
yeah, because claiming that they saw it and they were willing to give up their lives
Mm-hmm.
to let everyone know that they saw Jesus being resurrected from the dead. They could have only said no, and everything would have been fine.
Because they believe that he resurrected. That's why they died,
Yes,
right?
but if he hadn't resurrected, they wouldn't have like, okay, give me a second, I have a problem with a cat.
That doesn't mean he did it. That can also mean that those
Okay,
people believed in it.
okay, give me a second. I have
Take
an
your
issue here.
time.
Okay,
It's the
like a
cat
minute.
or the baby. Yeah. Edward, Julie, is it boring on YouTube? You guys joined here.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
So what I was saying is, okay, you claim that you'll I don't know, that you'll be murdered and then you will be resurrected on the third day, and well, 3 days pass by and you don't resurrect, for example, and okay, and the fourth day you didn't resurrect, so I know it's false, but I'm not dying for that. Do you get
And
it?
so what? So what?
Okay, in this case, we know the disciples were Jews. Okay, they could have, I don't know, like not preaching, not stop preaching, like stop being Nazarene Jews in this case. Nazarene Jews are like the Jews that believe in Christ at
Stop
that time.
complaining.
Okay, yes. So they could have stopped being Jews and their life could have been saved. But they decided, okay, I am willing to die telling people that I have seen this. I know it's true. I have seen it with my own eyes. And those historical books of the Gospels claim.
Nicholas, I'm sorry, but look, I'm getting really bored about that. Okay, people can die for what they believe. Is it true
Yes,
or false?
but not what
Okay,
they.
so if they believed Jesus did what he said, okay, then they may die for it. Okay, But that
Okay,
doesn't mean they were true about what they had seen, what they had witnessed. Okay.
okay. Let change. Let's change a little bit. Let's say that Jesus claimed to die, that he will die. He prophesied that he will die, and then
Mhm.
he will come back after 1,000 years. So
And
then the disciples died with the hope, or knowing, with the belief that Jesus will come back 1,000 years later.
so
That is dying for something that they believe is true. But now the claim here in Christianity is that Jesus claimed that I will be resurrected on the third day, and you will see me. And so and then if you don't see me, you can go.
that doesn't mean
But
Jesus died at that time. That
yeah, but
doesn't
we have
mean.
yeah, but we have like for example Tacitus, and we have Josephus. Even though they were, some of those texts were
I don't
changed by Christian, we
trust.
know.
I don't trust, man. It's 2,000 years old book. I don't trust. I don't
Yeah, but
trust a man died and came back after 3 days. I don't believe in that. Okay.
if something can be historical true is that
Historical
Jesus died
truths are
because,
applied on the things that are possible. Okay.
like, why do you believe that, I don't know, Abraham Lincoln existed?
Again, it's a possible claim. A human existed. Okay. It's not like.
Yeah.
Do you believe that Abraham Lincoln could fly like a bird? He had
No.
wings. So if I
Abraham
claim
Lincoln
that,
did not claim that
people
as
were
well.
claiming that, would you believe in that? Yeah, vampires. Do you believe in vampires?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Empires.
Oh,
Vampires.
sorry for my bad pronunciation.
Ah,
But again,
no
like,
worries.
but between a human and a god or an angel, there is a big
Mhm.
difference. Like we see men, we had seen like they're historical figures right now, right? They're presidents, kings. So when you say, "Oh, there was such a person in the past," I don't go and challenge for that claim. Okay, that's possible. Why should I care about it? But when someone says, "Hey, you should believe that this is written here," and there's something different, those things don't exist anymore. Right now, we don't see such things, but they existed in the past. I don't buy it, man.
Like, what does not exist?
What?
Well, do you say like something
We
existed
don't
at the
see
time?
supernatural. Like, do you see like people resurrecting right now?
No, because why
Okay,
would
that's
they?
why I don't believe that these things were possible in the past. That's why.
Oh, wait, I have a huge problem with the cat again. Just 1 minute.
Hey Ben, long time no see, man. I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're doing fine. Oh, someone says we have fucking photos of Lincoln. Lincoln. Saying sources, where are the difference?
Sorry for that again.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about. Okay, you were making a claim, and I got like kind of confused. You said that you don't question like historical events or something.
No. I don't question like possible things, possible events.
Why
But
not?
do you see resurrecting people right now?
Why would they?
I didn't say they would, but do you see? That's
No,
not the
I'm not.
question. You don't see, right? I also don't see. Do you see uh, angels in the sky flying right now?
And no one in the Bible claims to
Forget about
see angels all the
Bible.
time.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be in the Bible, okay? Do you see such things? No. If someone
No.
claims that those things were real in the past, you wouldn't believe in that. If
Well,
someone
in the
said, you
sense,
know what, people had seen those things, oh, really? Still, you wouldn't believe in that.
do you
Do you
believe
know
in
what?
miracles?
We have like historical evidence about a city, and those angels were there in that city. They were flying there, and we have evidence for that city. Would you believe in that? No, because the city doesn't prove the angels.
Okay,
So I
and
don't
in
believe
this,
in all those claims because we cannot observe such things right now. We don't have evidence for those things that they are possible.
okay, so in this case, we can say that many of those things that happen in the Bible can be like a vision. Okay,
Why
a
not?
vision.
Yeah,
Huh?
someone can easily say that, hey, you know what? People had witnessed Jesus resurrecting. Someone can just say that, okay?
like, but not 500 people, not like
I
many
can say
people.
that like 10,000 people had witnessed that. I can write a book and I can say people had witnessed, thousands of people witnessed the resurrection of a guy. So that makes this claim true? Nope, it doesn't. I think we have lost him. Okay, Ben, you typed something. Thanks, Sober. I hope you are well. I hope I'm well, Ben, and I hope you're also well. You're presuming it's made up. Okay, that's most likely explanation if there's no good evidence for that. But still, let's give some benefit of doubt. Okay, what's the way to believe in those things?
Okay.
Having a good evidence for that. Okay, I
I
think he
just
also left. But anyway,
okay, hello, I came back. My computer has like a battery problem that it just turns off without like saying anything. So it just turned off, but I'm back.
Okay.
So what were you what were you saying?
oh, I was replying a message from JVC, JSV. JVC is a fucking Japanese brand, right? Sorry for confusing your nickname.
So now I gotta go, Bali,
You gotta
but are
go.
you going? Yes, but I would
Okay,
look
adios,
forward to.
hombre.
Okay, bye, I guess. I'll recommend like studying the history of church or something for you to have like a base.
I don't
in
like
this,
to study history, okay?
but you should.
No, I shouldn't.
Wow, that's ignorance.
I'm okay to be ignorant about, stories. I had enough
Yeah.
stories in my life. I read enough, so I don't need more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Let me check something. I want to see Horatio is there or not. Oh, he left. Okay. Anyway. Got magic stump. Ask any hospital. Or mentality is evil soul. Ooh. Ooh. Who's that person? He shouted over me, then I shout got muted. Oh, you're still complaining. You're still complaining.
To be fair, I think that he was responding to what I said. I told him that just try not to shout.
Again, I'm not buying such a history because such a history is just presented by many other religions. If you don't buy those religions, I'm not buying your religion also. That's simple, very
The
simple, right?
the other religions have less sources though, so you can't just compare all religions and say,
They don't
well, I
have
don't trust this
sources.
one. Well, they don't have as reputable sources and not nearly as many.
Reputable.
For
What makes
example,
a source reputable?
well, the dating of the source, for example, whether it was in the life of the eyewitness, the motivations of the source, there's all factors. How
Oh,
many of the sources we have that are like saying similar things? If we have, different sources with slight inconsistencies, that's a positive because it shows that they weren't all just copied by the same person. So there's all sorts of criteria as to whether a source is reliable. You can't just say, well, these sources are all the same.
still, it doesn't make those claims true. If the first source was lying about the thing or was hallucinated or something else, doesn't matter how reliable that chain is. Muslim do the same thing. They say, "Hey, look, we
But
have
the
all the
Quran has one source,
records." Quran has one source.
Muhammad. There's only one source, isn't there? Muhammad.
Okay, so what?
Well, typically, if you have one source as opposed to multiple sources, then you consider that less reliable, wouldn't you?
Okay, but about witnessing people or hadith, that's different than Quran.
Well, I don't know. I
From
mean,
hadith, there are many
The Quran is one
sources.
source.
Yeah, but I was not talking about Quran.
Well, what does the Hadith
Yeah,
contain then?
that contain what they have seen from Muhammad and what they heard
Yeah,
from
but
Muhammad.
Muhammad is a single source. So if lots of people copy down later from one person, that doesn't now make it independent sources. That's what
But
you're saying. I don't
but
understand.
again, like those people are sources of the claims about Muhammad. So Muhammad is not the source in that case. They just wrote what they had seen, what they heard from the people that they had seen, what they have seen. So
Yeah, but they were
there are many
all
sources at the
writing it.
beginning.
There are many sources that come after. That is true, but they are all taking their sourcing from just Muhammad's testimony. Whereas in the
Yeah,
Bible,
no. They
Mhm.
just speak about they are um or what they have seen. It's not like, oh wait, Muhammad is saying that. Let me, you know, give to other person. They don't do that. Sure, they also do that, but that's not the only thing. So they also share what they have seen.
yeah, I'm not an expert on the sort
Yeah.
how the
Okay.
sourcing is
Then
in the
why
Quran,
did you
but
say that? Why did you
well
say that
because I'm pretty
without
sure it's an
knowing?
established
Oh,
fact
then
that
you
the
should find a
Bible,
Muslim scholar and discuss about hadith how
well,
they.
the Bible has more sources than the Quran. I've heard that
Oh
said
no.
before. An atheist will tell you that. Any most historical atheists will tell you if you just look up which has more sources, the Bible or the Quran.
No,
So
having many
I don't.
sources doesn't make it reliable. I see many scholars that they find contradictions
What
between
contradictions?
Bibles. Like you just go check other scholars. Like they claim a
Yeah,
lot of
but I
things.
mean, the contradictions within the Bible are what you'd expect to see. Whenever you're giving an eyewitness testimony about something, you always have minor contradictions.
So
Because you know
that makes it
someone
unreliable for me.
no, because someone sees a car crash. You have three different people. One person reports the color of the car. One person reports the brand of the car. And one person reports, I don't know, the road where the car is or how
That's
many
not a
people were in the car.
contradiction analogy.
Yeah, but that those are the kind of contradictions that
Oh,
I typically
really?
see in the Bible. If you can show me a clear contradiction that is not of that
Christianity is
nature,
not
then
my
you should go ahead.
expertise. Also, like Islam is not your expertise. So, but
Yeah, well, I'm
again,
just making
at the
that claim.
beginning, yeah, and those are making the same claims. That's why I said people present me similar things. So what you're offering me is not different. What Muslims are offering me. Okay, so if you guys are
Yeah,
offering
but
same things, similar things, that means there is a problem here because you guys are
well,
contradicting each other. So that means you guys cannot be true at the same time.
yeah, well, that's the thing though, because the Bible was written 600 years earlier than the Quran,
Okay,
or
that
however, right?
makes
About
Quran more
600.
reliable.
No, because if the Bible is describing, you know, that Jesus was crucified and resurrected, and then the Quran later added 600 years later now says no, Jesus wasn't crucified,
Uh-huh.
I'm sure that it says that, but maybe it doesn't. You can check me on that.
Okay.
I've heard that the Quran says that Jesus wasn't crucified, whereas the Bible does say that, and the Bible was written
Huh?
600 years earlier. Or at least the Bible says that Jesus was resurrected, and the Quran doesn't. But either way,
Okay. But if Quran is from God, doesn't make it more reliable. So you can believe that. Wait a second. If God says so, that means people had a mistake in the past. That's what they believe. That's how
well,
they
yeah,
think.
but I believe, you know, that's just less reliable. Something 600 years later
Why?
describing. Well, because typically when you look at sources, you look at the dating, how close is it to the events? If this is written 600 years later, describing the events of the New Testament, and clearly
Huh.
changing certain parts, then I wouldn't
We know that
consider that more reliable.
we know that when it comes to history and archaeology, we can date things a little bit wrong, and also we can, miss a lot of things.
Well, I'm pretty
So
sure it's established that the Quran was written. I mean, because Muhammad lived in 654 AD, so there's
sure.
no way that the Quran was written, you know, at the same
Okay.
time as the New Testament. And you know, you look at the earlier sources as more reliable. You don't look at the sources 600 years later as more reliable.
Look, it's just one topic again. Like if the other claims are true, then that that can be also true. That makes Christianity false about that specific claims. But anyway, again, like what we're doing here is just we are trying to look at very old books, and that's even enough for me to not to rely on. That's
Well,
enough.
but ancient Egypt, everything we know about ancient Egypt is from very old books, is it not?
Like, do you believe in those gods and ancient?
I don't believe in those gods, but I mean,
Really?
obviously we can see the pyramids. Well, I don't believe in Egyptian gods, but
Obviously, we can believe that there is Bible because we have the books, yeah, somehow, but that doesn't make every claim in the book true. Again, having pyramids, yeah, it's a fact, but that doesn't make those gods true. Also, do you believe in many gods? They had many gods,
no,
right?
no. Well, yeah, they had many gods.
Okay, so you see the problem
It
here?
doesn't make those gods true. Yeah, but
You see the
what is the
problem?
problem then? Describe to me. It
That
seems
that
that you're saying that
what is the
you know
problem?
we have other books that are 3,000
You
years
said
old, and we know that they're
what
not
we
true.
learned about old Egypt came from those texts, right? That's what you
Pardon?
said. What were you claiming about, Egyptians? What was your claim?
Well, I was just saying you said that I don't trust any book that's however many thousand years old,
Yeah.
but yet you trust that the Egyptians existed, so you
I-
must be trusting
I
a book
because
written 3,000 years ago.
wait a second. Like, we have archaeological evidence for that, right? Pyramids.
Right,
You
but
said
that's not what you
pyramids.
said. Yeah, I know, but that's not. You didn't say archaeological evidence. If you want to say, okay, we have archaeological evidence as well, that's a separate thing.
Oh,
You just
okay.
said we don't trust the books.
Okay, you believe that they're Egyptians because of hieroglyphs?
Well, you believe, yeah, we believe because of the sources we have and the archaeology, of course. But we have
Sure,
the
of course, archaeology and sure sources. Egyptians existed is not a supernatural claims. Do you think that I don't believe that Aramaic
it's
people
not. It's not a.
didn't exist? So, like, the equal analogy is, oh, wait a second, you don't believe those people lived? Even those people, like, how they call it? What was?
Well, I wasn't
It was
referring to
Jewish.
the supernatural claim. I was just making a point
Yeah, and
about what you
I
said
have
that was
never
inconsistent.
rejected. I have never
Okay, can you not shout
rejected.
over me,
I
please?
have never rejected natural claims. Okay.
Well, earlier you said you don't trust a book that's 2,000 years old.
Yeah,
But
like,
yeah,
because of their supernatural claims. Also.
right. So that's
Yeah.
the distinction. So you don't trust 2,000-year-old supernatural claims. You do trust 2,000-year-old books.
No, not everything necessarily, but
Not everything, but you
oh
trust
yeah,
certain
and
parts.
if a book consists supernatural claims, that makes it less reliable because those things we don't observe right now, and then that means those
What do you mean
people.
by we don't observe right now?
Yeah, like, I don't see people coming from that after 3 days. I don't see people turning water into wine. I
But
don't
if
see
someone said,
people split the ocean with their staff.
but if presumably, because there's people that give testimony that whatever they saw an angel or whatever, for example, right? You can say that's true or false, but so now you're saying, well, we don't see any evidence nowadays. But if someone came up to you and said they saw an angel, you wouldn't believe them anyway. So of course you wouldn't have any evidence.
Sure, that's the same reason.
Right. So then how can you ever have any evidence for anything supernatural? Because you're already operating on the assumption.
You should tell me. You should tell me. How can I have a supernatural evidence?
Well, you can't prove the supernatural, but you can. If 1,000 people say they saw an angel, you
1,000
investigate
people?
how credible are these people. Do we trust these people? I'm just saying a hypothetical. If 1,000 people saw an angel and you wanted to verify whether it was true, you couldn't. The methodology you're currently using is that, well, it's supernatural, so therefore it's unreliable. But if you're trying to look at did this actually happen, you can't operate on that presupposition. You have to use a different methodology for verifying a supernatural claim. You have to look at, are the people reliable? You have to look at, do their stories corroborate? Could they have been hallucinating? You have to look at all of these things.
Sure, you have to look at a lot of things. So, what's your point?
Yeah. So my point is to apply a standard science. Well, my point is that you are already taking the premise that a supernatural event can't happen. So how, therefore,
no. I
that's what
didn't
you
say
said.
that. I didn't say that. Like, I don't see
Okay,
them
you
right
said
now.
it makes it less
That's wrong.
reliable.
I don't see them right now.
But if someone
see
told
them
you
right
that
now?
it did happen, you wouldn't believe them, would you?
If someone tells me that it happened, sure, I wouldn't. Like, what is the evidence for it? Okay.
So what evidence would ever prove you of a supernatural event?
I think the best one is, like, experience it by myself and with other people and testing that.
So if you experienced it by yourself, then you would believe.
Not only
So
by myself,
therefore,
not only by myself. Like, I need other
okay,
people.
multiple other people also corroborating what you experienced, right?
Yeah, and testing process.
So then if you personally never experienced a supernatural event, you're telling me you can never prove the supernatural exists. That's what you just said.
I can say that.
Right. So then how are you ever going to decide if a supernatural event can or cannot happen when it was 2,000 years ago, and when
I'm not
you're
deciding
only
that. Like, I'm not claiming that they cannot happen in the past. This is not my claim. Why are like straw
well, your
manning?
claim is they can't happen.
No,
Is
I
that
have
not
never
your
said
claim?
that. I have never said that. I don't
Well,
know
your
whether
claim is you
it'll,
don't think they've happened.
I don't
You don't trust
think.
they've
Yes,
happened.
I don't trust. That doesn't mean they cannot happen.
Right, but you said your only possible way of believing it did happen would be through personal experience. Is that not what you said?
Like when you say personal experience, as I said, I explained it. Like I need more other people. I need to test what's
Yeah.
going
So
on.
you think you've seen an angel, and then you're going to test, and you're going to corroborate with other people, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then, if you've never personally experienced a supernatural event for yourself, then according to your method, it's impossible to say that it did happen or didn't happen.
Yeah, I cannot claim whether it happened or
Right.
not. Yeah,
So now,
but
if you have a
since I don't have it right now, I will not believe that they had that at that time. I won't believe.
But this is the problem I'm trying to get at. You're
the
saying
problem?
that the only way for you to ever prove a supernatural event is through you experiencing something yourself. So therefore, it's an error in your methodology
What's the error?
because the error is that you have to personally experience it for you ever to believe that it's true, right? So
Yeah.
no matter
What's
what
the error?
evidence you are provided, well, that's an error
Well,
because
what's the
if
error?
you
Again, be clear and slow. What's the error?
the error is that you are relying on personal experience to validate whether something is plausible or not when there is
Okay.
no guarantee that you will have a personal experience. So assuming
Okay.
theoretically supernatural events did happen, but you never had a personal experience with one, your assumption based on your methodology would be that a supernatural event did not happen because you require personal experience, which is like a methodological flaw. Because then how
I'm
can you ever
sorry.
verify anything that hasn't happened to you? How can you verify anything that hasn't happened to you personally? You can't, which is a problem.
How can I? Like, man, like, I think there are huge problems there. Like, can you be simple this time? What is the error?
I'll say it again.
You
The
were
error
clear
is
and
that
slow previous
okay.
time.
The
This time, be
error.
simple.
Well, I'm trying to explain something, so how can I be simple? I can't say it in 2 words. I have to expand.
Okay, it doesn't have to be
If
2 words.
you're
Just make it
if
simple.
you're trying to verify, right,
Mhm.
where does a supernatural happen, right? But you require personal experience to verify, right? Then what if a supernatural event happened that didn't personally affect you, right? Then how would you verify it happened? Your methodology would therefore presume that it never happened because you didn't have a personal experience, even if we know that it did happen in this theoretical scenario. So you would produce a false negative, which means you would, because you require personal experience and you're not guaranteed personal experience. So if 1,000 people tell you, 100,000 people tell you they saw a supernatural thing, it's impossible for you to believe it. It doesn't matter what evidence you're provided until you have personal experience, which is a flaw, in my opinion.
I still don't see the flow here. Like this is a default position. I don't believe in things when they're not presented. I don't believe.
So you don't believe in anything unless you see it for yourself. That's what you just said. Unless you experience it yourself. But there's lots of things you believe in that you haven't experienced yourself. For example,
Are
you
they
believe in.
supernatural claims?
No, they're not supernatural
Okay,
claims.
we're
But
talking
my
about
point,
supernatural
well,
claims. Our points are always about supernatural claims. Don't forget that. Okay.
okay, fine. So then, by this logic, it is impossible for you. Let's say we're just saying the miracle 2,000 years ago, the resurrection. You require personal experience to verify supernatural event. Yet it is impossible for you to have a personal experience of something that happened 2,000 years ago. So therefore, there's a contradiction because
I don't see any
automatically
contradiction. Wait a second. I think like there are huge problems.
there is clearly a
Let's.
contradiction. I don't know if other
I
people
think
in the
you're
chat,
creating
is
the
anyone understanding what
contradiction.
I'm saying?
I think
Well,
you're
can anyone
creating.
understand what I'm saying?
Let's see. Let's see. So here's the problem. The way, like again, like someone is talking about Abraham Lincoln, right? I said I wouldn't question that. That would be out of my discussion because humans exist, right? Figures exist, politicians exist, kings exist, presidents exist. Okay, so
But
if
a
I was,
supernatural event.
if I was seeing supernatural events, not we, if we were having those things in our lives, okay, then the claim that Jesus has resurrected wouldn't be my topic here anymore. Okay, I wouldn't be questioning. I would say, okay, probably it happened also. That would be the case. So it doesn't prove that
Right.
it really happened. I would just lose my interest. Okay, I wouldn't care about it because again, like, it's hard to prove or disprove such claim, even if it's possible. So something's possible doesn't mean it happened at that time in that way. But I would just
What do you mean?
believe. I would just believe because those things are happening, okay? And there are those claims, many people claiming those things they had witnessed, and I know that that's possible. So why? Well, I wouldn't be that much skeptic, okay? But when I
Right.
raise my skeptic level when I hear something supernatural, and those things are something we don't have good evidence right now. Right now, I don't experience those things, okay? So
So the minimum level of threshold for you to verify a supernatural event is you personally experiencing it and corroborating it.
okay, like you keep emphasizing personal experience. I think that
Well, but what if you now tell me?
that can create some confusion, okay? Because personal experience may be something you're just experiencing in your mind. I hope you don't
But
mean
that's what
that.
you said. But
That's
that's
not
what
what
you
I
said.
said. I said I
You said
need
if you
many
personally
people.
experienced.
I said, and I emphasized many times, I need many people, and I
Well,
need to
I
test
said
things.
that.
You said that, like, I don't know. So you were trying to, strawman intentionally, because I
No. I said
emphasized I need many people.
I said
That's
that.
not
I don't know
personal,
why
right?
you keep shouting over me. I clearly stated several times, I'll say it again, personal experience with corroboration.
Okay,
Keyword corroboration. I'd appreciate it
collaboration.
if you don't
Okay, yeah,
continue to shout over me and
yeah,
let me
yeah,
finish
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
personal experience and corroboration. I've said that several times. Say it
Okay.
again. Now continue making your point.
Which point?
Well, you were in the middle of saying something. I
I
mean,
finished my points.
right. So then if you now have a personal experience, right, and it's corroborated by others that you saw an
Mhm.
angel, let's say,
Okay.
then now I'm required to have a personal experience also that I corroborate with you and everyone else to now verify for myself whether that happened. But let's say I don't have a personal experience. For whatever reason, the angel does not come to me. I don't have my own personal experience.
Okay. You
Then
don't
by
have to
your
believe in that.
logic, right, I would have no possible way of verifying did these other people see this angel unless I personally experience it. And that's an issue because what if you don't personally experience it? Then you can't verify it.
Okay,
So if it
then don't
happens to
believe.
100 other people,
Then
yeah, but
don't
that's
believe.
like, so you require to personally experience and corroborate a supernatural event before you
Yeah.
can believe it. Well, then what if it
Sure.
doesn't ever happen to you?
Then
Then you're
I
going to
wouldn't
believe,
believe. Don't believe then.
right, but that would be a methodological error because
What's the
if it
error
did
again?
happen, the error is that if it did happen, your testing would show that it didn't happen by
No.
definition
We're not
because of
claiming
the
that it didn't
assumption you're operating
happen.
on.
We were not claiming it didn't happen. Again, you make the same
And,
mistake again. We didn't claim that they didn't happen.
I'm not making a mistake here.
Like, that's
I've
a
said it clearly.
mistake. We didn't say that they didn't happen, but you
Okay, it
keep
could have
saying that.
happened. It could have happened, but it probably, you're saying, what are you saying then? You're saying it did happen? You're not saying that.
I don't
You're
know.
saying,
Like, see, like, I don't see it's possible since I didn't have experience with collaboration. Okay, so that's why I don't tend to believe that they happened. But again, so
because
just because I didn't have the experience right now, I can't claim that they are impossible. Okay, I don't know.
right. But
It's out
how
of
could, but
me.
if you, yeah, but you need to make a estimation. Do you think it's more likely or less likely? That's the whole
Seemingly, it's
point.
less likely.
I'm not,
Less likely
right.
because, yeah, people are like, it's not only me, like, people claim those things, people are not able to show good evidence for those things. So seemingly those people were claiming in the same way. I can say that it's less likely. But again, I don't know.
Well, it just seems to me as if no matter what evidence you are presented, doesn't matter. You have a million people saying this happened. You
That's a terrible
still,
evidence.
well, okay, so you would consider there is no possible evidence to persuade you of a supernatural event outside of your personal experience along with corroboration. There is no other way to persuade you it's more likely or not.
Yeah, there's no other way. Yeah.
Right. So that's the crux of the issue then for me is that you are, I don't think that is a valid way of approaching the supernatural as
Really?
to how am I going to decide if a supernatural event has happened or not? If you're deciding how is a
No,
supernatural
no,
event
no,
happened
no,
to
no.
someone else,
After I have it right now, the experience in collaboration, I don't need to decide about the past. I don't need to. As I said,
but
if we
I didn't
had,
say that.
I said that 2 times.
Okay, I didn't say that. I don't know. You're jumping in on something I was saying,
I
right?
did say that. Me, I said that. Okay.
Right. Okay.
If something is possible right now, we're talking about supernatural things, then Jesus' story is useless to me. I wouldn't care. That wouldn't
Why is
be
it
like
useless?
that. It wouldn't be even a topic right now, because if that was ordinary, okay, it was available right now, then that means miracles are so ordinary. Okay.
But what do you mean by ordinary? They happen a
Like,
lot to a lot of people.
yeah.
Yeah, but you can only verify it if they've happened to a lot of people if it's also happened to you. What if it's happened to a lot of other people, but it's not happened to you? Then you can't verify.
Oh,
So it's not possible for it to be ordinary
okay.
unless you've actually experienced it yourself, regardless of if it happened to everyone else on the planet except for you, then by your definition, it would
Okay.
still not be ordinary because you haven't experienced it yourself.
Okay, so here's the thing. So people are starting to claim that, hey man, the sky turned into pink,
Hmm.
and like you're like, well, what the fuck?
Hmm.
I don't understand. Like, man, look at the sky, man. It became pink. Okay, really? I mean, there's a problem here. And then you see another friend, and they say, hey Jay, the sky's pink, man. Like, wait a second, there's a problem here. Like, what you guys are talking? I would think that's a joke. Would you believe in,
Right.
like, let's suppose 10 million people speak about that, and I would even think that, wait a second, probably I'm in a dream, because I'm not experienced that, and all people weirdly started claiming those things, and that's something obvious, by the way. It's not they hear a voice inside. It's they
So
see
if a
directly.
million people say the sky is pink, could you just establish the scenario? A million people say the sky is pink,
I would be
and
thinking
you
I'm in a dream.
okay, sure.
Yeah, I slept and I
Before you'd
couldn't
looked
wake
out
up
the window, or you've looked out the window and seen it's blue, and then you're like, well, these people are wrong. Or
again. Come again.
oh, sorry. I was just saying. So if a million people told you the sky was
Yeah.
pink, you just wouldn't believe them, or do you mean if you looked outside and saw it was blue, then you wouldn't believe them? Or do you mean you just wouldn't believe them regardless? What specifically are you
I'm
saying?
saying that I would question my existence. Like, as I said, I would think that probably I'm in a dream, but because it doesn't make any sense. It seems so weird. Millions of people claim that the sky turned into pink, and I still see it in the same way. It didn't
And you
change
still
for
see
me.
it as blue. For you, it
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
change.
yeah. I
Right,
would think that I'm in a dream, that I'm not able to wake up. That's all.
right, okay. So then the point you're making is that what if a million people saw an angel and you didn't see one, then you would think angels didn't exist,
I didn't say I wouldn't exist. Like, you just
or
forgot an
less likely
example.
to exist. Well, when I say don't exist, obviously I'm talking about probability. I'm saying less likely to exist. I can say that every time if you want. I'm just saying exist, more likely to exist, less likely to exist. Right? We're not doing any black and whites. So you're telling me
Like,
now, if we're to use that analogy of the pink sky,
yeah.
you're telling me a million people say they see an angel,
Well, what
and
are
they've
the
told you
chances,
that.
man? Like, millions of people can see something on this planet, yet I'm not able to see, or angels are, you know, decided, to hide from me. What's
Hmm.
the case?
Yeah. Well, then what would your judgment be?
Again, I would be like, there's a problem here. So, and I would investigate, by the way. I would be so curious. I would go find those people. I would start, waiting with them. I would learn if they
Right.
appear every
Right. Yeah.
day or time to time. Where do they appear? I would try to,
Yeah.
understand
So so
how they
so you
work.
test whether the sources are reliable. You test whether the people
Not
you're
only the
speaking to.
sources, no, not only the sources.
Right.
Sure, like I trust, I test through their testimonies, but not
Yeah.
like believing that they're true. I would say, wait a second, okay, there must be something here, and I want to see that, and I want to understand, because there's another problem which doesn't make sense. Millions of people can experience something, but I'm not there. That's
Right. So
weird.
you would look, how do I find an angel? What do I need to do? Do I need to be at
How do
this
they
time? Or...
do that? I would learn from them. Okay, maybe they're doing something, and then angel starts appearing. Okay, and if many
Right.
like here's the thing, many people can do something, millions of people, right? Then that's possible for you also that you can do also, right? So if
Well, it's
that's
possible,
real,
but it
if
still might
angels
not
are
happen to
real,
you.
if angels are real, if millions of people can see that, and I believe there's a way for me to learn it. I wouldn't believe immediately, but I would go and search because that's a big claim. And that's a current claim, which is I have at least opportunity, right? If that's real. But again, look, past doesn't work like that. We don't have time machine. That's why I cannot go check miracles and other things. That's the
Right.
huge difference.
So then what criteria would you use to decide whether it's true or not? Since you said you can't use a time machine, then what criteria would you use to decide? Well, if people 2,000 years ago said that they were seeing all these angels, or they saw a resurrection or whatever, then what criteria are you using to decide whether that's true?
I would explain, like, first of all, we have to know that those things are possible or not right now. Right now, we need evidence. Well, if a claim is miracles, we should witness miracles right now. And
And
if
a
we
lot of
do all
people
those
would say
things,
that they do. A lot of other people would say they do.
saying they do is not evidence. I can also say that, like, hey,
Well,
man,
then what
like,
is the evidence? Well, then
they
what evidence are you looking for?
witnessing the miracles.
Right. If other people say they witness miracles, that doesn't count to you. Again, you have to see it
That
yourself.
doesn't count, as I said. Calibration, testing.
So then this is the problem I'm having, is that you're saying every single time that you cannot trust any other sources. If someone gives you an eyewitness account, then you're just not going to trust that unless you see it yourself, which is kind of, when you go to a court of law, obviously that's not a supernatural event, but you have to trust an eyewitness that
Yeah.
this happened based on
Yeah.
the evidence.
Yeah.
So you can't
Imagine.
expect, the judge can't experience it for
Yeah.
themselves, can they? They have to trust the eyewitnesses.
Yeah, let's imagine the same court analogy. Like
Mhm.
your friend killed someone,
Mhm.
and your friend brought 10 witnesses. They
Yeah.
all say that no, he didn't. An angel came and took or killed the person.
Right.
What do you think? The judge would accept?
Well, if the judge did some probing and he found all of these people are credible and all of their stories
Probing?
are, well, like as in if he did some investigation as to whether do their stories
Investigation.
line up, are they
Really?
credible?
So you think the judge would even initiate an investigation whether that claim is true?
Oh, of course he would. Why wouldn't he?
Really?
He might not think it was an angel, but he'd still investigate it. That's, of course you have to do that. If 10 people say they saw an angel,
Sure,
he would
they're
investigate that, whether he thought it was an angel or not.
That's the investigation, or they call witnesses, they investigate. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's already the
Of course he'd
investigation.
investigate.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
And
If there are 10 witnesses saying they saw an angel, of course you investigate, did they actually see an angel? Where
so
do you
you
think an
see,
angel exists or not?
you see, that's my problem. If you come to me, or if people come to me, they say we had seen angels, I wouldn't
Mhm.
believe. I would go and investigate, as I said earlier.
Yeah.
Remember what I said? So this is the same case. And then now in your analogy, the court doesn't believe, they investigate. I do the same thing.
Yeah, but when the court investigates, they're not going to see the angel for themselves necessarily, and they still have to make
Okay.
a judgment as to whether there was an angel.
Sure,
So
if you
you
cannot
don't see the
find,
angel yourself,
so how can they believe that it was angels?
well, they might look for evidence. For
Okay,
example,
what's
they
the evidence
say,
for angels?
well, you can't have tangible evidence for
Oh.
something supernatural necessarily, but you do look at the sources. Your best evidence is what people tell you. So
Yeah.
you can only
Not
so
only.
you can only so
Not
you can
only.
only say, well, can you well, not entirely, but you can only say, are these people reliable or not, and do a judgment. Are their stories making sense? Is it more plausible that they did see an angel, or is it more plausible of a statistical improbability that they're all conspiring and somehow all of their stories perfectly align, and somehow XYZ is matching up, right? Whatever. Then you'd be at a loss, wouldn't you? Because you would be, on the one hand, I don't think angels exist, but on the other hand, the evidence that I'm being presented shows it's statistically highly implausible that they did not see an angel, right? For example. So then how are you supposed to work with that evidence? You don't just, act
Do you know any
reductionist and just
court
assume.
or any case so far that someone claims such a thing, and the court said, "Oh, wait a second, we should investigate that"? Do you know such cases, man?
No, I don't know. I don't know cases, but
But
I
then
do know
why
people
do you think
saying,
so? Then why do you think that they're not investigating such things?
well, presumably because no one has said that, they, I don't know, because why would you say
No,
to a court of law, what scenario is there in which you would testify to a court of law you saw an angel? Maybe if you were saying, oh, this person got
doesn't
murdered,
matter. Like,
and
but
then you
that's
said it
not the
was the angel, it
question.
wasn't me.
That's not the question. Why court
Well, what's the
wouldn't
question?
go? Why court wouldn't go and investigate? Because I don't see any case that court say, "Wait a second, yeah, why not? It can be angels. Let's go and check it."
Yeah, because no one's saying that an angel killed their mother, are they?
Oh,
No one's saying
really?
an angel killed their
No one
friend.
said that. No one said that.
Well, have they? Do you have any cases of that happening?
Like I think there are cases like that. Yeah.
Well, if there are cases, did the court investigate? It did. It did
Really?
investigate, I'd imagine.
Whether
Yeah, I
it
mean,
was an angel or not.
well, it investigated what's actually going on, and that obviously is a subset of was it an angel or vice versa. I don't know, but they would of course investigate that. If someone said an angel killed my mum, then even if they think an angel doesn't exist, they're still going to investigate that, aren't they?
No. You're twisting the analogy right now. So
Well, what's the analogy?
it's not like, hey, like someone killed, no, like an angel killed this person. Like this is not, witnessing and defending the guilty person. Here, there is someone being accused by murder, and his friends come and say that no, it was an angel. Okay,
right.
Like this case, like people already complained that there's
So
a dead
you're
body.
so you've
Then there's a
so you
court.
think that the court should just say, well, the 10 friends says it's an angel, which is obviously unbelievable, so therefore they're making it up.
And
Or what do you think the court should do?
none of them goes and search for such kind of things. None
Well,
of
I
them.
think that would be. I think if you were presented that exact situation, you have one guy saying he didn't. What did you say? One guy saying he didn't murder, and all of his friends come and say an angel murdered. Is that what you said?
A guy is being accused for murder. He's in the court, and
Yeah.
he says, "I have witnesses. My 10 friends, they had seen that it was not me, it was an angel." And friends come and say, "Yeah, this is true. We were there. It was angel. It was not him."
Right.
That was the scenario.
Yeah. And you think that the court should not investigate the 10 friends?
I'm not saying should not, like they're not investigating. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think they definitely should, because they need to figure out, are these friends credible? Most likely the friends are not credible, because most likely the friends want to protect
Man,
the guy
that's so
who
funny.
actually did the murder.
You really think that court thinks, wait a second, this might be true. Let's check it out. They were already checking. That's why the guy is like there. Like, you think that someone can arrest the person by just someone say, hey, this person killed that person? Did they do arrest people like that easily? No, they find
Well,
some
wait, what are you
evidence,
talking about?
then
Who
they arrest the
arresting
person.
who? Well, no, they investigate. That's what I just
Yeah,
said.
they
And you said no, they
investigate.
don't.
They investigate. they find some evidence. Okay.
But you said they wouldn't investigate. That's what you just, isn't that what you just said? You said the court shouldn't
Like,
investigate.
I didn't say court shouldn't investigate. They already investigated and they thought that the person is guilty.
So now the analogy is different. I'm confused. The first analogy you said is you have 10 friends testifying that,
Like,
their
when
friend.
people, yeah, like, what do you think? Like, how the person came there in the first place? Why he's in the court? What happened?
You said he's being accused of murder.
And they should have found a dead body, right?
Presumably, yeah.
And they should have found other witnesses who said that this guy killed a person, or they had some video or some other things. That's how they arrested, and that's why he's in the court, right?
Sure, they have
But,
some
but
other
the guy is
evidence.
trying to defend, or his lawyer is trying to defend. Wait, guys, this is not true. The
Well, it
true event
depends on
is
the other evidence.
angels
If they
did
have
it.
a video, no, if they have a video, obviously, this is now changing the analogy. If there is evidence that is significantly incriminating, because you said he was accused of murder, you didn't say he was proved of murder. If you have a video of someone killing someone, then obviously that's going to hold up much more than 10 random friends saying, "Oh, it was an angel," blah blah blah. Of course, but you never stated that evidence. So You know, if you're weighing
I
the
didn't
evidence.
need to. The guy's in the courtroom.
Of course you need to,
There's a
because
judge.
the evidence for whether he's guilty is the most important thing in deciding, because you
Okay,
weigh up the
okay,
evidence for him
but
being guilty and the
yeah,
evidence
okay.
against him being guilty.
So
So you need to say what the strength of the evidence is.
we have the lawyer, we have the witnesses, other witnesses. Okay, but let's suppose that there's no video. There are just other witnesses who says that it was him. That's all. And other witnesses say, no, it was not him. It was angels. And the lawyer says, yeah, like these guys are reliable. They're telling the truth. So which evidence they should follow?
Who's telling the truth? Well, obviously,
yeah, who's telling the truth?
The angels. Obviously, the angels have a higher burden of proof. So
Okay.
it depends on the
Do you think
specific
that-
circumstance.
Yeah, you
So
think
if
that you think that like then they would say, wait a second, these 10 people saying this guy did it, and the other 10 people say no, angels did it. I
So
think
now
we
there's
should go and
another 10
check.
people. So now we have another 10 people,
Yeah.
which we didn't have before. So, okay, well, then it's a completely different circumstance. If you have 10 people testifying this guy murdered someone, and they are all cross-witnessing eyewitnesses, whatever,
Okay, look,
right?
let me
And then
change
you
it
have 10
again.
people saying it was an angel. Then, of course, you trust the 10 other people.
Okay,
Of course you
I
do.
want to understand. I want to learn some maths from you. Okay, what about one person is testifying that yeah, that guy killed, and again the other 10 people claim that it was angels. What about now?
Well, now you investigate each of the individual sources. You look at, okay, the person testifying that this man killed this other person. You say, you investigate, okay, is this eyewitness reliable? What do we know about this eyewitness? What do we know about his relation to the suspect, etc., etc.? Obviously, from the beginning, it's in favor of the eyewitness versus the 10 friends saying it was angels, because angels have a higher burden of proof. But first, you will investigate the person saying it was him, and see how reliable they are. Because what if this is just some random guy who's just made up a story? I mean, then his testimony is equally as weak as the 10 friends, right? Who say it's an angel. So first, you evaluate how strong is this eyewitness in terms of reliability, and then you evaluate how strong are the 10 friends as eyewitnesses. And then you look at the evidence and you come to a conclusion. And the conclusion, for example, you could have a scenario where the person didn't commit a murder, but it also wasn't an angel. But the friends thought it was an angel, but it was actually some other guy who looked like an angel. Let's say there was a guy dressed up all shiny. He looks like an angel, right? Then the testimony of the 10 people that said it was an angel is still very important to investigate, even if it sounds silly, because it might actually be that what they are saying is true as far as they're concerned, but it wasn't actually an angel. It was a person dressed up all shiny, right? But according to what it seems that you're implying, you wouldn't do that. You just say, well, they said it was an angel and therefore it's silly, so the guy committed the murder, which doesn't make any sense to me.
It's silly to claim that it was an angel. No, it's not silly to say that. It's silly to investigate that because of
I
those
don't think
people
that's
saying that we have
silly at
seen it
all.
was an angel. Yeah.
I mean, but people do that. Happens all the time in the court of law. You have someone making a ridiculous claim, but you still investigate it.
Oh, really?
Because you want to.
There's a. Oh, wait a second. We should check it. Like this guy said, angels did it. We should check it. Now it
Well, I
changes
don't.
everything.
No. Of course they check that. I mean, it might. They are probably thinking, no, it definitely wasn't an angel. But they still need to investigate that, because what if it wasn't an angel, but these people had seen something or someone, right, who had actually committed the murder, but it wasn't an angel, but they thought it was an angel. So you still need to investigate them. Of course you do. I mean,
But you see, again, they think that the cause might be again natural. They don't investigate because the cause can be supernatural. They investigate. Wait a second. Well, maybe these guys had some drugs. Maybe it was just some animals, maybe 10 animals, and they thought that it was an angel. So you see, like we go for the natural explanation always, not for the
well, of course.
supernatural one.
Well, you go first. You go for the natural explanation, because the natural things are what typically happen.
So what about
But
if we don't
that
find?
doesn't work all the time.
So if we don't find evidence for the supernatural claims in those examples that we brought so far, what's the best conclusion?
If you have no evidence for any natural explanation, then your only next reasonable step is to investigate: can there be a supernatural cause, or can there be some ulterior cause that is not easily explained in natural terms? That is completely logical.
How
The
many
first thing you
times
do-
we explained the murder with a supernatural explanation?
Well, that's obviously not happened before. But I'm just giving you a hypothetical scenario. Well, maybe it has happened, but I don't know. But I'm just giving you a hypothetical scenario. The logic is that first you say, does this have a natural explanation?
Huh?
And then if it looks statistically implausible that has a natural explanation, then you say, could it have a supernatural explanation? That's completely logical. I don't see what the problem with that is. So if
Funny,
you look at the
man. It's
resurrection
funny.
and you think,
So here's the
and you
thing:
think,
when we don't find good evidence for something, or like to confirm that, yeah, it was something. I'm talking about natural explanations. They say, okay, we couldn't find evidence. That they don't go and say, wait a second, if you couldn't find natural explanation, then the cause must be supernatural. They don't
no,
do
they
that.
don't. I never
They don't
said
do
that.
that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Okay.
the cause must be supernatural. I said the cause, well, depending on the circumstance, if you've got 10 people not testifying anything supernatural, then you don't just go, oh, we couldn't find a natural explanation, so it must be supernatural.
We did it,
But if
man.
you have
We
10
did it.
guys testifying a supernatural explanation,
We did
and
it.
you've done all of the research, and look, there's clearly no natural explanation, then you have to ask that
Clearly.
question. You have to ask that question. You don't just keep saying, oh, we couldn't find any evidence for a natural explanation, but it's still a natural explanation.
No,
You
no.
say it's a mystery, but you say, these people are saying it's supernatural. You say it's a mystery, but you have to look at what they're saying. That's logical. You don't just carry on doing the same thing.
Okay, you think it's logical?
If it's statistically implausible that there is a natural explanation, then you don't just keep saying, oh, it's a natural explanation and keep doing the same thing. You have to ask other questions. You have to ask, could it be something else? Could it be something different we don't understand? That's what you have to do. You can't just.
We didn't prove any supernatural thing so far. So how can you can bring supernatural as something, that can be
Well,
a plausible explanation?
how can you prove something supernatural? That's kind of an oxymoron, because if you're using a scientific methodology, you're operating under the assumption of the laws of nature to prove something that is by definition outside the laws of nature if it was true. So that's
Okay.
clearly an inconsistency. Well,
Okay,
if you're
so how
saying,
to prove supernatural then?
well, that's the thing. There's no clear method of doing it that I can say.
Then
But what
why
I can say
why
for sure,
if you can't
but
do
what I
that,
can,
then
the
why
point I'm
quote
making is
sugar
that,
and search for it?
well, you can still try and do things just because we don't have a rigorous, this is exactly how you dissect a supernatural thing, this is exactly the method you use, blah blah blah. Of course we don't have that, because supernatural events are very rare, if even in fact they do occur. So it's not like there's a standardized formula. You just have to work with what you are given. But what you can definitely say for sure is that it is by definition a logical fallacy to use a methodology which is operating under assumptions which are, operating by the laws of nature, operating based on science, operating based on logic, blah blah blah. If using that methodology to diagnose is something supernatural, which by
That's
definition
why.
is outside the laws of nature, yeah, I'm
That's
just
why.
hammering home my point,
Yeah,
right? That is not the correct way.
yeah.
So you either
That's
have
not
to
the correct
say
way. Also,
you're going to
to
take a different approach. Yeah, you have to take a different approach, and you just have to, work that way. You definitely cannot do that. I'm not saying there's another way to do it necessarily. I'm just saying what you can't do is that, which is what it seems that people are doing. So I don't know.
yeah, since you accept that we cannot scientifically prove supernatural,
Of course.
then there's no need to think about supernatural cause when such things happen, when people claim such things happen. Since you
No,
can't
because if
prove.
something is if something's impossible to prove, then that doesn't mean you don't investigate, whether it's happened or not. It's like dark matter. Just because we can't see dark matter and we can't test it, and therefore it's impossible to prove, doesn't mean you don't investigate whether it exists or not.
Oh, but you already said it. Like you don't have methodology. You can't prove it scientifically. So then you don't have anything to do with that. Then why should you bother yourself to go and investigate?
Well, because if a claim is being made, right, that seems like, well, we've tried this method and it's produced a statistical implausibility, right? Then you have to try a different method. You have to try a different method, which is, in this case, the historical method, which is looking at the historical sources for the resurrection happening. That's the method you have to use, because that's the only evidence that we have that is in any way tangible. or you have to look at anecdotal evidence. In fact, anecdotal evidence is something that is used, right, in various different scenarios. So you have to look at anecdotal evidence, not scientific evidence. You have to look at anecdotal evidence. There's all sorts of other
we have
forms of evidence.
evidence for people lie. We have evidence that people misunderstand. We have evidence that people will get hallucinations.
In the resurrection,
I'm not talking about resurrection. Like
just generally.
I'm telling you that what we have evidence for, okay, about
Mhm.
humans. So
Human
when we
nature.
have these things, and the only thing we cannot find right now, which is, you know, those supernatural claims, we don't have it. Well, we have a human can lie, and is lying,
But
and
when but are we looking
misunderstanding
at the
and
resurrection
hallucinate
now, or
things.
are we looking at something else?
We will look
Because
at
there's
it. We will look
different
at it. We
matters
will
there.
look at it. So when we
The
have these
resurrection.
cases, then there's no need to go back and check what happened at that time exactly about those supernatural claims, because
Well,
we don't
what?
have
So you're just
evidence.
assuming they were lying. You're just going to assume that they were lying.
And you're not listening carefully. I said
Okay.
humans lie, humans misunderstand, humans can get
mhm.
hallucinations, and many
Okay.
other reasons
Right.
can be that I didn't
Right.
quote.
So those are the assumptions you're making. Those things that you
And
just
those are
listed.
the facts.
Right. Humans can lie. Doesn't mean humans do lie. That's a presupposition.
Doesn't mean humans do lie.
Well, humans can lie. Doesn't mean they have lied in this instance. In an instance, it doesn't mean they have
Yeah,
lied
it
because
doesn't
they
mean
can
they
lie.
lied at that time. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's why I brought other
But
things.
you said that because this happened, this can happen, this can happen, this can happen. Therefore, there is no reason for us to look at the
Yeah,
resurrection
why should I look at
because
it?
they could have been lying. They could have been lying. So
They could have been lying.
let's not
They could
let's
have
not ask
been
the question were they lying. Let's ask the
misunderstanding,
question. Mhm.
misunderstanding, hallucination,
Right.
and many
So
other
you go
reasons.
through. So you go through all of those, and you say, is that likely? Right. Okay. Were they lying? I don't think they were lying for the reason that why would they lie if they knew they were going to all get tortured to death? Doesn't make there was nothing in it for them. You can provide if you can provide me an example in history or another thing of people knowingly lying about something that they know is false at the
no,
expense of torture and death, then go ahead.
again, like
Leader.
it doesn't have to
Okay,
be
so let's
necessarily
move.
lie. Okay.
Well, then let's move on to the next one. What was the
Wait,
next
wait,
one you
wait, wait, wait,
suggested?
wait, wait. People die
Mhm.
for many reasons, right?
Yep.
So, what the hell you were talking about?
Well, I was just saying you're proposing all of these possible things that could be explanations. So let's go through them one by one. The first one you said is that they could have been lying, right?
Who?
So now I'm going to say, well,
Who?
we're talking about the disciples in this instance, right? That's what you said. They could have been lying. So now we're talking about the disciples or whoever, the people attesting Jesus' resurrection.
Okay, or they
Right.
could have been believing that's true. That doesn't mean it's true, but they believe in something.
Yeah, that's also
Okay.
possible.
Yeah, so then people can die for the things that they believe, right? This happens
Right.
in every religion, in every ideology.
Of course. So then you're saying they believed it was true and therefore they died for it, but it wasn't actually true.
Why not? Yeah, that can be
Right.
the case.
Right. So then the question is, why wasn't it actually true?
Why wasn't
What
what?
evidence? Well, why wasn't it? What suggests that what they are saying is not true? Hallucination, something else, etc.
They believe in.
If
You're asking why they believe in that?
Well, because you're saying, okay, so we're going through it one by one. Now we're saying, well, what if the disciples believed it was true, but it wasn't actually true?
Yeah.
So now we have to make the judgment: was it true or was it not true? Right? We don't need to worry about whether they believed it or not. We're saying, was it true or was it not true? And you have to
How
look
can
at the
you
evidence.
investigate that?
Well, you have to look at the evidence, right? If it wasn't true that Jesus didn't, if for example Jesus didn't actually resurrect, then what evidence would we see? Right? What evidence would we see? Or if in the other instance, if he did actually resurrect, what evidence would we see? Right? That's what we're doing. So if he didn't resurrect, right, which you're trying to suggest, he didn't resurrect,
Okay, let's
then what
suppose he didn't
evidence do we have
resurrect.
that he didn't? So what evidence do we have that that didn't happen? I mean, aside from the fact that resurrection generally doesn't happen, I'm talking historically here, right? We're looking at, what we see, so they reported the tomb was empty,
Okay.
The Pharisees, who, by the way, were opposing Jesus,
again,
didn't
like
produce the body.
two,
They
two,
could have easily said, look, we have the body, Jesus is dead, but they didn't say that. Someone could have stolen the body. That you could make that argument. There's lots of arguments you can make.
Sure, you can do that. Why not?
Right. So the argument that the body was stolen, right?
Yeah, like empty tomb doesn't prove resurrection, right? Because
Yeah,
people
the
can
the
steal
body
the
could have been
body.
stolen.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a few things here. First of all, we know the tomb that he was buried. At least in the New Testament, it says he was buried in the
You
tomb
believe
of
in that?
Joseph of Arimathea.
You believe in that? Like, again, like now you're referring those scriptures again.
Yeah, of
You're
course.
saying
But
we
you can
know.
refer
No,
to
we
them.
don't know. You believe in them.
Well, that's our source. What other source are you going to look at? Oh, he was actually buried in some random place in Egypt. What's your source for that?
Again, like there are many claims there, and any of them can be false. Any of them.
Right.
And we
So
don't
the
know which
claim
one
that
is
he was
false, which one
the
is
claim
true.
that he was in this tomb, that's just false.
It can be false. Why not?
So the author just made that up. Well, you're saying it is false. I'm saying it's not.
Look, false doesn't mean he made up. Okay, maybe he knew it like that. He heard it like that, or he thought that was the case. He was mistaken. Maybe he confused the tombs. Like there can be many cases.
But no one else was. Someone else, other people didn't say no, that's a wrong
I
tomb,
don't
or say that
know.
there's no other response.
I don't know. Like how can I
Okay,
know?
fine.
They said or they didn't say. I don't have time machine again.
Well, I'm just saying, right? You're assuming that he just made that up. If you're saying that's not true, and then you have to ask, well,
It's
why
not
would
true.
he have
That
just
doesn't
made that
mean
up?
they made up.
Well,
Again,
you just said that when he writes that Jesus was buried in this tomb, he's making that up, or he made a mistake, right?
I can make a mistake. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he made a mistake, then why does no one else correct him and say, actually, no, it was here? Or why do we have no other sources
I
saying,
don't.
for example,
I don't
the
know.
people that crucified him? I know you say you don't know. Fine, I'm just going to make my point. The people that crucified him could have very easily said, no, Jesus wasn't buried in that tomb, and that's why the body was actually stolen. But they didn't say that. The enemies of Jesus said, said that the disciples stole the body, for example, or they said that, they agreed the tomb was empty, but they say the disciples stole the body, or they say blah 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 blah. But the fact that the enemies of Jesus are agreeing on the main points of the story suggests that they did actually happen, right? The Pharisees
So
don't say.
enemies according to the story, enemy says that tomb was empty.
Well, we have what the Pharisees said, but of course that's written in the New Testament. So again, the
Okay.
authors could have the author could have explicitly colluded to say that, to trick us into thinking that, the Pharisees said this when they didn't actually say that. But then now you're just speculating that they just decided they had calculated all of this in advance and had, come up with some 500 IQ theory for how they were going to deceive us by telling us all of these things that just happened to line up, right? Oh, but they could have just been colluding. They could have just deceived us. They could have made this fact up to persuade us of whatever, right? Anyway, I'm just saying is that when you look at the theory of the resurrection and you look at the counter arguments, right? If we were to take aside the fact that it's supernatural and therefore it has a high burden of proof, you see that even most, as far as I know, most atheist historians will tell you, if it wasn't for the fact it was supernatural, then this is the most plausible explanation, given the sources we have. Given the sources, given the
Sorry, come
evidence we have.
again. Like, how did you refute the claim that the body might be stolen? How did you refute that?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You can't perfectly refute it, right? But the disciples said that they saw the body, and again,
They saw the body
now,
where after.
well, they said they saw Jesus resurrected, right? So if they were making that up or they were hallucinating, right? Then
they're lying or whatever.
or they're lying or they're hallucinating or whatever,
Yeah.
right? But they're definitely saying that the tomb was empty and that they saw this stuff. They don't say to us, well, the tomb was empty and then we didn't see Jesus. If, for example, they said the tomb was empty and then we didn't see Jesus, right? If they said that, then we would obviously think, oh, okay, someone stole the body and that's what happened, right? Tomb's empty, they don't see him. But the fact that they see him resurrected afterwards and the tomb is empty, well, now that suggests that
either they saw something, or now we have to go on to the question: are they making that up, or are they hallucinating that? Right. This is now following on as our next best explanation. They say they saw the body, right? If you know, then that now leads to more questions, right? That now leads to the question: are they hallucinating? Are they whatever, right? And then you look at that and you say, well, we don't think they are making it up that they saw the body, because first of all, it was attested to by multiple separate people, and you have Saint Paul, who never even saw Jesus and never did anything, but for some reason, you know, supposedly miraculously had a intervention by God and then changed his mind, even though he'd
Now,
been killing the
we
Christians.
believe in other supernatural claims.
No. But this justified. No. This is, I don't know why you're laughing, because this is another piece of evidence. We have a
Piece of
separate source here.
evidence.
No, we have a separate source here who's corroborating the story, right?
Yeah.
How is it? Because he doesn't have the same agenda as the disciples, right? Presumably, you could argue, oh, the disciples all have the same agenda, so of course they're going to say the same thing. But now you have a different person here, Saint Paul, who is trying to kill the disciples, and in fact, if you look at the New Testament, Saint Paul actually signed off for the execution of Stephen, as is reported in the New Testament. So we know that he was killing Christians, unless it just happens that Paul and these other random disciples that he's never met in his life are also colluding. So now we have a bigger conspiracy theory going on. But assuming that's not the case, right? Then now we have a separate individual, Saint Paul, who previously was killing the Christians and now changes his mind and starts um, proclaiming that Jesus Christ was resurrected, even though he wasn't there, and even though there's nothing for him to gain from doing that, right? There's nothing for him to gain. He's rich. He's a Pharisee. He's the top, you know, he's the top class of the Jews in that place. He has Roman citizenship. He has all these things, and now he's deciding, well, I didn't even see Jesus. I've never met Jesus, and this whole time I've been killing disciples. But now I'm gonna throw all of this away and start proclaiming Jesus. For what reason? For what reason? For what reason?
I don't know, man. I don't have to know. It can be any other reason that we don't know.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this is the most likely.
I don't
thing.
know. I don't have the time machine, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if we're speculating based on the evidence we can see, right? Then we're not gonna, you know, you can come up with a conspiracy theory. You can say, you know, Paul was
Conspiracy.
colluding with the disciples. Well, like Paul was conspiring with the disciples, right? All of this stuff was going on, and secretly it was all planned. Or you can say, well, this was a genuine thing, and Paul, why did he decide to now start doing this for no reason, right? Why did he decide to start
I don't
doing
know,
it? And
man.
that's another piece of
The
evidence.
thing is,
But you said you
I
don't think that is
cannot,
evidence.
I cannot entertain all those scenarios, but since I don't know in detail the claims, the stories, because I'm not interested in. Okay, I'm not interested. That's why I don't know what you guys are telling in those books. So if
Right.
I knew them, I could bring, you know, multiple scenarios. How could it happen? Since I don't know how exactly those stories are told, I don't have good
Fine.
answers. But again, like I don't have interest because I don't trust. And I explained why.
You don't trust what? Because
Supernatural claims.
it
I
was
don't trust
2,000 years ago.
including being very old is another reason.
Okay, so you don't trust supernatural claims as
Yeah.
just a solid part of your deciding whether something happened.
I'm not deciding whether that happened or not. Okay?
Well, whether you think
I'm
it
just
happened or not, that is part of your criteria.
I don't think that happened, but maybe it happened. If those things are real, if there is something supernatural, if there is God, then yeah, maybe those things happened. But since I
Right,
don't
so then
have
how are you going to look at the
evidence,
evidence?
I will just say okay. I'm not convinced. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but you need to give a reason why. You know, you can say I'm
I
not
just
convinced. and
gave
you can say,
you
well, I
the
don't know why.
reason, man, because we don't
Well,
see
you said you
supernatural
don't trust
things.
it.
I don't trust
You said,
it.
yeah,
I
but
explained oh my fucking god.
you said
Hey man,
nowadays. You said
you
nowadays.
had this fucking mic for a long time and without any interruption, okay? So be patient. Can you leave this room? Okay. What's the problem, Edward? Anyway, seemingly you have an answer. I already explained, man, why I don't trust. And why we should repeat the same thing again and again. It answers everything. It's an AI. Okay. Okay. Is there anything going on there, Edward? What's going on? I really got bored. I really got bored. What is the most likely explanation? I don't know. I don't know the stories. And I don't trust, as I said, I explained to you many times, man.
I want to ask you one question, Stag, as a philosopher. In order to believe in supernatural, your criteria is only and only first-hand experience, or you can believe in supernatural with a different way, not only personal experience.
I said, like, if I test it, not only by myself, with other people also, or even maybe scientists, if it comes from the scientific field, maybe I can trust it. So maybe this, so you know, the personal experience. Like again, like I don't want to say it even personal experience. I don't like it. But if I'm not testing by myself, if you know, scientific field becomes like, wait a second, like all scientists suddenly they say we tested, we have evidence, and yeah, seemingly these things are true. Yeah, then I could change my mind also.
Didn't we agree that you can't use science to test that? Didn't we just agree on that earlier? Because it's supernatural.
If they can do, we said if they can do so.
Right. Okay. Theoretically.
Yeah.
Well, science maybe can't, but they can examine if the claims are true, or they can try to verify it, right? You know, we can. I mean, some people say that they have experienced or they saw supernatural. You don't have to just take their words. We can examine it. Scientists, people with evidence, people with logic, they can examine it and tell us something about it. And it is more reasonable to believe in their words than to believe in random people's words.
So how do you
Or
examine those people? You just said you can trust a scientist to examine a testimony. So how would you go about doing that? You'd look at, is this person reliable? Is what they're saying make sense, etc. You can't do a repeatable scientific test. Or what were you suggesting?
I'm not saying we should do a scientific test on it. We should examine it. We should try
I
to
agree.
understand. For example, if
I
they
completely
claim
agree.
that Muhammad split the moon in two, scientists try to look at the moon and try to find maybe some lines on the moon.
Geographical evidence or something. Yeah, geographical or whatever.
Not only geographical, like they can try to look at the history of the moon. Maybe there was some lines on the moon that splits
Yeah.
it into two halves.
Yeah.
This kind of evidence.
So what does, you know, because in the Bible obviously it says that Sodom and Gomorrah, and I know people were talking about this earlier, so maybe it's an interesting point of conversation, was destroyed by like meteor shower from God, right? And then, you know, if we could archaeologically verify that, wouldn't that be a big piece of evidence?
If you can archaeologically verify that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by asteroids.
Yes. Would it be, for example, if we could find an archaeological site?
No.
But you could say it's just a random meteor shower. You could say it's not attributed to God.
Look, yeah, maybe it was just a random meteor shooting, and people later, afterwards, they attributed it to God. They said God did this as a punishment.
Right. So then you have to ask the question, you know, do meteor showers happen in this place? How statistically plausible is it that a meteor shower occurred? Is
No,
that
no,
what
it
the
could
evidence
just
we see?
happen.
Would you
No,
not look at that stuff? Investigate that?
it's possible that this city was really destroyed by
Yeah,
meteor,
yeah, of course.
and
And
later
then
on, people,
retroactively, mhm.
yeah, and later on, people said, "Oh, it is God who did that."
Right. Could, yeah, you could say that.
Okay, well, why we're talking about meteor strikes?
Pardon?
Why we're talking about meteor strikes? I missed the conversation.
I was just saying, you know, in the Old Testament, it claims that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by a meteor shower. And then, you know, if we found an archaeological site, which some people claim that we have, and some people question the validity of that place with archaeological destruction, then we could, you know, maybe use that as a piece of evidence. But then obviously you could counter, you could say, well, it could have just been a meteor shower not attributed to God. Or you could say, what if they retroactively wrote about it and attributed it to God afterwards? You could say either of those things.
One is way more possible, right? People then created stories about what happened since they didn't know exactly how it happened. Doesn't matter. Like they may know the story, they can just
Well, that's what I
glorify
said.
the
Yeah,
story by
that's
adding
what I said.
stories. Yeah.
So that's, yeah. But then, yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, another thing where it's also hard to verify, isn't it? You know, there could be any explanation. So I guess I'm interested. Do you think that science can explain everything? It's a big question. If people are interested in talking about this.
I think it was time to change the topic. Maybe I should
Sure.
thank it for that. Science can explain everything. I don't know. Since so far explained many things, keep explaining, keeps correcting itself. So I think at least I can say it will explain many things in the future.
Sure.
But everything is a very big question.
Do you think then consciousness is a, can science explain consciousness at some point?
Science, I don't know, maybe. But here's the thing about science, right? There were things that science couldn't explain, even not close to explaining something, right? And when you imagine that you're in that timeline, okay? And you look at something, whatever the topic is, science doesn't have any idea about it. So clueless. But we know that science has evolved and improved and they learned. Now they have answer.
And change their mind.
It's not like changing mind, like having a mind about that topic right now. So they were clueless. Now they're able to explain. So it's a big leap.
You know, scientists thought the world. Well, I don't know if it was scientists. I guess mainly it was mainly the church. But there are instances, you know, where scientists think something and then the theory gets completely changed, and then in the future again it might get changed, but we don't know.
It might change, yeah. Yeah, it's like science is fixing itself also. But the thing is, like there were a lot of things that we couldn't explain, and then they explained many of those things. Still, there are many things they're not able to explain. So that gives some trust, right? So there are questions that we cannot explain right now, and probably
That
we'll
we might be
explain
able
some
to
of
explain.
them.
Yeah, I think that will be an interesting thing to see how far science can go to explaining things. As in, like you were saying, if we project forward, in theory, in the future, could science explain consciousness, or could science explain an abstract concept like love? As in, why does love feel this way? Not as in, you know, the explanation, evolution, you know, and that's why we have love. If there was actually some way to explain an abstract concept through science, I'd be interested to see that.
I'm not hoping for mind-blowing, like mind-blowing discoveries in my lifetime. But still, we can learn something surprising. Many things.
Maybe you can discover alien life in your lifetime, philosopher.
That'd be crazy.
I really wish that, but I don't think we will do that. But there's a chance that, like, if they're more advanced than us, maybe they can do it easier for us.
Maybe they discover us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe we can just discover simple form of life. Maybe but something like
Mm.
bacteria
Yeah.
on living on Venus.
You know what?
on Mars.
Why the hell I don't understand, but it's not that much surprising to me. I
You're
don't
looking
know.
for intelligent life.
That would be interesting, right? So if I say, "Hey, Edward, come here, like down there under this tree, there's these kind of bacteria." Hmm. Okay. It would be
Yeah,
the
but
same for me.
if they exist on other planets, that's also for me groundbreaking.
Oh,
For
sure,
sure.
that would be groundbreaking, but I think like scientists have really big hopes about that. They believe that they can find simple life. They really believe in that.
I
Like
also believe
imagine like a recent news. Sure, it's not very recent right now. Like Venus in the atmosphere, they found some chemicals that might be the reason behind as some organic materials.
yeah, yeah. They
They
also
have
find
a lot of
some kind
hope.
of molecules that's been consumed, and only living beings they consume these kind of molecules. They could be an evidence.
Julie,
Us living.
my eyes are really not working right now, so I see you're asking something or saying you're looking for sci-fi. Sure, yeah, I'm a sci-fi guy, Julie. It's huge. So
Biogenesis is very interesting for me as well.
Or philosopher, maybe in your lifetime, uh, AI can gain consciousness. That would also
oh,
be amazing, wouldn't it?
maybe.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing because if AI can gain consciousness, which I don't think it can, then that would also be interesting in of itself because it would suggest that consciousness is just a machine. Like there's nothing beyond that. Like it's just particles, right? Which would be kind of interesting because
Yeah.
right now there's the difference between the hard consciousness problem. I don't really know what it is, but you've heard about it. The hard consciousness problem, and is consciousness just particles colliding? Well, if we can recreate consciousness like through an AI, then that would suggest that consciousness might just be particles colliding. But I
Asynchronic
personally don't
digital.
think that it could. Yeah.
Horatio should join right now. That should be the time for him. But no. I will make a fresh one for him. I will go for 8 to 10 minutes. Then I will never talk about technology. Okay, what else? What else? Or maybe we can catch other people also. And thanks for those details, but like there was a huge disagreement only. But anyway, it was a talk.
Interesting discussion.
Let me just. It's not like a question, but it will be like a statement.
Mhm.
Or let's make a question. Do you think that you're so lucky that you were born into the right religion?
Um, from my perspective, as an agnostic, um, if I was to go by Christian doctrine, then Christian doctrine would say that um, God has perfect knowledge, and therefore God can judge perfectly. So whether you are born into Christianity or not, it's kind of irrelevant because you're going to be judged accordingly to your actions. And being see, if there was kind of a superficial advantage gained from being born Christian, as opposed to, let's say, someone who'd never heard of Christianity in their life, then that would obviously throw into contention like God, right? That would kind of make it a bit silly. So in my perspective, it is necessary that it can't be arbitrary. God must have a way of judging people fairly, even who haven't been born into the right religion or whatever.
Do you think
far
that
as I'm
Muslims have high chance to enter heaven?
I'd say they have as fair a chance as anyone else. What's interesting is that when you look at the statistics, well, when I say as high a chance as anyone else, I mean that everyone is given a fair opportunity. I don't mean that if you look at a terrorist, they're equally as likely as, you know, a Christian to get into heaven. But everyone, in theory, is given an equal opportunity because God, by doctrine, judges fairly. And an interesting thing is that when you look at the statistics, what you find is that Muslim to Christian conversions actually happens quite frequently in Muslim countries where Christianity is banned. Not frequently, but it happens regularly enough in countries where people have never heard of Christianity and don't have access to the Bible. Often they have visions. Looking at the statistics, but I don't want to get.
But the thing is, so you think that like a Muslim dies as a Muslim can be in heaven?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would
That was
say,
my question, but seemingly I didn't ask it properly.
yeah, I was thinking you. Yeah, I mean it's a similar question to what I understood. A Muslim who dies a Muslim most likely is not going to heaven.
So
But
then how can you say that like God gave them equal opportunity?
well, because they still can go to like God judges everyone fairly, right? From the start, from when you were born, you have an equal chance, right? Because otherwise it would be arbitrary. But once you make decisions,
Here's the thing: imagine a child, baby born into a rich family and born in Africa where they
and
don't
they're
have enough food.
they're indoctrinated.
So how can you say that they have equal chances to get a healthy life?
Because there's a higher standard for someone. There is a higher standard for someone who is a Christian. For example, it says in the Bible somewhere that the teachers, like the people, like the disciples and the teachers, are judged more harshly than the average person. So you can extrapolate that and say someone who is born into a Christian family and has every opportunity given to them to you know repent or whatever is going to be judged to a higher standard than someone who is born into a Muslim family and you know never really has the opportunity to even explore Christianity. The point is that by whatever means God has to his disposal, that there it should be equality of you know, it shouldn't be that arbitrarily where you are born decides whether you're getting into heaven, because that would obviously make God seem kind of, you know, it would be arbitrary, right? It would be an arbitrary decision. So if you were to say that Christianity is true, you have to operate under the assumption that God has some means we cannot understand to make sure that everyone has an equal chance, whether they are born into a Muslim family or whether they're born into a Christian family. They should have an equal chance at being saved, right?
Should. That's what we say. They should. If God is fair, but like, let me hear your answer. Do you think that a Muslim dies as a Muslim can be in heaven?
Yeah, a Muslim can go to heaven. Yes.
Okay, then I accept your answer. No,
Yeah,
more
but I
questions about
wouldn't
that
say,
one.
you know, someone who like, because like for example, take the example of let's say you have a Muslim lady who believes in Allah, prays to Allah every day, and she's faithful, you know, she's a good person, and it's difficult because obviously in the Bible it says that the thing that gets you to heaven is repenting and knowing that Jesus died for your sins. But also it gives an indication, multiple other places, that everyone is judged fairly. So presumably someone that's never heard of Jesus Christ and therefore can't say, you know, that Jesus figures my sins or whatever, right? There is gonna be some other metric by which they are judged, right? Because God doesn't arbitrarily decide she's never heard of Jesus and therefore she's going to go to hell. Otherwise, God will not be just, would he? So like if you were to take like some Muslim woman or whatever in another country, never heard of Jesus, there must be some means by which she can be saved with outside of her, like, directly knowing who God is or Jesus or whatever. Otherwise, it would be
So what if said
arbitrary.
like we don't even have to say what if. Like many Muslims know about Christianity, they
Mhm.
heard Jesus, so their case is different.
Yeah, their case would be different. I mean, but then again, a Christian who was born into a Christian household would also be judged at an even higher standard than they would. It just depends on your predisposition, right? If you're someone who's never heard of Jesus, then you're going to have more lenience. If you're someone who's heard of Jesus, but you're born in a Muslim family and there's you're encouraged to be a Muslim, then you're going to have a bit less lenience in the first case, but you're still going to have more lenience than someone who is born into a Christian family and has every reason to repent, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be fair, would it?
Got it. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
What is the criterion for entering heaven?
Yeah, that's the
Oh.
question I wanted to ask. What is the criterion of entering the heaven?
Yeah.
In biologic, JSV. For example, is it
mhm.
good behavior or is it belief in God? Can an atheist enter the heaven if he's good and moral?
So an
Oh,
atheist
someone is
can...
asking
Sorry.
tickets for us. Thank you, Edward.
My understanding, and anyone else can speak, by the way, I don't want to speak the whole time, so someone else can speak and they can go ahead.
Okay. The question was for you, Jay.
Yeah, it was for you.
All right. Yeah, I would just say that, can an atheist go to heaven? So there's there's a few different scenarios, but if we were to take the example, someone who lives on a remote island has never ever heard of Jesus in their life and is therefore, let's assume that they don't believe in some other God or whatever, they're just an atheist, right? Then by some means, they will be judged fairly on whatever grounds it is. I can't tell you, but the Bible indicates that this is the case, right? Someone who is on the island has never heard of Jesus. There must be a method for them to be saved. Otherwise, it would be arbitrary because they would just be born to, not be saved, right? It would just make no sense. Whereas an atheist who's heard about Jesus, knows about Jesus, whatever, obviously they will be judged to a higher standard than the person on the island, right?
But,
so can an atheist go to heaven?
Yeah, imagine atheists are not convinced by the arguments and evidence that were put forth
Sure.
by the believers.
Mhm.
And can they still go to heaven?
Interesting. For the most part, no, but I'm trying to think if there is any scenario in which they could. Because it is not, the Bible makes it clear, as far as I understand, that it is not works that gets you to heaven, but works is still important. I mean, obviously, if people disagree on this, Catholics, Protestants, whatever. My personal perspective is that the mechanism that saves you is Jesus' sacrifice, but works are also related to that. But the mechanism that actually if you were to say the metaphysical mechanism that saves you is Jesus, but there's obviously questions of if you say that you believe in Jesus and then you go kill a bunch of people for no reason, then are you really going to go to heaven? Probably not, right? But there's obviously depends on the circumstance. But so an atheist that has looked at all of the evidence and decides they don't believe it, then most likely they won't go to heaven. They won't go to heaven. But presumably God will have judged them fairly, right? Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
The last
You mean-
question.
Okay,
do you
go.
believe heaven and hell are literal places? Like hell is a place where people are getting burned.
So yeah, I'd say on this specific point, I don't think, and a lot of Christians will tell you either yes, there is a place, yes, there isn't a place. My personal opinion is that the Bible is not entirely clear, and there's a few different. Obviously, in certain places, the Bible says that hell is a literal place and you're going to burn, but in another place it says that hell is freezing cold, and in another place it says that sin leads to death. and an annihilation, which is obviously contrary to the fact that there is literally a place. So if there was literally a place where people are being tortured for eternity, obviously that throws into the question that, you know, how can a loving God allow this kind of thing to happen, right? It doesn't make any sense that God would just torture people for eternity. But the way I understand it personally is that hell is a separation from God's presence, right? It's a separation from God's presence. So if you make a choice yourself to separate yourself from God, right? And when we're assuming, you know, obviously this is what the Christian doctrine says. Everything comes from God, everything is from God, right? God is life, right? God breathes life into humans. If you separate yourself from God by actively choosing, you know, I don't believe whatever, right? Then is God condemning you to a place, or are you separating yourself from God? And if you're separating yourself from God, you can imagine that as a place. You can imagine the characteristics which that entails. What does separating yourself from God mean? It means separating yourself from life. It means separating yourself from, you know, everything that makes reality, right? And then you have to say, well, does that mean total annihilation, or does that mean you're tortured? Definitely what is not the case is that God is actively torturing you. But there could be a circumstance where your decision to separate yourself from God is torture, because God is life and you are choosing to move yourself away from life. There's all, you know, there's different ways of looking at this. It's and the other thing that you have to understand as well, and again, if anyone wants to say anything, feel free to interrupt me, is that God is by definition the standard of truth, right? So evil in of itself does not exist. It's only a corruption of truth, right? I mean, this is you know, this is Christian doctrine that evil, like, it's not a dualistic religion, right? Other religions like Zoroastrianism, they believe there's a good force and there's an evil force, right? Christianity says that there is only one God and he's the ultimate good force, and that evil is a corruption of that. It is not a separate entity. It can manifest as a separate entity, but it is not self-sustaining, right? It is just a corruption of what already exists. I forgot where I was kind of going with this line of thought. But what that means is that if you separate yourself from God, the way that you view the world becomes corrupted. For example, you take the devil, right? The devil knows that he is going to be destroyed by God, presumably, right? The devil and all the demons. I mean, you see it in the Bible, the demons are so scared of Jesus, right? They're like, what the hell? You know, this is the Son of God. They say, please don't send us to the abyss. They say all these things. So they know that Jesus is going to finish them, right? So why do they continue to go against Jesus or go against God? Presumably, it's because sin corrupts the way that you actually view things, right? It corrupts your perception, which you could use, you know, to suggest that, well, if you choose to separate yourself from God and you're separating yourself from the essence of life and from truth, your perception becomes corrupted such that you will continue to choose to separate yourself from God, even to your own detriment. Because, for example, the devil has pride. That's, you know, the devil's sin was pride. Even though he knows that God is superior to him and that God can destroy him, why does he still choose to disobey God when he knows it's torture for him? So that's another interesting thing to think about. At least that's the way I think about it.
Maybe we should think about the same thing that you said, how those people were still believing those things even when they know that they will get trouble. So maybe
Yeah.
they do the same thing.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? The devils know that they're going to get annihilated, so why do they choose to go against God? Presumably, the mindset that they have will be reflected in the mindset of the people that choose to go against God. But obviously, you know, someone living on Earth right now, like you or me, if we do go to hell or whatever, we were not consciously aware that this is what it means. What I'm saying right now is just speculation, right? So you also can't say that, well, you know, you guys knew that if you did this. We don't know the same way that the demons do, right? Because obviously the demons know more than us. So that's also another further difficulty, is that how can we be held to this high standard when we don't have as much information? We're not, you know, we don't know as much that the demons do. So why are we being held to the same standard? Well, actually, the Bible makes clear indication that there is some difference between the way that demons are going to be tortured and the way humans are going to be tortured, or whatever you want to call it, torture or whatever. It makes very clear that while both humans that choose to go against God and demons will be in some way tortured, well, it definitely says it will be tortured.
Is it my internet? Sound check, sound check, sound check.
Punishment for humans must be, can you still hear me? The punishment for humans must be less severe than what it is for demons, because we have less knowledge to work with. Whereas the demons know everything. The demons completely know everything about God. I mean, it says in the Bible that before they became demons, obviously they're angels, and they were fully in the presence of God. So they made a more informed decision than humans will make, which implies that their punishment must be more severe. So there's that as well. So yeah, maybe that is an interesting thing to think about.
And like I can only tolerate all those things from Bible since my friend asked the questions, but I'm really not interested in what Bible says about those claims. Because to me, like it's like a story. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing I'd say to that is that typically when you look at a story, like if you're talking about an ancient, well, there's a few things. The first thing is I think that ancient stories of the same time period tend to have a different style and emphasis. But then the other thing is that the Bible story is thousands of years in the making. As in, if you go from the Old Testament and you go to the New Testament, this is one cohesive, you can call it a myth or whatever, a story, one cohesive myth, yet it's written by many authors and spans hundreds, thousands of years. Whereas you compare that to most myths, yes, the myths they develop, but it's not in the same way that, the people that were writing myths like Homer, like these other people in Rome or whatever, or ancient myths, those are typically written by one author. It's not a progressive series of revelation across thousands of years that are kind of consistent, at least. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Like when it comes to religion, like it has more impact on people. So, like the way that it improves is different than other stories. Yeah, sure, there will be differences how they evolve.
But I'd be interested if there were other ancient stories that were written by so many authors and spanned so many years. I think that is something extremely unique and of note of the Bible, is that we are talking about, 60 different, maybe not 60, but many different authors, as opposed to one author writing a story. And we are talking about different parts of the story being written in completely different time periods as well. So I don't know if there's any other, maybe there is, I don't know if there's other ancient myths or whatever that are similar in that regard. I think that's something very unique.
And again, just because as religion became powerful, so Muslims come and say, "Hey, you know what? This is the most memorized book. Show me a book that people memorized more than Quran." Okay, I cannot show, but so what? There are many Muslims, they love their religion and that they have learned that they should memorize the book the way that their prophet. But so what? I mean that's not important for me. It doesn't prove that it's true.
Yeah, Julie was talking about dragons. If that's similar in the sense that it evolved across a long time period and is, attested to by different authors.
Might be. You think that
Not only different authors, it's different cultures, different times, people who are not attached at all, and it doesn't have any weight on their salvation. So
yeah,
I think that would be more reputable.
But I see the thing is with dragons is it's not well, yeah, you have different myths, but I wouldn't say dragons is like you have this crazy epic of what a dragon is, an evolving theology of dragons. It's more so different people coming up with different ideas about dragons and, you know, coming up. I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's quite the same. But you know, maybe I could elaborate on that a bit. But yeah, I don't think it's quite the same.
The way I see it, it's even more solid because yeah, it's not about the same exact story, but they are cultures that don't even have any contact with each other, so way more believable for me.
No, that's true. The thing with, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to do some research into dragons. It's true that you know, different cultures that are unrelated, but it's also like flood stories. I mean, loads of cultures that are completely unrelated also have different flood stories, so that's kind of similar. I think there is kind of a distinction though, because when you, for example, when you look at like if you look at, for example, like the foundational story of Rome, or like a lot of these ancient Roman myths, people like might have thought they were true, but they weren't really like completely sold on it. Like they didn't live their lives in accordance to what that was saying. Most of them probably thought, you know, this is a myth. They might have thought it was real, but they probably didn't take it that seriously. It's kind of a distinction from, in the Old Testament, you have a people that is actually one group of people taking this message very, very seriously, as compared to, like, if you look at Rome and their ancient myths, the people obviously maybe believed that this was true, but they didn't really take it that seriously. And maybe I'd say it's the same thing with dragons. People might have thought that dragons were real, and across cultures, people might have thought that dragons were real. But I don't think that it severely impacted their lives. I think, you know, maybe they thought, you know, yeah, maybe dragons exist, maybe they don't, maybe it's a myth. It wasn't dictating how they live their lives or anything like that. And I know you didn't say that. I'm just kind of elaborating a bit on that. I definitely think there's a distinction.
Yeah, but you actually raised a very good point there because yeah, you may be right about dragons, but what about the flood myth, as you said, and that had a big impact on people because it's the core of it's in the core of a lot of ancient religions that again have no relation with each other.
Yeah.
So it's not the same as dragons. Maybe dragons was like a story that people heard, but the flood myth was about how people structured their lives because it was part of their religion. So I don't think that you can say the same thing as it didn't impact that much on their lives. The flood myth definitely did.
Yeah, I mean, the flood myth depends though, because I mean, if you look at the flood myth in the Old Testament, that's a huge part of Jewish culture. That's a huge part of their foundational story as a people. That is the flood myth and is Noah, right? That's a huge part of their identity. Whereas I wouldn't say to the same extent, but maybe what you're saying is more broadly correct. I wouldn't say to the same extent that, like, if you look at ancient China and their flood myth, I don't think that's quite the same thing, because I mean, if you look at a Jew today, they you know, like a religious Jew, right? They still see the flood and Noah and, you know, the first 5 books of the Bible as a significant part of their identity as a people, as descent is coming from Noah, and, you know, it being. Whereas I don't think if you look at China today, most people now, and I also think most people at the time when the flood myth, whatever, was written, would have seen it with the same level of importance. And I think the other thing that's kind of interesting is that, you know, it is interesting that you have all these different cultures all having flood myths, even though they don't have any contact. And you could attribute that to, well, you know, loads of cultures live near rivers and loads of cultures experience flood, all sorts of places experience floods, right? So maybe that's why we have them all in different places. But you could also attribute that to, well, if a flood did actually happen, however many thousands of years ago, then you would expect to see a cultural remembering of it across the world if there was a global flood. Obviously, that's not evidence, but it's an interesting thing to think about. Is that what you would expect to see if there was a global flood?
But as you said, the myths are not the same. They are roughly the same, but I don't think that we can say then definitely Noah is the same person that the Viracocha, the Incan god, saved for, because the Incans also have the exact same myth. there was a person, I don't remember his name, but he was the one
Yeah. Well,
to.
it's the same in I don't want to interrupt you, but it's the same in Babylon. You know, they have their myth as well. But I guess the thing is that
Yeah.
is actually a strength, in my opinion, in the fact that, you know, if there was really a global flood thousands of years ago, what would we expect? We wouldn't expect every single culture to have the exact same story with the exact same people. But what we would expect would to see lots of broadly similar stories of something that, you know, like a cultural memory of something that did happen, but they're not entirely sure of all the specifics, but they're agreeing that it did happen. And especially if it was thousands of years ago, it would have been passed on by oral tradition, and it also would have been shaped with their cultures as well. So I think it's similar to what I was saying before about, you know, in a court of law, you have different people attesting things, but if they're saying the exact same story, then it's a bit suspicious. Whereas if they're saying similar corroborating stories with slight twists and nuances shaped by their own personal opinion, that is actually a strength for how reliable they are. So in a sense, I actually think that strengthens the case that if there was a global flood, that's what we'd expect to see. But yeah, it's an
Okay.
interesting point you raised.
Yeah, but as you said, I think that if we go for the simpler and more likely explanation, the first one that you presented is it has more points. People tend to settle near riverbanks and oceans, and floods happen. And
Yeah.
if you're making a leap that, well, maybe the second explanation is more solid, and maybe the flood actually happened, and that's why we all have this global myths that coincide, then I wonder why you choose Christianity over, as I said, one of the other ones, like the Incan.
No. I agree. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make another point. And you said that.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
And you said
Sorry,
that
sorry, go
about the Chinese people. Yeah, you said something about the Chinese people, that the flood myth is something that is core to the Jewish people still, while the Chinese people have sort of lost it. But I think that that's more related to the Jewish people being an ethno-religion. They still exist, and their myth is still present. While the people who believed in this kind of things, like the Incans or the ancient Chinese people or the Babylonians, they're no longer here. So it wouldn't make sense that they conserve their myths when the people don't even exist anymore.
No, that's true.
Jay, wait a
So
second. Sorry for the interruption. Julie, can you go to YouTube and listen to your audio? There's a problem since he's answering. Maybe you can fix if you can, or at least check how it sounds. Sorry. Yeah, go on, Jay.
yeah, thanks. I was just going to say I agree fully that given the evidence we have, the more likely explanation is that, well, people have flood myths because they settle near rivers, and you know they're, you know. But what I'm saying is that if we were to assume that the Bible was true, then this at least wouldn't be a contradiction. It would be something that is a consistency. But I'm not saying, you know, this is a massive piece of evidence and jumping to the conclusion that therefore there was a global flood. I'm just kind of suggesting that, you know, we don't have a lot of evidence. We can't have a lot of evidence for a flood that happened so long ago. I don't know, maybe we would have geographical evidence. But anyway, like, I'm not making the point that this is a big piece of evidence. I'm just saying it's another thing that is kind of consistent. However you take that. And then the thing you said about the ethno-religious thing, I also agree with. Yes, it makes sense that that's more important to the Jews because it's part of their belief system. It's part of who they are as an identity. So we wouldn't necessarily expect that the Chinese would still preserve that story. But I do think that, you know, if we were to go back however many thousands of years and look at all of the different flood stories, I guess I do think the idea that the Jews saw it as more important to preserve is still definitely interesting. But I agree, it doesn't tell us much, really, the fact that Chinese people today don't really care about the flood because it's not part of the ethno religion. But it's just an interesting thing to think about. I mean, all of this sort of stuff is kind of speculative anyway, so it's just kind of interesting to think about different ideas. But yeah. Something that is interesting is that we do know there was a flood at the time that is proposed in the Old Testament biblical timeline. So the Black Sea flood, which was about 4,500 BC, and occurred in Mesopotamia fits in line in the timeline with the flood described in Genesis. Obviously, Genesis says it was a global flood, and we know this was a local flood, but we do know at least there was a flood at that time and at the place of the authors, which is kind of interesting because it does slightly strengthen the validity of what they're saying. Obviously, we can't now jump to conclusions and say, well, there was this guy called Noah and he did build a ship, and say that therefore this means that. But what we can say is at least this isn't completely made up. We're not seeing a contradiction. We're seeing a consistency, which can't tell us much, but it at least makes us maybe slightly more secure on what's actually being said.
Okay, Julie, like we can tolerate that. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Jay also has some slight, noise with the mic.
Oh, okay.
We can still hear it, but we can tolerate both of you guys.
Do you want me to turn it down or?
No, it's okay. Yeah, the
Right.
flapping, yeah, still I can hear.
Well, you can hear flapping.
It's like I don't know, like something vibrating.
That's strange. Yeah, I did hear that before when I was muted. I heard that before when you were talking with someone else. So I think maybe that's a problem with the actual room or whatever the website maybe, but I don't know.
I don't know. It can be the website.
I have headphones on as well. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that has something.
Secret angel.
Mhm.
Yeah. We have
Okay.
PD for the join here very late. Seemingly he's following one of us, or he got really bored and for talk and scroll down, and I was like, "Why? Well, they're speaking about God. I should join." What's the case, PD?
You should chill it out.
Okay, he's just listening.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go now. So good conversations.
Okay.
Unless there's anything else we want to talk about specifically, in regards to what I said. But
Thanks for joining.
yeah, I'll probably I do regularly see your live stream, but normally I'm too busy to join. So
Oh,
but today I
thanks for
was
following me. So
No worries.
you
Okay.
didn't decide instantly. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, I was here before about a month ago, and I was intending to come back. I don't know. You probably don't remember, but I was here a month ago. Like I said, it got on my recommended, and I clicked on it, and I was here talking for a while. And then I was intending to join back the next time you were streaming, but I was quite busy. Anyway, so I saw it today, and I was like, I have some time, so that was an
Okay.
interesting discussion.
Yeah. Thanks for joining.
Yeah. All right. Bye, guys. See you later.
But
Bye.
if you're not subscribed, I think I don't know. I think it came from YouTube. Yeah. I'm not sure. Anyway.
Hi, philosopher.
Hey,
I don't
man.
hear the noise now.
You don't hear the noise from who?
Like that flapping sound which was there.
Flapping sound was coming from Jay.
Yes.
Yeah, we knew that.
Yes.
Hey man, why am I not
Right.
sleeping? Okay. I
I
think you're
came for
sleeping.
the consciousness thing they were discussing,
Oh.
but they dropped that off real quick. So I
Luckily, I don't like that one, It's a dead end. Like all of our topics, but I don't know. Imagine there is a dead end and there's some shit. So
Mhm.
I prefer the other dead ends where there's no shit, piss, or anything. Sure is subjective. I mean, I just dislike, that's all.
Did you get that ultimate cause and what was that? The first argument that he put.
That guy went crazy, started swearing. Then I blocked
Yes.
him. Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah.
what
But
basically what he was trying to say is like we have immediate cause and an ultimate cause. So whatever that ultimate cause would be, he was like putting it on God. So that's how he was trying
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. No, like we were talking about, yeah, the efficient cause guy. Okay, that was another
efficient.
guy. No, 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 that was another guy. So I thought you were talking about the other guy who keeps joining frequently. And I kick frequently also. But the efficient guy was no, no, he was the first time here, I think.
uh, Efficient
Uh,
guy was like, yes, he was trying to give this example of like immediate causes like pen, paper, and stuff, and then human beings. So it is there. It's
uh,
easy to understand, but
but
when they
then
put
he
God
had
into
to
it,
jump into the religion, I think, if I'm not wrong.
yes,
After I just showed
transcendental, yeah,
transcend,
transcendental
yeah,
cause, material cause, and transcendental cause.
yeah.
So transcendental means something which is beyond material, and he takes it to be like transcendental means spiritual or godlike. He was
Yeah.
trying to explain as if like when we take a medicine, then some chemicals in the medicine would do their work. So that's one cause, immediate cause. And since a doctor prescribed it, so that's one more cause, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, God desired, and then that medicine worked, and he got cured. Something in that line. Ooh.
Like all these conversations right now confused in my mind. I don't remember which
Mm.
guy was making which claims exactly. I don't remember.
Actually, I was listening like to this from the beginning of the stream, I guess, like three
Beginning,
hours ago, 4 hours ago, maybe.
four, yeah. I said at
Yes.
least three and now four, and probably I'll leave soon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe if you can be here for how many minutes? Oh, it's already over 4, so you can leave anytime. But
Cool.
like I see there are a lot many viewers on YouTube. Like there are on an average 16, 17, which used to be 3, 4, 5.
Oh, yeah, today we had more people. Yeah. Yesterday
Yes.
was also, I think, more people, but I had less time yesterday. But yeah, like we're getting more people. That's good.
Hmm. As
People
of now,
joining
like there are
on YouTube.
13 people watching. So if you exclude me,
And
Julie,
me and Julie
Julie,
and Edward, there aren't.
then also there are like 10 people. It's a good number.
Okay, okay. Thanks for all of them for being here. Doesn't matter Christian, Muslim, atheist, Hindu. Yeah. And they like to chat each other. There's something on YouTube. Okay, what we had, like, if we summarize, Jay, um, as I said many times when he was here, also, I just want to repeat. It's hard for me to believe in those things since we don't have such things right now. We don't have good evidence for those things. That's why I don't tend to believe that they happened in the past. The same way I don't see dragons right now. I don't see good evidence for dragons right now. And that's why I don't believe that there were something in the past. Or any other claim. Bring any other claim. Saying that these people are reliable doesn't mean they're reliable. Saying that those people had witnessed, there were many people who had seen the same thing. Again, that's not a good evidence if they claim something supernatural. Because we know that even many people together can have some hallucination. And knowing that is also a red flag. And we know that people lie, people create stories, people change things, people change stories. All these are good reasons to be suspicious about all those religions, not only Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, any religion claims miraculous supernatural things. So that's the thing why I don't trust. I don't have very big claims that no they never happened. But if I bet my money, I would bet that they didn't happen. Um,
Very well summarized. I also had like to share something on that point someone made, as if when you ask this question that if a person claims in court of law that an angel murdered someone or inspired, so the judge would never, and 10 people claiming that they saw an angel, you know, conspiring a murder or committing a murder or something. So in no case the judge would ask to investigate on the existence of angel. Like, they would try to find out if the person is sane or not, or if there is some conspiracy, or they are making up stories. Like, and then you cannot put it on judge that, oh, you are not qualified enough to see the angel, so how can you pass a judgment, and so on and so forth. So earlier he was making a point that it is a methodological error, that if someone wants to
Sorry,
verify something
wait.
for himself.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to summarize generally. I don't want to go in details because it's
Uh-huh.
unfair. He's not here. So
No,
maybe
no,
you
no.
should do it next time when he's here, if he comes back.
Yes,
You can
yes, yes,
pinpoint
yes.
those things, details. I'm sorry for the
Yes.
interruption.
No, 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 no.
No,
It's nice since I know that it's live, so it would be there on the internet. So for
sure.
because I also can forget it and stuff. So
Okay, so you want to record that? Then
so
go on.
yes,
Go
just
on.
yeah, just no, 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 no. I just like since I went through all the conversation and all the points are still very fresh. So just for the record, I was telling him, I was not trying to refute him or anything.
Then tell for the
Uh,
record.
yes, yes. So just for the record, so generally that is the trend that is followed. So yes, like I have made like sufficient point. So with this I can recall and remember, and I'll in the comment section I will timestamp this, so I'll remember it in the future also, so I don't have to find exact. Yes, thank you
Okay.
so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. I'm trying to say what the criteria for reliability. That's the problem. They rely on witnesses. They rely on scriptures. They believe that those people were reliable just because they said so, they believe so. They think that that's the case.
Yeah, but the point was, what if you have somebody who's a terrible person, like a horrible human being? He's rude, he does questionable stuff, but he happens to be an honest person. And I know that there are people like that. Or another example that I gave is somebody who is a pedophile, or something that is very strongly seen as a bad thing, but they are reliable in the sense that they don't lie and they are honest for the most part. And then you have somebody who on the surface they can look like an exemplary person who has a job and a wife and kids, and then you look it up a little bit, or only for the people who actually know him, and even the police wouldn't be able to establish this. They're cheating on their wives, and they're stealing from their company, and they're lying about a lot of things.
That's a good point. Why the hell are you now bringing these points when
I
those
said
people are
that.
here?
I was typing that on the chat
Come
box.
on, typing is not useful. Like he was talking, just talk.
I'm not good at that.
What? I didn't hear that.
I said I'm not good at that. You know that.
You're
So
not
I
good
do
at.
better
Come
of typing.
on.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember? Oh no, you don't remember that because I didn't do it here. But anyway, that level of humbleness is not cool. Okay, you should know that.
That's no, you know that I'm shy. I'm not gonna come and sing for Scamchan or anything.
Okay, but yeah, you should try. You should try. Good points. And like, let me emphasize what you said. Okay, right now there are presidents on this planet that their supporters will always spread that the guy was so good, and their presidents now, some their supporters believe that they are some kind of prophets or divine beings, and they will just spread it. Okay, and in the future they will think that was the case, but for us it's not the case right now. Now we can observe how disgusting they are, how liars they are. But yeah, and their supporters, they will just record the history the way that they believe. They will do that. But yeah, luckily now we have technology, and like multiple things can be recorded. And maybe in the future it won't be the case, but that was not the case in the past. If supporters have the opportunity, they can record, they can spread the false information, and then there will be time that all people believe that, yeah, that was the case. And yeah, why not? This cannot be the case for Muhammad, Jesus, Moses. Some people worship science as their god. By the way, thank you, Chuck, for being here for all this time. Also, uh, that's not cool. Also, Chuck, when you see people they worship like a god. For example, no, there's no example. You know that there are many atheist people they don't worship science as their god also, right? For example, me, Edward, Julie, we accept that science has problems, false claims, and they're just improving. They're fixing their mistakes sometimes. If they find better evidence, they fix what they said. Uh, we know that, we accept that. And I don't think believers believe that their God has mistakes or imperfectness. That's very different, right? Luckily, I don't see such atheist people around me, Chuck. That's why I don't worry that much. Yeah, like when you say this is a mistake, they say, no, you misunderstand that. When you show different words, different letters to Muslims, they say, no, this is not how you understand. And we say, hey, this is corruption. Like these are changes, and you believe that your book has been protected. They say, no, you misunderstand that. So nothing changes in religions according to believers, right? But for many atheists, science is not like that. And again, I'm sure there are such people that you mentioned, but since you're talking to people who don't do that, maybe it's not cool to bring that on the table. Sure, sure. It can be corrupted, yeah. It can be corrupted. Okay. Show on. You're following who exactly? Show on. You need a
Hello.
follower to find this room because this room is nearly close to the core of this planet right now. That's how deep this room is right now. Ooh, we cannot activate. I don't know the reason. Yeah, hello, Shawan, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you? Long time no see.
Yeah, I was busy with my work.
Oh, I hope you're doing good in your
Yes, I'm doing
business.
good. Yeah, business is going well.
Uh, New atheism. It's like I don't see that atheism is an ideology. No. Not having something cannot be an ideology for me. I just don't have I don't have the belief, that's all. That's all about atheism.
No, no, everything is just fine. Like, can you hear us?
I think she can.
Okay.
Antitheism. Okay. Yesterday I was telling a person that just stay in that religion. How come you say that this is antitheism? Misjudge people here, Chuck. Let me create, but I don't promise to stay here long. But I want to try one more room. Let's say the last room.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, and another 1, 2, 3 to join. Okay.
Do I get a reward?
What do you want?
Token of appreciation.
Okay, I appreciate you for being here first. And what else? If it
Yes, I
was a
could
high
see you
locally,
adjusting my volume.
yeah. Yeah. Do you believe the world will be a better place if everyone was an atheist? Okay, that's a weird question. I answered this question many times here. I don't know the answer, Chuck, okay? Because what makes the world better, it doesn't depend on only one thing. So that means when you change one thing, that doesn't tell you in which way it's going to be. Why? Because it depends on many other things.
Hi. Am I audible?
Oh yeah, you are. I was talking. People were listening on me on YouTube, but yeah, it's because I just muted myself.
I
No,
see.
no, 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 no. Like I just forgot to unmute myself on Free for Talk. So I was telling, I don't know the answer. But if everything stays like this, economy, education, I don't think the planet will be better if all people become an atheist. No, I don't think. If you want to make the world better, you should change many things, not only one thing. So imagine it's all religions, okay? Let's assume all people somehow believe a God exists, okay? And plus, let's assume that you educate people in a very good way, not to harm other people, be respectful, and many other things. And make better systems to, survive, right? To earn money. Or maybe let's get rid of the money to just change all those systems. And don't change the belief in God. You can get a better society. Why not? Oh, okay. Simply, you're living.
Hello, what's your name?
Okay, thanks for joining. Simply wonderful. You were simply wonderful, man. That's the summary. Yeah, hello. Abdul Rahman.
Hi, what's your name?
Sober.
My name is Abdurrahman.
Uh, okay, man. Okay.
Are you from? Where?
Heavens.
So where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from heaven.
Yeah.
Philos.
Yeah.
Philosopher, do you remember like couple of days back a person came and he was very keen to know what your native language is? Maybe maybe you can come up with a, what do you say, a standard answer for that too. It's a rare question though.
Oh, I'm afraid that someone speaks Klingon, then that can, uh, that's not good. I mean, I don't think anyone lives in heaven, so I'm very comfortable to say that I'm from heaven. But a language is risky.
Language is risky.
Yeah, I would like to say Klingon, but imagine one day someone says things in Klingon. Oh, Rohale, welcome. We're.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm tired. Like we are here nearly 5 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodness, you've done a marathon today.
Yeah. It was all about Christianity.
Okay.
I should confess that I really got bored.
Okay.
But I'm getting used to because I know that I should get used to that because many people are joining from YouTube and nearly they're all Christians.
Okay.
And I should be more prepared for Christians.
Yeah, I suppose if you're gonna put something on YouTube and so forth, then yes, you've got to be ready for all sorts of eventualities. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm practicing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Okay, G. I didn't know that. Thanks for doing that. Should I send the link for the second channel? Here, maybe I should.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, this is the second channel, guys. Please subscribe. I want to go live on that second channel also, but I need subscribers. Yeah. Yep. We have other people also. Cool. The guy was talking a lot, but he was cool. We should accept that. Uh, he was not trying to be a dick. Yeah. That's good to find such people from all those religions. Is there anyone who wants to answer the question, is God real? Ouch. Oops. Ow. Cool.
Did you encounter Lily
Lily,
anytime?
I think Lily got really upset after we, you know, started using only this name for him. Hello, Athel. I've just joined the group. Yeah, we realized that. Welcome. We have question mark in the room. Yeah. Subscribe.
Right on business. Like now that you have joined joined the group,
Yeah.
and then subscribe. Step 2.
Step 2. We got how many subscribers today? Let me check. I'm not sure. 10 maybe. Just 10. Okay, good. No lack of evidence. Same reason I don't believe in leprechauns or fairies. I think he wanted to say leprechauns. Okay.
That's how you spell it.
I spell what? I didn't get it, Julie. Oh, is it correct?
Yeah, it's spelled with SCH, but you say leprechauns.
Oh, okay. That's the evidence of my ignorance, guys.
No, it's recorded for all time to come.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, we're learning new things every day. That's cool. Leprechauns. Wow. Oh, he left. Hmm. Don't mention that, Julie. That's how I save my ass. Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, philosopher, you were mentioning a point like people generally tend to tell lies and cheat. So, this cheating propensity is one of the thing in human beings that we cannot neglect. So, this lying and cheating propensity is always there.
And then not only that, okay, so lying, misunderstanding, I think both lie and misunderstand. I think that these are enough.
Yes, maybe we can classify it into four just for the record. So, like
Okay.
tendency to commit mistakes, we
Tendency
are
to commit
prone
mistakes.
we are prone to be illusioned, like we get illusioned like optical and so many things now. And then we have
Can't
this
we call it
tendency to
mistake?
mistakes. Yes,
Yeah. Being
mistakes like
mistaken.
yes, being mistaken.
Yeah.
And then we have this tendency to lie and cheat, just like it happens like just in
Lie.
order to sometimes we know that we are lying, sometimes we are ignorant, that's another thing, but just in order to prove one thing or something, people have this
But
tendency to cheat and lie. So
it's boils down only two categories then.
mhm.
Like saying something false intentionally or
Mhm.
unintentionally.
Unintentionally,
So when
yes.
it's unintentional, then we can go and say, wait a second, what's that? You know, being mistaken, right?
True.
Or hallucination, or what else?
Illusion.
Illusion, optical illusion. So all these things are being mistaken, and
Yes.
yeah,
And then one more
false
thing, like we
without
all have got
intention.
imperfect senses, so
But that
even
also
if we are trying
is the same
sincerely.
same. Like it causes us to get mistaken, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So again, only two.
2 points.
Yeah.
It feels very good, like when we can elaborate things. Okay, there are four major points,
Yeah.
and they boil down to two.
Yeah. So,
It's nice.
but that's the fact about humans, and that's very important. And those two reasons are very good reasons not to trust when people just claim. And books are the claims of people. Also, we shouldn't forget that books are claims of people.
Yes, that's why we should be very critical, and we should read anything very scrutinizingly. If it is a religious book or any other book for that matter, one should be very scrutinizingly reading those books or any literature for that matter.
I'm getting hungry.
I have some
Oh,
snacks.
like when did that Edward leave? I missed that.
Maybe he never joined this room,
Maybe.
but he went to the YouTube thing, and he said like he's there.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, he mentioned that he would be there on YouTube.
And the transition. Ah, we lost him in the previous room. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, yeah. He was just warming up. But like I only caught one thing. When I went there to Hadith, he said I don't know how they do that. So I think that was the breaking point of everything before he started, you know, speaking all about Bible. The point was the same point. Like they also claim that they have reliable people, they have witnesses, they have miracles, people who had witnessed miracles, and again, those are also multiple sources, not only one source. There are many scholars, right?
Yes,
Hadith
that was a very
collectors.
good point. Yes, he got like one source also and multiple sources also for the same thing. So he was caught there. And I won't say caught, but like he was caught off guard. He didn't anticipate anything, I guess. So, yes. For me as a believer, I also have similar points. Like I have my scriptures, I have my faith and beliefs in those scriptures. I have also disciplic succession, like the chain in which the knowledge is passed. So pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Would you like to ask me that question?
I believe I
Did
did
Edward,
already.
the Edward, no, no, not this. The Edward asked like who asked like if 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 a person is not Christian or he doesn't know about, or like the question was like, can a Muslim, a devout Muslim, can he go to heaven?
That was our questions, yeah.
Yeah. So yes, a devout Muslim can go to heaven. Like there is no restriction. A devout Christian can also, as per my understanding or Vedic understanding.
Yeah.
It just takes some time. Time in the
Yeah.
sense like.
But like they have to answer like that if you
Mhm.
believe in a good God, right?
Yes.
Because that's why I started the question and he gave a good answer for that. If he was making some, uh, let's say discrimination for other religions, that was going to prove that God is not a good God because seemingly you have really big advantage when you're born in that religion. If that religion is true, then you have a lot of advantages. Why? Because what we see, like you're a Hindu because you were born in a Hindu family. You're a Muslim because you were born in Muslim family, and you're a Christian because you were born in, and that's a general thing, right? So that makes you automatically lucky if you're born in the true religion. And if you say that I will put other people in hell because they didn't become a Christian or they didn't become a Hindu or Muslim, that's kind of unfair.
Yes. So during the discussion, this one point of conversion also came. I didn't follow it properly, but the point was that there is a lot of conversion from one faith to other, and which was favorable to him or something like that. So if we believe that like God is, if believers believe of a certain community that God is all kind and merciful, and like, everything is same, then there would have been no need of this conversion of any sort, no? Even if it is out of compassion or anything. So that was one point.
Sorry,
Like people sometimes
what was the
take it
point?
to their advantage. Like he was making a point when you asked, it's in the record. So someone was making this point that we see a rampant conversion of people of a certain faith to Christianity or something. I didn't follow it completely, but there was a point. Like someone made this point.
We have Yusuf. Okay. Eva never
Hello.
spoke here. Hello, Yusuf.
Yeah. So you people are talking about religions.
Your audio is not very clear.
Okay.
There's some noise. We came here to talk about God.
Um, I'm just adjusting my noise.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So, so I was
Wow.
just listening to your talk
Okay.
about God.
Cool. What do you think? God is real?
Yeah, yeah, just because I'm Muslim, so our belief is like on one God, in one God.
It's not just because you're Muslim you believe in it. You believe in it, that's why you're a Muslim. Anyway,
Yeah,
so you believe in
yeah,
it.
vice versa.
And why do you believe in it?
Yeah, it's yeah, our belief has so many reasons, and so I can give you some reasons. And like one of that is if there's more than one God, so like you can think of the world like in this world, like every nation, every country, like from the history, like not everyone, like many countries like try to capture, like occupy other countries,
But don't you think
like
that that was the case? Countries tried to occupy other countries.
yeah,
That
yeah,
was the case, right?
it's the natural thing. Like if you go in history, like the bigger one is like to try to occupy.
Yeah.
So
They still do that.
yeah, it's the natural thing. Like if you have a power, if you in power, you try to occupy the like minor one. So like it's like you can think of the logic from this. Like if any other god exists, like the if they 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 can like they have they if you like so many years ago, if it was done in history, like it has to be done in history. Like no thing in the system, like our solar system, like our universe can like go so smoothly, like if gods fight with each other to occupy other gods, like entities, like so it's a logical thing if the universe is going so smoothly. So maybe you can think of this reason, like God is one, so he can like
Yeah, but
run
like
the.
universe is not smooth. For example, even if you just look at the moon, you can understand that it's
Mm.
not smooth. There are a lot of craters on the moon hit by asteroids in millions of years. And look at galaxies, they collide each other. Look at black holes, they suck stars into themselves. Look at other stars, they explode. So to me, this is not smooth.
No, I'm not like I'm not mean like smooth by smooth. I don't mean like it's some like non it don't have explosions, don't have craters. Like I mean that the mechanism is going the by as the way it is made. Like um, if like if any other god exists, like so he has to he has to take the system of other god.
Why he has to?
If
What
he try
what if
if
they
he
have
tries
kind of equal powers?
yeah, so equal powers can like if you have equal power, so the fight will be more like more worse because
Okay.
though
What if there are 10 gods?
yeah, so it's become worst.
No, let's suppose that big gods are not fighting, small gods are fighting.
So bigger one will also get involved in that.
No, they don't want to involve. They want to focus on the job. Sometimes they're correcting the things that they dislike, which is caused by the small gods, but they don't correct everything that they have done.
Bro, it's just it's only a one reason I've gave you because if you like because it's you can think like we are like the creatures we in our world are like we birth from the birth of the creatures. The universe is going through like millions of years ago, so it may be the you can think it's like from the infinity, the infinite time, um, the before the creatures created. You can think the god was there because no thing can be created by the nothing. If you think there is a nothing and everything is created by the big bang, so what's the material of the big bang came from, where it came from? So
Where,
you
where the creator of the universe came from?
yeah, so your mind cannot accept this, that nothing that all the things created from nothing.
Wait. No one is speaking about nothing here, okay? You're the only one.
Yeah.
You're the only one,
No,
okay?
I'm giving you the other reason. The first
No, the
reason was
other reason I don't like that reason. I don't need that reason, okay? What about this
so
reason?
so you like
Okay, what about
you
this reason? What about this reason? Uh, just look at a family, okay? First,
Hmm.
there is a father and a mother. Sometimes they argue, okay? They fight sometimes. But that doesn't mean they always fight. That doesn't mean they cannot do things together. They have sex, right? And then that causes babies, right? And still
Hmm.
they can fight. And still they can have another baby. So having fun
Yeah,
doesn't mean necessarily they cannot
but I'm
cause things.
yeah,
Don't
you're
interrupt
fine.
me. Don't interrupt me, okay?
I got your
So
point.
yeah,
Yeah.
what if universe has such two causes?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that this is the very small life, like but there's a chance the people fight. If the like if we think the if the god exists from infinite time, like if more gods exist from infinite time, there's a lots of like if you take probability from this, you have lots of chance that they can fight. Like if you think a small time period, there's a less chance of fighting.
I
But
think
if you
you
think of
didn't understand. You said I got your point. Seemingly you didn't. I said look at a father and a mother.
yeah,
I said that my first thing was they fight time to time. That's what I
mhm,
said. Do you remember that?
yeah,
So I already accept that. So you don't have to say that they will fight. I said yes, they will fight. So you don't have to repeat that, okay? But what I said more important, even if they fight, they love each other also. They create babies. They make babies,
Right.
right? So just because someone fights, that doesn't mean they want to kill each other. They want to take power of other. That doesn't mean, right? So you understand fighting in a very different way. I don't understand how you
No,
understand that.
no, you. I from the beginning, I've given you examples of the fighting of the powers, big powers, not like mother and father. Like I've
Okay.
given examples of the countries who occupy each other. They destroy their whole like before thing, and they completely like occupy and take their own like system to there. So God fighting is not like God fighting will be like if they occupy other gods, they will completely convert the system from one
Completely.
with God to
Yeah, but what
his
if they
own.
love each
Yeah,
other?
you can take
What
this.
if they love each other?
So yeah, you can take this example if they love each other from very time, how much time period they can love. After that, you have the chance of fight because it's the time
There's
of
no time.
infinite time. They are
Yeah,
existing. They are
yeah,
existing in infinite
yeah,
time.
but since they
So
love each
there's a
other,
chance of fight also.
since they love each other, that doesn't mean the fight will be so huge. And why the hell you think that the fight will affect? Why the hell you think that the fight will affect what they have created already? Okay, let's suppose the father and mother, they had a baby. The baby had grown up. Now it's not a baby anymore. Let's say it's like 45 years old. Okay, and let's suppose father and mother is having a fight. They're fighting. Let's say they're fighting every day. So what? That doesn't mean that the baby wasn't born and grown up, right? It's there.
Bro,
It's there,
so
and it doesn't change
let,
any.
let,
It
let,
doesn't
let me
change.
explain.
It doesn't change
Yeah,
many
you are right.
things
You're right.
in the
You're right.
person, right?
You're right. You're right. But the point I'm like I have to explain more. Like I'm giving the point like that. If you think mother and father say okay, you are right. But mother and father are the entities who are also like bound to like some other rules. If you think of God, God is not bound by any rules. Like rules are made by him. So like if mother and father have to, if they fight, they have responsibilities also. They have to they are bound in their responsibility. They are bound in their rules, like they have to follow. But God don't have to follow rules. God make rules. So if God fight, they are not like
Yeah,
bound to rules. If they fight,
ju-
their fights are like very much huge.
rules are just agreements between us.
Anyone cannot anyone cannot like stop them agar, if God fight. So fight
So what? So
they
what?
are igniting.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter even if they fight in a very terrible way. If they created the universe
yeah.
together, it doesn't have to be that their fight will be in the universe or for the universe. Maybe they will fight for something else. Maybe they created 10 times bigger universe than this one, and then they started to have a fight, but they ignored our universe because our universe was so small. They didn't change anything, they didn't do anything, and their fight didn't affect our universe. What if this is the case?
Yeah, you are right. But there's so many other reasons also. It's a one reason. You have to. It's a one reason, logical reason.
But
Like
the
from
other
from
logical reason
infinite
is
time.
okay. Like there's no any rule suggests that two powers will be fighting always, or they will in eventually fight. No, there's
Yeah,
no such a
yeah.
rule.
I'm also not saying.
Yeah.
I'm also not
So
saying
that
always
means
fight.
if
Like I'm saying.
there are 10 creators, that doesn't mean they will fight.
Mhm.
Logic doesn't say that at
No,
least.
like I'm also agree with you in this point.
Okay.
Like from if you, but I'm also saying if you think of the entire like time they have created, time is also a creation. Like if you think of the time when in from the infinite end. So if you like make chance in this time span, how many chance you will get of God making in the fight, like from infinite time. It's not the like time period like our life. It's the infinite time, so you have lots of chances they can involve in fight because it's an infinite time.
Okay, it doesn't
They will
change the
love, they
fact
will.
that
Yeah.
like it will affect our universe. There's no such a rule. And it doesn't change the fact that they created our universe. If they created our universe and then they have started fighting for some other reasons, it doesn't have to do anything with our universe.
So you will believe like you will believe in like it's a like doubtful thing. If you believe they will not fight, so our universe will not affect. Yeah, it's you are right in this doubtful. In this doubt you're right. But if you think when God's created universe, like when God's created, so how two gods create one universe? Like
Like
if
the father and
before the
mother.
creation, no, before the creation of the universe, before the creation of the universe, if two gods exist, so why do how they have the same powers? How can they have the same powers? Who created them? Who created them?
No, no one
You
created
can
them.
think also.
No one created them.
So if no one created them, so how they can be more than one?
Is there any rule that there cannot be many? There's no such a rule, right?
No,
If
no. It's a
one
logical thing.
yeah,
It's not a rule. It's a logical thing you can think of by your mind.
yes, yeah, you can think if one exists, why not the second one?
Because they will fight. Simple.
Okay, that means they will fight. That's all. That doesn't mean they don't
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, because if they fight like without rules, you can think of the fight without rules, without ending, without any like involvement of the law. If you think of the fight like that, how would be the fight will end?
Uh,
A fight without rules, without any like written by anything, and anything cannot
you're
stop
breaking a lot
it.
right now.
Anything cannot stop the fight without like which have all the powers with him with it, like any entity which have all the powers, and nothing can stop it in that fight, like no responsibilities on that. So it's a logical thing, man. It's a logical thing. Your mind will accept that
No,
logic
no, no,
that.
no, no. You can
Yeah.
accept also many other scenarios. So first of all, just because there are many gods, that doesn't mean they will fight. Because you think that gods must be like humans. Like, do you think that God has emotions like humans? Are they identical to
No,
us? So then why do you suggest that fighting is a property of gods? Why do you think so?
bro,
You didn't prove that they,
it's a
they, they can
property of
fight.
no, it's a property of power. Like if you have
Is
power,
this a property of
if you have
few
power,
animals?
brother, if you can think like anything, any entity you can think, if they have power, they have to occupy others. It's a natural thing.
Okay, it's okay. So gods are natural.
And the
They're
gods have
natural.
all powers. Like
And since they all have
so,
powers, then they don't need to fight. Why they should fight
mm,
if they have powers?
their powers will like their powers will like motivate to get fight.
Yeah, but what about like when my friend Edward says, what about a ceasefire? You think they cannot do that?
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. If they don't have like any rules, they don't are like bound by any rules.
You don't need
So
rules. They can create rules together. Why not? They can say, I just got bored. I don't see any fucking end in this fight. I got bored. Okay, I stopped fighting. Let's stop. Okay, what do you think?" And then the other god says, "Okay, let's stop." You see, now they have a rule, which is we
any
will not
chance,
fight.
yeah. Every scenario can be possible. Like
Yeah, so
what
that
are
means
you?
even if they're fighting gods, still there's a chance that they can create such a universe.
No, if they're fighting, so
Okay, man,
they cannot.
let me break your logic very simply.
Hmm.
If they're fighting, let's suppose let's say two again, okay? They're
Hmm.
fighting. How many gods we have? Two, right?
Hmm.
So we
You
already have
can
two gods.
suppose.
So they're fighting. Two gods are fighting.
Yeah, you can suppose. You can suppose.
So to be able to is like say that there is a fight, there must be
Hmm.
many gods, right? Multiple.
Hmm.
So fight is not disproving many gods. It's proving many gods because there can't be a fight when there's only one god. Okay? But if you're talking
Yeah.
about fight, you have to accept that now you're talking about many gods because fight is between at least two, you know, beings, right?
So yeah, it's like I'm not like giving reason of two gods. I'm giving reason of one god. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I'm like
yeah. But
explaining you by this scenario. Like if
you
more
see,
god exists, yeah,
yeah. If more god exists, it depends
there's a
on
fight.
how
There
they
will be a
exist.
fight.
Mm,
Yeah,
it
there
doesn't
will be a
matter.
fight.
Like the fight doesn't disprove many gods. It proves many gods.
Yeah, bro. Fights prove many god, but this mechanism of the universe cannot exist still
Oh
if
yeah.
God fight.
You think people are not fighting when they're making things together?
So their fight will be on their things, or what will be
Yeah,
other?
but you can't say that, oh, since they're fighting, they cannot do this. You can't claim that, right? People are fighting
No.
while they're making things.
So you can think like the universe mechanism of the universe is so much precise. Like
So much
the
precise.
precision,
Okay,
yeah. If it's the precision you cannot gain by the fight. If you are fighting, you cannot gain this type of precision. The
why
universe
not?
is.
Gods are way superior to humans. You
Yeah.
don't
So
know
they are they are
how their
colliding. Yeah.
intelligence work.
Their
Man,
superiority is
your
colliding.
imagination about God is not like exactly as humans. Like you shouldn't think like that.
No, brother, if gods are superior, but they are colliding their superiority with each other. So it's
That's-
not others' precision cannot be so much precise if they are colliding.
Okay,
So you can
that's
think
just a
like
claim.
yeah, if you can think like the smallest thing you can if we think
Mhm.
like our solar system. If you take the example of this, our earth is revolving the sun around the sun, like it's so much precision. If if any like smallest distance of a centimeter earth get closer to the sun,
And
Like
you're proving that you don't know anything about astronomy. Anything.
brother, can you like listen completely before?
I don't. I don't, because what you're saying is not making any sense right now.
No, brother. I'm like gaining completing my like
No, you don't
example
have
after.
to. That example is a terrible example, a very false example.
No. You don't get it. You got on. First, completely listen.
And
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you take the example of our solar system, our Earth is, if I know you
it's the
know
same
this.
thing. That's false.
Everyone knows this. Like, if our Earth, like, it's a centrifugal force which which takes it in the orbit around the sun. If our Earth gets a centimeter or a millimeter closer to the sun, it cannot be in the orbit. Like, if it goes down.
I told you don't repeat the same thing, and you're just repeating the same thing. I said that's false. Will you keep repeating false things? You said let me finish. You didn't finish. You just repeated the same claim. So there are two false things here in this conversation, okay? So you lied about your intention, and you keep saying the false thing again and again, okay? So you just check astronomy, okay? How this planet rotates around the sun, okay? Let me ask you the question, Yusuf. Do you think that Earth rotates around the sun in a perfect circle? Please answer my question. Do you think Earth rotates around a perfect circle? Answer my question. I don't hear you because your mic is off.
Okay, yeah. Um, just sorry, my mic was turned off. So
I did it,
yeah,
man.
okay. I just answering your question. It's not a perfect circle. It revolves
Okay.
around the sun, but it's
Uh-huh.
not a perfect circle.
Yeah, if it's not a perfect circle, that means there is a point where the Earth is closest to the sun, and there's another point where it's the furthest to the sun. And when it's that means it's coming closer and going further. And do you know how much it's coming closer and going further?
Yeah, it's
It's millions
I
of
don't know,
kilometers. It's millions of kilometers.
brother. I'm not like calculating the
Telling you,
kilometer.
it's millions of.
But,
So you think that it's not a perfect circle, but it's not. The difference is not bigger than a centimeter, because you were saying that if it was centimeter closer to the sun, so that
yeah, brother,
circle
you don't
is that's
you didn't even get my point from the start.
the point
I
where
was
it's terrible from the
I have
start,
to,
because it depends on a terrible claim.
no, brother.
You just prove that it's not a perfect circle, and you should check how many, like, millions of Yusuf, do you hear?
Okay.
Do you hear Yusuf?
Let me
Yusuf?
clear my
Yusuf?
point.
Yusuf?
Yeah.
Yusuf? Yusuf? Yusuf?
Okay.
Do,
Okay.
do you understand millions of kilometers?
Yeah.
It's coming closer and going further, and you're saying centimeter.
Okay. Let me explain clear my point, brother. I also know. I was thinking you also know that Earth is getting closer millions of kilometers and getting farther also, but
And
in the predefined orbit path which it is going. I was saying it's if it get closer other than its path, like
Yusuf, and
its
now you're
path,
bullshitting
path is
again.
predefined.
And I told you, you
Yeah.
don't know anything about astronomy. Like, Earth is approaching, becoming closer to the sun.
but in its predefined path, brother, in its predefined path.
What do you
If
mean
it gets,
predefined? It's getting closer, man, and you said that it's not.
yeah, other than its predefined path. I'm saying
Other
other than
than?
its predefined path.
Other than?
Other
I'm
than
sorry.
other
I'm
than
done
means
with you. I'm done with you. I'm not gonna waste my time.
no. You are not getting my point, brother. You are not getting my point.
No. Sorry. You don't make, false points, or don't try to make points with false claims. Anyway, guys, I should go. I'm so tired and sleepy. Thanks for all joining here on YouTube and here on for Talk. See you later. Yeah, take care, Edward. Thanks for being here from the very beginning. Julie, Scamchan, and the other guys who joined before. All of you, thank you so much. And I don't know. Here's a link that can unite people here if they want to keep chatting. I don't know. I think they all also got tired. I don't see any activity like an hour ago. Anyway, I'm ending the stream. Take care. Bye.